Once bustling streets now lay shrouded in an eerie silence that a hoarse and chaotic whisper entwines the heavens above, while an indescribable ancient shadow rises and falls amidst the depths of the sea. An unknown plague has erupted, dreadful calamities run rampant, and panicked souls seek refuge in illusory sanctuaries day and night. Blood rains down, lightning illuminates the gathering crows. Never to return, they respond. We can observe that ghouls possess 12 pairs of ribs, just like humans, but also a transverse anomaly that humans lack. Within the confines of the medical school, Gu Jun continues to wield the scalpel, demonstrating the chest structure of this ghoul to the surrounding students. A mysterious and uncanny era has dawned, truths collapse, order disintegrates, and humanity must persevere through the power of intellect. Chapter 1. The Pinnacle Beneath the Sea. How significant is money in this world? In the past, whenever this question arose, Gu Jun would assert its paramount importance. I can tell you, there exists only one ailment in the world, and that is the disease of poverty that Gu Jun vividly recalls 3 years ago, when he had just turned 18, receiving the acceptance letter for an 8-year clinical medicine program at the prestigious Dongzhou University Medical School. Ranked among the top 5 in the nation, at his graduation celebration with high school classmates, he uttered this classic movie line. It was not a sense of desolation, but rather the exuberance of a victor poised to conquer the world. A facade of stubbornness, and an unrecognized sorrow. Indeed, for an orphan who received the tragic news of his parents' demise at the tender age of 10, the 5 million amassed for various compensations became the sole economic support and spiritual anchor throughout the following decade of his life. This sum was initially managed by a trust fund, and upon turning 18, he would gain unrestricted access to the entirety of his inheritance. Devoid of any relatives, yet he possessed wealth. Of course, all that remained was money. Rich Gu Jun was the moniker his university peers, both openly and subtly, bestowed upon him, infused with affection and mockery. Extravagant in his generosity lavishing on food, drinks, and entertainment, this was his sole merit within the university. Perhaps the rigors of college entrance examinations had drained him of the very essence of his academic spirit, leaving the once fervent aspiration to become a doctor like my mother devoid of meaning. After entering university, he completely lost his drive. He transformed from a top student into an underachiever, barely passing or failing courses, spending his days and nights in revelry, indulging in nightlife and pursuits of romance. Languishing in a haze of intoxication, as time wore on, professors discarded all expectations of him, counselors abandoned hope, and many classmates chose to avoid him. They all said that someone like Gu Jun would only tarnish Dong's house reputation. Associating with him would lead to mutual ruin. Gu Jun offered no rebuttal, for deep down, he acknowledged the truth of their word. She was indeed a slacker and intended to continue in that vein. Until 6 months ago, Gu Jun received the second piece of devastating news in his life, that he had a brainstem tumor. Moreover, it is a medulloblastoma, the most malignant type of brainstem tumor, and the patient has no chance of surgical intervention. Even if surgery were an option, with subsequent radiotherapy and chemotherapy, the average survival period for patients is a mere 0.9 years, less than a year. In that moment, Gu Jun, who had been despondent for 2.5 years, seemed to be doused with a bucket of cold water, awakening to reality. The extravagant Gu had perished, and Gu Jun had returned. He began to uplift his spirits and pursue active treatment. However, the brainstem is the nerve center of the human body, often referred to as a surgical forbidden zone, a region that even the great Hua Tuo would shy away from. At that time, he traversed numerous cities and countries, but found no hospital willing to undertake his surgery. After 3 months of fruitless searches for medical assistance and exhaustive research into the latest global medical information on brainstem tumors, Gu Jun accepted the harsh truth that he was beyond medical salvation and no amount of wealth could remedy his plight. Consequently, he made 2 pivotal decisions. First, he purchased a luxurious cruise ticket, embarking from Dongzhou City, traversing the Strait of Malacca, and reaching the Indian Ocean. He resolved to savor his remaining time during that sweltering summer vacation, visiting the places where his parents had worked in their lifetimes, fulfilling a childhood wish. If he were still alive, he would continue to journey around the world. Second, he retained only a few thousand yuan for himself, donating the remainder of his fortune, a sum of 1 million yuan, to the Swan Children's Hope Fund, designated for the education of orphans. That if there were a next life, he hoped to perform good deeds, aspiring to be reborn into a fortunate circumstance. Hello, Mr. Gu. We have arrived at the Longcan submarine volcano area. Your reserve deep-sea diving project is ready. Please proceed to the ship's ladder within half an hour." A sweet voice of a waitress jolted Gu Jun from his reverie as he sat in the open-air CAF on the top deck. "All right," he nodded. "I can head over now." With that, he graciously tipped her. The waitress accepted the tip, her smile growing even brighter. This Mr. Gu was not only handsome, but also generous, making her service to him a joyful experience. She cheerfully said, "Mr. Gu, please follow me." Thus, Gu Jun followed the waitress down to the lower deck, gazing at the surrounding sea, overwhelmed by a myriad of emotions. Was this truly the place where his parents had met their fate? As a child, Gu Jun had never held a fondness for the sea. He could never comprehend why his father, the captain of the seabird research vessel, and his mother, the ship's doctor, had spent years at sea while leaving him in the care of guardians. What were they researching? Was it truly more significant than their own child? That wretched, unaccountable research company had only provided a statement. The seabird encountered a storm and was deemed lost with all hands, followed by a meager compensation of 500,000 yuan. Thereafter, there was no further information. The ship was never found, and neither were the bodies. Soon after, the company shuttered its doors. What had truly transpired back then? The sea was an eerie, deep blue, the waves churning incessantly, concealing the past at tea times. Gu Jun even pondered whether his parents had truly perished. Perhaps they had not succumbed in the shipwreck, but were instead stranded on a deserted island, awaiting rescue? Or had they simply sunk to the depths of this very sea? Driven by an insatiable quest for answers, he invested a considerable sum to partake in this deep-sea exploration project. An opportunity for visitors to descend into a submersible vessel capable of plunging to depths of 2,000 meters, affording them a glimpse of the ocean's volcanic ridges through its windows. This was not a standard offering akin to a mere ticket. Rather, it was an exclusive privilege reserved for the affluent, given the exorbitant costs associated with each descent. As he approached the ship's ladder, only a few steps away, Gu Jun observed the presence of several crew members alongside 3 young men and 1 woman. "Esteemed guests, welcome to the fabled Longcan underwater volcanic belt," exclaimed one youthful male in his 20s, brandishing a smartphone as if engaged in a live broadcast. His attire was garish, complemented by an ostentatious afro hairstyle, reminiscent of a reggae aesthetic that Gu Jun listened intently as the young man cryptically narrated to his audience. The local indigenous tribes refer to this place as Hamkanaba, which translates to Demon Abyss. The other young man, slightly older and possessing a robust physique, wore a pink tank top that showcased his muscular arms, resembling tree trunks. He impatiently inquired of the captain, "How much longer must we wait?" The young woman appeared to be the youngest of the trio, likely around 16 or 17 years of age. Tall and strikingly beautiful, she donned a fashionable military green jacket paired with shorts, her legs long and slender, accentuated by prominent tattoos on her left calf. Whether genuine or merely decals remained uncertain. She was the first to notice Gu Jun's arrival, her gaze icy and haughty as she twirled a military knife in her hand, projecting an aura of exclusivity. "It is as follows. This dive was initially reserved by another guest," the elderly captain awkwardly explained, suddenly brightening. "Ah, Mr. Gu, you've arrived sooner than expected." At the captain's signal, the female attendant discreetly departed, while Gu Jun continued to advance under the scrutiny of the others. The captain proceeded with introductions. The reggae enthusiast was named Li Lurue, the muscular man was Wu Dong, and the military-clad girl was Lin Xiaodang. They were all deemed supreme VIPs by the captain's unspoken implications, suggesting they hailed from influential families that one should never offend. Originally, the trio intended to rent a speedboat for recreational activities in the vicinity, but, upon encountering the submersible, expressed their desire to join the deep-sea dive. The submersible accommodated a total of 7 seats. 3 were occupied by 2 operators and 1 safety officer, leaving 4 seats for tourists, all of which had been reserved by Gu Jun. Since the submersible required extensive safety checks after every dive, and given the cruise's itinerary, this month presented only one opportunity for a descent. With the 3 gentlemen exhibiting such enthusiasm, the captain proposed a compromise to Gu Jun. Would it be agreeable for them to share the costs and seats for this excursion? After all, sharing joy is preferable to solitary enjoyment. "That sounds acceptable," Gu Jun shrugged, acknowledging the open seats without concern. However, Wu Dong, the muscular man, appeared reluctant, his expression indicating he had more to say. Meanwhile, Li Lurue remained engrossed in his live broadcast, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding discussion. Gu Jun's attention turned to the military-clad young woman, a flicker of recognition sparking within him had he encountered her in recent days aboard the cruise. "What are you staring at?" Lin Xiaodang shot back at him with an expression that was exceptionally fierce, clearly displeased by his scrutiny. "I'm looking at you," Gu Jun replied candidly. His directness took Lin Xiaodang aback, leaving her momentarily speechless. You all can choose for yourselves. I certainly don't mind sharing the boat." Gu Jun chuckled, casting a glance at the three of them before descending the ship's ladder, unperturbed. The impending uncertainty of life had bestowed upon him a remarkable calmness in dealing with people and situations. "Hey kid, stop right there," Wu Dong shouted, hopping in frustration. Come back, come back." But Gu Jun continued on without pausing. Meanwhile, Li Lue had already bounded down the ship's ladder, phone in hand, capturing the moment, while casually draping an arm around Gu Jun's shoulder, grinning familiarly. "Old buddy, don't take it to heart that guy Wu Dong is just a buffoon, a simpleton. Look at my live stream every time Wu Dong appears. The viewers flood the chat with Iron Fool. Iron Fool, Lin Xiaodang muttered under her breath as she passed by Wu Dong, clearly irritated. Wu Dong was genuinely vexed, scratching his head. You all were the ones who said to keep it a secret. Aren't you all live streaming? What sort of secrecy is this? Gu Jun pondered, bemused by the collective foolishness. After a brief delay, everyone donned their protective gear under the operator's guidance and took their seats in the submersible. The tourist seats were arranged in 2 rows of 4, with Gu Jun occupying seat 1, Li Lue in seat 2 to his right, Lin Xiaodang behind him in seat 3, and Wu Dong in seat. Before long, the hatch of the submersible sealed shut, and they began their descent, enveloped by the shifting hues of the ocean as it transitioned from blue to black 200 meters. 500 meters, 1,000 meters, to that moment. Gu Jun, who had been gazing out the window, overheard the trio whispering among themselves. Are you sure this is the right area? Erue? Wu Dong inquired. I'm not certain how reliable this information is. Lin Xiaotang's tone was laced with skepticism. Even if you don't believe me, I trust that guy. What I heard was that it's right here. But with the ocean floor being so vast, whether we capture anything will depend on our luck, Li Lue asserted confidently, though the ocean depths lacked signal for live streaming. He continued filming nonetheless. Gu Jun understood they were on an expedition in this day and age. The internet was rife with various bizarre rumors, including numerous alleged sea monster sightings. Yet credible evidence had always eluded them. Occasionally, a few blurry photographs or indistinct videos would surface, only to be debunked later. Yet, given the circles these 3 traveled in, the news they had heard, surely it wasn't referring to those internet tales? Viewers, Li Lue resumed filming. Look how dark it is outside. We've descended over 1,500 meters and are nearing the ocean floor. To capture a clearer shot, he unfastened his safety belt and stood up to lean closer to the porthole. Mr.Li. Please return to your seat. This is dangerous. There are many undercurrents at the ocean floor. The old captain weakly advised. Very soon, very soon. Li Lue gestured with an okay sign and continued, if not for being inside the submersible, humans would be crushed by the immense pressure of the deep sea. Gradually, Gu Jun became indifferent to their chatter, peering through the beam of the spotlight at the indistinct, rugged seabed beyond the adjacent window, his heart subtly yearning to behold a dilapidated shipwreck. Yet he also feared witnessing such a scene. Uncertain if it was a hallucination induced by the brainstem tumor, he suddenly noticed a half-human tall spire protruding from the seafloor, resembling a rock, yet it appeared to be covered in intricate carvings, a plethora of patterns and textures. The more he gazed, the more those carvings seemed to take on an eerie quality, as if they were oozing a molten substance tinged with the color of blood. Distorted, morbid, yet brimming with vitality. Even the darkness appeared scorched. Bang! Suddenly, the magma seemed to erupt violently, surging towards him before he could react, engulfing him in a torrential wave. It hurts! Gu Jun stifled a groan, his hands clutching his head as an excruciating pain threatened to explode within him, cold sweat instantly drenching his body. Were these illusions? Countless indescribable images flooded into the depths of his mind. Bizarre, terrifying, maddening. It hurts, it hurts. He felt as though his eyes were bleeding, a crimson haze enveloping his vision. He beheld a tempest, a colossal figure rising from the depths of the ocean. There's a whirlpool, an abnormal whirlpool. He seemed to hear the old captain's frantic shouts. Ascend immediately. Return quickly. The submersible jolted violently. Fortunately, everyone was secured in their seats, but Gu Jun thought he heard Li Lue scream, followed by Lin shouting and the other's exclamations, Rue? Ding ding, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Binding with the host. Binding successful. Assessing the host condition. What is this? Gu Jun's consciousness wavered, yet he could distinctly see a system interface in his mind. Host physical examination report generated. Please review. Name, Gu Jun. Species, Homo sapiens. Gender, male. Age, 21. Height, 182 cm. Weight, 78 kg. Body fat percentage, 17. Heart rate, 81 beats min. Normal blood pressure, systolic, 100 mmHg. Diastolic, 77 millimeters of mercury. Normal blood glucose, 4.82 mol. Normal red blood cell count, 4.91012 L. Normal white blood cell count, 6.78109 L. Normal. Brainstem. Fatal anomaly, fatal anomaly, fatal anomaly. The host brainstem has undergone mutation, with a malignant tumor rapidly developing. At the current growth rate, it is anticipated that in 32 days, the host will exhibit symptoms such as strabismus, facial distortion, and facial muscle spasms, and in 60 days, the host will experience sudden death. What is all this? It seems my condition has truly deteriorated. Ding, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Due to abnormalities in the host's brainstem, the host must complete self-rescue tasks within 60 days or face death. A new task list has been released. Completing tasks will yield rewards. The higher the task level, the greater the reward. Tasks are categorized into 3 levels: ordinary, difficult, and abyssal. Only one task can be selected from 3 options at a time, so choose wisely. Currently, only one task of each level can be active until it is completed or the deadline is exceeded. The task list refreshes at midnight each day. July 21st, 2020. Ordinary task. Successfully rescue an emergency patient today. Task reward. A box of targeted medication for human brainstem tumors, which can extend the host's life by 5 days. Difficult task. Complete the dissection of 3 normal human cadavers within 3 days. Task reward. A callip knife for dissection. Abyssal task. Complete the dissection of 1 ghoul within a week. Task reward. Unknown. Please claim your novice gift pack. This is a one-time opportunity with generous rewards. Chapter 2. Steady hands. Gu Jun's consciousness felt hazy, as if trapped within an interface. Host information. Gu Jun. Host ability list. 0. Your strength determines your capacity to face various challenges. Strive to acquire more and stronger abilities. Task list. Current number of accepted tasks. 0. Achievement list. Current number of achievements. 0. Other functions. Unlocked. Is this a system? Gu Jun pondered, attempting to mentally click on these sections. The Other Functions tab remained inaccessible, while the host information displayed his comprehensive medical examination data, similar to his most recent results. The task list consisted of the 3 aforementioned tasks. What about the ability list? He clicked. Ding. A dialog box appeared. The host currently possesses no abilities. Please claim your novice gift pack. He continued to click on the achievement list. Ding. The host has no achievements. Please claim your novice gift pack. Gu Jun surveyed the information, finding no valuable hints. However, as a seasoned player of various games, he vaguely understood the situation. He focused his thoughts and clicked to claim the novice gift pack. You have opened the novice gift pack and randomly acquired an ability. Please check. Host ability list. 1. Steady hands. Rarity. From low to high. 1 star to 10 stars. Trainable levels. 3. Current level. First level 0500. 0 proficiency. Description. No matter the circumstance, your hands will remain steadier. As a healer, a composed pair of hands is invaluable in any treatment or surgery. Steady hands is a common ability with a modest ceiling, comparable to the skilled hands of seasoned practitioners. In an instant, Gu Jun's hands were engulfed in an excruciating pain, as if they had been reduced to ashes by searing flames, only to be reformed in the grip of an unforgiving cold. But it was merely a fleeting moment before he could even utter a cry. The agony dissipated, replaced by an extraordinary sense of comfort that felt like a rebirth. His hands opened and closed. Something seemed different. Calm hands. Gu Jun was acutely aware of how vital a skilled pair of hands is for a doctor, especially for a surgeon. Only those endowed with exceptional talent and who have undergone rigorous practice can achieve such composure. Though he possessed talent, after several years, his skills could only be described as mediocre. He struggled even to dispatch a mouse efficiently. A system? A power? Gu Jun pondered internally, contemplating whether this was genuine or merely a figment of imagination brought on by a brain tumor, for he had never possessed such imaginative prowess before. Is this real? This line of thought prompted a cascade of questions. Why did I trigger the system? Is it because of that shard of spiked stone? Is it related to my parents' research? He asked with urgency. The system lacks dialogue functionality, came the mechanical reply. What were those visions I saw when binding the system? The system lacks dialogue functionality. Can you say something else? The system lacks dialogue functionality. And no matter what Gu Jun inquired, the system consistently responded with, the system lacks dialogue functionality. It appeared he was dealing with yet another artificial intelligence devoid of understanding. Choosing to refrain from further questions, Gu Jun began to organize his thoughts. So, by completing tasks and receiving rewards such as certain medications, I can cure the tumor and survive, while simultaneously enhancing my abilities and later unlock additional functions. As he contemplated these possibilities, a powerful surge coursed through him, the first such vigorous heartbeat he had experienced in recent months, perhaps even in his entire life. That I am far from finished, I must uncover the truth behind it all. Thus, he resolved to undertake tasks for self-preservation. Glancing at the task list, he faced a choice among three options. The ordinary task involved successfully rescuing an emergency patient within the day for someone working in an emergency department. This posed little challenge. The difficult task required that cacophony echoed all around, indistinguishable whether it was the roar of the ocean or the wailing of demons. Lin Zitang's eyes widened in astonishment, as everyone else gazed in disbelief at the bizarre spectacle illuminated by the searchlights just outside the windows of the vessel. A multitude of fish swarmed in a frenzied dance, filling the surrounding space, darting about in a panic, yet finding no refuge. What kind of terror tormented these creatures, born to thrive in the abyssal darkness? Oh my God, it's true, the rumors are real. Wu Dong exclaimed in fear, a once muscular man now curled up pitifully. I shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have. Not only him, but the old captain and the three crew members were also pale with fright. Despite their years of experience, none had ever encountered such a phenomenon. Bang! The vessel lurched violently again, sending Li Lerue hurtling upwards, nearly colliding with the ceiling. Instinctively, his right hand shot out, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. His forearm seemed to fracture, blood seeping from his sleeve. Help me! Li Lerue wailed. Nobody unbuckle your seatbelts. The old captain finally asserted his authority, shouting at the crew, remain seated and don't move. Wu Dong remained huddled, trembling violently, unsure if it was his body shaking or the boat quaking. Lin Xiaodang was in a daze, repeatedly calling for help, though her voice seemed to falter. She recalled her disdain for those who screamed at the mere thought of bungee jumping. She was never afraid, merely feeling her heart race. Yet now, her body betrayed her, ensnared by an unshakable nightmare, yearning to scream but unable to utter a sound. Meanwhile, Gu Jun remained composed, assessing the situation. The distance between the two seats was minimal, nearly connected. Within reach as the vessel pitched again, propelling Li Lerue across the cabin. The moment had arrived. Gu Jun thrust his hand out, feeling the effects of his calm hand ability in full force. His right hand moved with unprecedented speed, stability, strength, and precision, grasping the target firmly. To Lin Xiaodang and the others, it was an unbelievable sight. Li Lerue's 175 centimeters frame was hurtling through the air with tremendous force. Yet, Gu Jun caught him effortlessly. He then swiftly maneuvered him into the adjacent empty seat, fastening the safety belt in one fluid motion. What extraordinary strength was this? Brother, thank you, thank you. Li Lerue slumped in his seat, grimacing in pain, his voice trembling. You saved my life. You're incredible. Gu Jun was now nearly certain that he was not losing his sanity. The system was indeed real, and so was the calm hand, for his earlier actions had been remarkably deft. Briefly distracted by the thought, he focused on stabilizing Li Lerue while observing and inquiring. What is your name? A moment ago, chaos ensued here. The submersible trembled slightly, yet the old captain had already maneuvered the vessel to begin its ascent. However, it would take approximately another hour to return. Meanwhile, Li Lerue's injuries remained uncertain, necessitating immediate medical attention. Me? Li Lerue, what delicacies do you enjoy? May not be specific? Gu Jun retrieved his mobile phone, activated the flashlight, and directed it towards Li Lerue's eyes. Hey! Li Lerue instinctively attempted to evade. Stay still, Gu Jun commanded. Everyone was taken aback. Why did he still exhibit the demeanor of a physician? The old captain turned his gaze back, visibly flustered and anxious. Alongside him, 3 crew members inside the submersible were solely responsible for piloting operations and possessed only a rudimentary understanding of medical procedures. Primarily regarding deep-sea claustrophobia, they had never encountered an incident during deep-dive projects, rendering the current situation their first true test. As Gu Jun prepared to take further action, the old captain urgently interjected, "Mr. Gu, please refrain from acting rashly. Let the ship's doctor attend to Mr. Lee once we return to the cruise liner. I am an 8-year clinical medical student from Dongzhou University." Gu Jun exclaimed impulsively, a tremor coursing through him. "Indeed, my name is Gu Jun, an aspiring physician from Dongzhou University, not a wealthy dandy." Gu Jun raised his brow and opened his task list in his mind. Ordinary task. Successfully save an emergency patient within today. Task reward. 1 box of targeted medication for human brainstem tumors, capable of extending the host's life by 5 days. Task accepted. Task acceptance complete. What specific delicacies? Can you articulate them? Ignoring the astonished skepticism of those around him, Gu Jun inquired once more. Jianbingguozi, white-cut chicken, roasted duck. L'Ire, though perplexed, answered earnestly, roasted chick, roasted goose, roasted pig, roasted duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat songhua, and small intestines. Excellent. Gu Jun placed his right hand on Leru's left wrist, checking his pulse for a moment, murmuring, rapid pulse, normal respiration, clear consciousness, coherent responses. Bilateral pupils equal and reactive. Sensitive to light, I preliminarily assess heart and lung function as normal, with no apparent cranial injuries. Upon hearing this, the old captain promptly sealed his lips. Lin Xiatang's eyes brightened, her mind gradually revitalized. Wonderful, Dr. Gu. Wu Dong was nearly moved to tears. This individual named Gu indeed appeared to be a medical student that I end this life-and-death scenario. Having a doctor felt akin to grasping a lifeline, bolstering their courage significantly. Moreover, an 8-year program at Dongzhou University. The students there are undoubtedly exceptional. I could see that moment. Gu Jun reached into Leru's shirt, probing around. "Brother, why are you touching me?" Leru stammered, a mixture of embarrassment and fear evident on his face. Chapter 3. The First Rescue. An examination. Of course. It is an examination, otherwise would I be touching you? I fear nightmares at night, as well. Gu Jun, with a sense of helplessness, examined Leru's chest and back, remarking, there are no apparent injuries or bleeding on the torso. And, aside from the right hand, the other limbs also show no significant external trauma. Fortunately, your injuries are not too severe. Just as the others began to breathe a sigh of relief, the submersible jolted again, prompting Leru to cry out in agony. I feel as if I am on the brink of death. Noticing his complexion growing increasingly pale and the blood seeping from the cuff of his right sleeve, Gu Jun felt a sense of urgency and insisted, "Continue to tell me about your favorite foods. Do not stop." This would help him assess the patient's mental clarity. "Mountain chicken, rabbit meat, vegetable python, silver fish," Leru lamented, continuing his list with great effort. After a significant period, the submersible finally stabilized, and Gu Jun promptly attended to Leru's right hand injury, carefully rolling up his sleeve. Meanwhile, the old captain seized the opportunity to retrieve the small medical kit placed beside the control panel, and as the sleeve tugged at the wound, Leru nearly broke into tears from the pain. When the others beheld the horrific state of his right forearm, they could not fault him for his vulnerability. It was a grievous sight. A gaping laceration approximately 10 centimeters long marred the outer side of his forearm, blood gushing forth, with some muscle exposed, and even a glimpse of white bone faintly visible. It was the radius. As Gu Jun examined the wound, astonishment washed over him. This was not a simple skull fracture or a distal fracture, it was a mid-shaft fracture. Medical knowledge indicated that such an injury required an immense force, comparable to that of a vehicular collision. The jolt they had just experienced had been sufficient to inflict such a grave injury on Leru. Preliminary diagnosis suggests an open fracture of the forearm. Gu Jun frowned and stated, "Brother, I must attend to you promptly to stabilize and control the bleeding, otherwise I fear you may succumb to hemorrhagic shock." "All right," Leru nodded vigorously to make a tea that moment. The old captain handed the medical kit to Gu Jun, saying, "Mr. Gu, here you go." Gu Jun accepted the kit and opened it, surveying the scissors, gauze, and other instruments within. He took a deep breath to maintain his composure. In truth, this was his first experience treating someone else as a student at Dongzhou. He had only begun his hospital internship in his senior year, which would extend into his 5th year. For a year and a half, he was uncertain if he would even survive this ordeal. Now about the food? Keep going, he urged as he first used the scissors to sever the fabric of Li Lerua's sleeve at the upper third of his right arm, wrapping a layer of gauze around to protect the skin before tightly fastening a tourniquet to halt the blood circulation in the forearm. Stir-fried silver noodles, braised eel, it hurts so much, Li Lerue shrieked. Stir-fried shrimp, sautéed clams, stir-fried noodles. Gu Jun then fashioned 2 medicine boxes into a makeshift splint to stabilize and dress the wound on Li Lerua's forearm. Perhaps due to his calm demeanor, his hands did not tremble in the least. Lin Xiaodang observed with a hint of curiosity, "Why don't you reattach his arm first? Return it." Gu Jun continued his work with unwavering focus, stating earnestly, "In the case of an open fracture, one must not recklessly attempt to force the exposed muscles and bones back into place, as this could lead to further damage to the nerves and blood vessels, not to mention the risk of introducing bacteria into the wound, which could result in a deep infection. This is basic medical knowledge." Lin Xiaodang found herself at a loss for words, her eyes darting around as she realized she had posed an utterly foolish question. "But I'm not a medical professional. Who would dare to witness such gruesome sights?" It was already quite a feat that she could even bear to look at Wu Dong, on the other hand, could not bring himself to watch it all. He covered his eyes and shrank to one side, hastily declaring, "I'm squeamish about blood." Fortunately, just before Wu Dong truly succumbed to his queasiness, Gu Jun had successfully treated Li Lerua's right hand. Every 40 to 60 minutes, loosen the tourniquet for 2 minutes to prevent this hand from suffering ischemic necrosis. If you feel any discomfort, speak up immediately. All right. Li Lerua's complexion improved, and the stabilization of his wound brought him considerable relief. While everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a sense of anxiety lingered as they had not yet fully escaped peril. Thankfully, the submersible was no longer jostling about. "Where's my phone?" Li Lerue, feeling rejuvenated, began to scan his surroundings. "Everyone, help me look, I think I captured something. Right here." Gu Jun found it at his feet and, upon inspection, discovered the screen was utterly shattered and the device powered down. He pressed the power button, but it would not turn on. Lerue watched anxiously. No way. It was a treasure he had nearly risked his life to retrieve. "Let me try." Lin Xiaodang, seated behind Gu Jun, took the phone and attempted to power it on, but remained unresponsive. "Did you see anything at that moment?" Gu Jun inquired of Li Lerue, recalling the sharp rock he had glimpsed. "Nothing." Li Lerue shook his head with a sigh. "Suddenly, I just felt there was no time to look. What a pity that this phone stored data internally without an SD card. They could only hope to repair it once they returned." 40 minutes later, Gu Jun loosened the tourniquet on Li Lerue once more. During the procedure, Li Lerue howled in pain like a slaughtered pig, his face drenched in cold sweat, accompanied by dry heaves. Gu Jun feared he might go into shock from the tourniquet or truly vomit. But thankfully, that did not occur. 17 minutes later, the group noticed the light from the surrounding seawater brightening, drawing closer to the surface. Soon, amidst their anxious hearts, a loud crash resounded as the submersible broke through the sea's surface. Peering out the window, they glimpsed a distant cruise ship. The sky was clear, and the sea tranquil, devoid of any storm. "Ah!" Wu Dong shouted, a mixture of laughter and tears escaping him, overwhelmed with the euphoria of having narrowly escaped death. "We made it! Ha ha ha, we all survived!" "Shut up!" Lin Xiaodang retorted angrily. "We're not out yet, and you're already making declarations." The others shared her apprehension. Was that really a declaration? Wu Dong hastily covered his mouth with his fluffy hands. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the submersible safely docked beside the cruise ship. The rescue team, already prepared, swiftly descended into the cramped cabin. They first secured Li Lerue onto a stretcher and then carefully lifted him onto the deck of the cruise liner. The old captain was bustling about, his brow glistening with sweat. Should anything happen to this young man, it would spell disaster for him. Gu Jun maintained a conversation with Li Lerue to monitor his mental state until he could hand him over to the ship's doctor. The physician expressed sincere gratitude, stating, "Mr. Gu, you handled this exceptionally well. Had the bleeding not been staunched in time, they might have been transporting a corpse. Li Lerue required surgery at once, but the medical facilities aboard the cruise ship were limited. Thus, he needed to be airlifted directly to the nearest hospital in the Maldives for treatment. Lin Xiaodang and Wu Dong would accompany him, and at that moment, the three were bidding farewell to Gu Jun on the lower deck of the ship. "Dr. Gu, we truly owe you," Wu Dong said, shedding his earlier arrogance and roughness. He grasped Gu Jun's hands firmly, his face radiating sincerity. "If anything had happened to Rue, I would have been terrified. Once we return to Huaxia, let's gather again, It's a promise. Absolutely. Lilure, lying on the stretcher, replied earnestly, "You must allow me the opportunity to repay your kindness. A meal will suffice." Gu Jun replied with a smile, genuinely modest about his efforts, having merely fulfilled his duty as a medical professional. However, all the delicacies you've encountered must grace the table. Li Lirue and Wu Dong burst into hearty laughter, promptly exchanging WeChat and phone numbers to keep in touch, promising to send any photos captured on that phone at the first opportunity. Yet, Lin Xiaodang stood silently to the side, saying nothing, her fierce demeanor returning. Only as they prepared to depart did she cast Gu Jun a significant glance, seemingly challenging him. Gu Jun found himself bewildered, unsure of how he had offended her. Once the handover was complete and the group had just begun to move away from the stretcher, Gu Jun suddenly heard a chime in his mind. Ordinary task complete. Your proficiency in Tower in Hand has increased. Your current level is the first tier 10005,000 proficiency. Task reward has been issued. 1 box of targeted medication for human brainstem tumors, effective in extending the host's life by 5 days. Gu Jun felt a weight in his shirt pocket. Reaching in, he discovered a small box had indeed appeared. With no one around, he took it out to examine it, and upon seeing the printing on the medication box, he was instantly filled with confusion. This is Chapter 4. The anomalous medicine. The night sky loomed heavily as the cruise ship glided slowly across the boundless sea, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. Within a luxurious suite on the upper deck, Gu Jun sat at his writing desk, furrowing his brow as he gazed at a small medicine box placed before him. It had been over half a day since he received this box as a reward for a mission, and his perplexity only deepened. The box was a small, square cardboard container, resembling the packaging of ordinary cold medication. Yet the script inscribed upon it was neither Chinese nor English, rendering him utterly unable to decipher its language. Inside the box lay a solitary row of medication, encased in aluminum foil, containing merely 5 round, white capsules. There was no instruction manual. Even the foil bore the same inscrutable script. Gu Jun's initial thoughts wandered to whether it resembled the language found on the jagged peak of a mountain, or perhaps another language in the world. However, after spending an entire night scouring the internet, comparing it to a plethora of mainstream languages and hundreds of obscure dialects, he found no match, not even a semblance. It was as if this language were not a product of human cognition. He harbored a vague sense that this script did not belong to Earth. Yet, with thousands of languages spoken by humanity, he could not definitively ascertain the accuracy of his intuition. Furthermore, the notion of a targeted drug for brainstem tumors was disconcerting. Only a handful of pharmaceutical giants on Earth possessed the capability to manufacture such a medication. If this were indeed a product of Earth, the inscriptions on the box would likely be in English, German, or French. Aside from the enigmatic script, both sides of the front face of the box bore an identical emblem in the upper right corner, which appeared to be a trademark. The design resembled a side profile of a marine creature, a fish with a whale-like body, its dorsal and caudal fins sharply serrated, while its pectoral and pelvic fins took on an oddly limb-like shape. Like the script, he could not ascertain the identity of this creature. Yet the more he scrutinized the emblem, the more he sensed an inexplicable frenzy emanating from it. Lost in thought for an indeterminate period, Gu Jun felt a dull ache pulsating in his head. When he glanced at the clock, he realized it was nearly midnight. Previously, the system had informed him that the task list would refresh after midnight. He observed the second hand ticking away, and as the clock struck 12, he promptly opened the task list, which indeed had been updated. Normal task: successfully administer intravenous injections using a rubber tourniquet for 1,000 repetitions. Hone your injection skills. Task reward: 1 box of targeted medication for human brainstem tumors, capable of extending the host's lifespan by 5 days. Challenging task: successfully diagnose and treat 100 pediatric patients within the day. Task rue: the arduous task aboard the cruise ship could not be fulfilled. However, the ordinary task remained rather simple, requiring only a scalp vein needle and a rubber tourniquet. At that moment, Gu Jun contacted the cruise service desk to request these 2 items, citing the need to practice his injection skills. Now a distinguished VIP, such a modest request posed no challenge. Soon, a server delivered the items, which were provided in a small box. With the supplies in hand, Gu Jun accepted the ordinary task and promptly began his practice at the desk. The rubber tourniquet was the most common yellow hollow band, and piercing it with the needle simulated the sensation of penetrating a blood vessel. Thus, mastering the application of the tourniquet was the first step for nurses learning to administer injections. Although Gu Jun had not undergone formal nursing training, he had experience injecting experimental animals and was familiar with intravenous procedures. He held the scalp vein needle and diligently practiced inserting it into the tourniquet at a 30 to 40-degree angle, repeating the motion multiple times. Previous attempts had proven fruitless. Mindless jabbing did not count as success. After more than 2 hours and 1,000 repetitions, he had thoroughly perforated numerous tourniquets, leaving his right arm feeling sore and fatigued, exacerbated by a condition brought on by overuse during the night. At that moment, he heard a chime in his mind. Ordinary task completed. Your proficiency in tower in hand has increased, now at level 1, 1500 to 5000 proficiency. Task rewards have been distributed. 1 box of targeted medication for human brainstem tumors. Effective in prolonging the host's life by 5 days. Once again, Gu Jun felt a weight in his pocket and reached in to retrieve another box of medication. Upon comparing the 2 boxes closely, he noticed that only a few printed words differed, likely indicating numbers, batch codes, and production dates. A linguist might discern more, but he could only identify some medical clues. The contents resembled temozolomide. Gu Jun extracted 2 rows of 10 white capsules from the boxes and examined them meticulously. Temozolomide is a first-line targeted drug for brainstem tumors, yet various types exist. It specifically treats glioblastoma multiforme and anaplastic astrocytoma. Unfortunately, he suffered from medulloblastoma, for which no targeted medication was available on the market. The composition of these capsules remained a mystery, yet it was evident they were chemical drugs, small molecules capable of traversing the blood-brain barrier and potentially affecting the tumor. Everything seemed in order. The question lingered. Was this truly a targeted drug for human brainstem tumors? The more Gu Jun pondered, the more anxious he became, casting a glance at the tranquil sea beyond the balcony, which appeared to him as a raging tempest. With indescribable delusions swirling upon the surface, he envisioned a monstrous entity, struggling to break free from the confines of the abyss, yearning for sustenance, vibrant lives to consume. What if I am the sustenance? What if these drugs are traps set by the monster? What if death is not the most terrifying fate? Such thoughts sent a shiver down Gu Jun's spine. He rose to his feet, gazing at the ocean, gripping the tablets tightly in his hand. The devil tempts you with your most coveted desires. The underwater pinnacle. Does this mysterious force have any connection to the research conducted by my parents back in the day? Gu Jun paced a few steps. Although the tranquilizer was indeed effective, it did not necessarily imply the same for this box of medicine. Even if time was of the essence, he resolved to maintain his composure until he unraveled the situation. For decisions made in a fit of irrationality often lead to dire consequences. This cautious approach towards the unknown had already overshadowed the earlier exhilaration of regaining vitality. Moreover, as a dedicated medical student, he could not bring himself to test the medication on himself. Eureka! Gu Jun conceived a method to ascertain the efficacy of these 2 boxes of medicine. Time was of the essence. He had but 59 days left to live, akin to enduring yet another agonizing countdown to the college entrance examination. Chapter 5. Dongzhou University Medical School. July in the height of summer was sweltering, and Dongzhou City remained unchanged. The Dongzhou University Medical School was situated in the bustling Qinyun district in the northern part of the city, adjacent to the magnificent Qinyun Mountain, boasting a rich history of over a century. Here, one could find top-tier teaching facilities and an exceptional faculty, nurturing the finest medical talents. Numerous student activities filled the summer, ensuring that the campus remained lively with students, local citizens, vehicles, and tourists alike. To be erudite and compassionate, to serve humanity. Gu Jun gazed at the grand main gate of the campus, murmuring the school motto before striding forward. Having been away for nearly 3 months, he returned with an entirely different sentiment. This marked the 3rd day since the deep-sea upheaval. The previous day, the cruise ship docked in the Maldives, and he immediately took the fastest flight back to Dongzhou City, Huaxia. At midnight, the task list had refreshed, but due to environmental constraints, all tasks were exceedingly difficult to accomplish. He currently had no tasks on hand. Returning to school was paramount, as the university and its affiliated hospital offered ample conducive conditions. Moreover, to experiment with the efficacy of those medicines, he had to return here. On the street adjacent to the school gate, one could always find a few mobile food vendors selling various snacks. It was still only a little past 7, and Gu Jun had yet to have breakfast. He approached a stall selling local delicacies and inquired of the vendor, "Sir, may I have a pancake? Can I pay via WeChat?" "Yes, indeed," the vendor replied, pointing to a QR code sign hanging at the front of his cart, his face adorned with a genuine smile. "Each pancake is 5 yuan. "Very well." Gu Jun scanned the code with his phone and paid, watching the vendor prepare the pancake. The elderly man, with a head of white hair, moved with remarkable agility, displaying a vibrant spirit. While wrapping the filling, The vendor cheerfully remarked, "Young man, let me give you a little extra filling." "Thank you." Gu Jun felt a warmth in his heart. Before long, the vendor handed him the freshly made pancake with enthusiasm, urging him to enjoy it while it's hot. Gu Jun took a generous bite. The warmth was almost scorching, yet it was delicious, seemingly surpassing even the culinary creations of the cruise ship's chef. This must be the taste of home. Despite the turbulent currents outside, returning to Dongzhou University felt like coming home. "Young man, are you a student of Dongda?" The old man inquired, and upon seeing him nod, promptly gave him a hearty thumbs up, exclaiming, "Studying medicine is commendable. It enables one to heal and save lives. This is a noble endeavor, for you are the pillars of the nation." "Pillars?" Gu Jun could not help but chuckle. "Old man, are you perhaps a member of the East University Praise Society?" "You are exaggerating. In truth." The elderly gentleman, revealing his worn-down teeth, eagerly insisted, "No exaggeration. My utmost admiration goes to doctors. Studying medicine is truly admirable. Every profession can produce outstanding talent." Gu Jun finished devouring a pancake and complimented, "Old man, your pancakes are exceptionally delicious." The old man beamed with joy. "I'll give you a fried dough stick." Gu Jun accepted the fried dough stick with a smile, but still scanned to pay, feeling somewhat tricked by the old man for the 1 yuan. After parting ways with the old man, he munched on the fried dough stick as he made his way toward the campus entrance. Upon entering the campus, he headed toward the direction of the experimental building, where the foot traffic increased. Students, tourists, and parents with children filled the path. As he strolled through the northern part of the campus, Gu Jun suddenly heard someone call out to him in surprise. "Hao Jun?" Turning around, he spotted a man briskly approaching him while pushing a bicycle. "It's really you. I haven't seen you in months. You've ignored my WeChat and calls." The newcomer was of average height, with a receding hairline that was becoming increasingly noticeable, a haggard face, lifeless eyes, and heavy dark circles beneath them, making him appear nearly 40, not much younger than the old vendor he had just encountered. In reality, this individual was only 21. His appearance was merely a manifestation of academic stress, displaying signs of premature aging. His name was Kai Zixuan, one of Gu Jun's roommates. Both belonged to the 8-year clinical program, Class 3, and had previously gotten along quite well. Kai Zixuan was an honest person, often bullied by Gu Jun, who would engage in mischief while Kai Zixuan provided cover and lent him notes. Though Kai Zixuan refrained from indulging in Gu Jun's antics, their friendship was genuine. After encountering some issues, he had taken a leave of absence and had now returned. Gu Jun chuckled and playfully punched his friend's shoulder. Since he had requested confidentiality from the affiliated hospital regarding his diagnosis, very few at school were aware of his illness. With only a few doctors from the neurosurgery department privy to his situation, and they were even unaware of his status as an East University student. Kai Zixuan winced and rubbed his shoulder, saying with a hint of melancholy, "Everyone thought you had dropped out. Some even said you collapsed in a bar or that your family went bankrupt. But let us not dwell on that. It's good to have you back. If you need to retake any exams this summer, I'll lend you my notes." "I'll take all of them," Gu Jun replied, feeling a surge of warmth. "And what about you? Not going home for the summer? Did you fail any courses?" Kai Zixuan's demeanor brightened instantly, shedding years off his appearance as he exclaimed, "I made it to the finals of the Pioneer Cup with Professor Gu." "Wow!" Gu Jun exclaimed in exaggerated amazement, genuinely thrilled for his friend. "Congratulations." The Pioneer Cup is a recent initiative by the medical school, encouraging undergraduates to engage in research during their winter and summer breaks. Every year, students from various disciplines compete rigorously, but only 60 may qualify, with an equal division between the 5-year and 8-year programs. Professors meticulously select the candidates, forming 12 groups of 5 individuals each. Beyond the cultivation of personal abilities and the enhancement of interpersonal relationships, those who successfully complete their theses and achieve commendable rankings stand to gain numerous benefits. The 5-year program aims for graduate school recommendations, while the 8-year program seeks prestige and credentials. Everyone covets scholarships. Such is the fate we encounter. You see, my skills in administering medication to mice are quite commendable. Kai Zixuan is one who delights in reflecting upon matters, and when Professor Gu approached him regarding his research on photodynamic therapy for tumors, he gladly included me in his project. Fate indeed. He spoke candidly, neither boasting nor fearing to hurt Gu Jun's feelings. For the wealthy Gu Jun hardly concerns himself with the Vanguard Cup, the pillars of the nation. Gu Jun graciously passes the compliments of the elder to his friend, acknowledging that Zixuan truly deserves such praise. Suddenly, Kai Zixuan, filled with delight, recalled something. "Oh, this must be what Gu Jun cares about," he whispered. "We have a situation in our group that I think you should be aware of." "What is it?" Gu Jun inquired, puzzled. Chapter 6. Ascites-bearing tumor. Mice. Kai Zishuan glanced around before revealing. Our group leader is Wang Ruoxiang. Is that all? Gu Jun furrowed his brow in resignation. Expecting something more dramatic, it was hardly surprising, and it would have been odd if it weren't her. Indeed, it's Wang Ruoxiang, Kai Zishuan remarked with admiration. Wang Ruoxiang, the class monitor, is not only capable and beautiful, but her personality is also charming. Naturally, suitors line up from the teaching building to the administrative block, with the affluent Gu Jun among them. His pursuit was fervent, yet it culminated in a public rejection by Wang Ruoxiang. I'm sorry. We are not of the same kind. I could never be attracted to someone like you. A tall, handsome, wealthy man, even if lacking in other attributes, turn out to be such a person? At that time, everyone expressed gratitude towards Gu Jun and the class monitor, as their tale reignited their faith and love. The monitor remains single to this day. Kai Zishuan appeared oblivious to how much of a gossip he seemed at present. Don't look at me like that. Gu Jun chuckled self-deprecatingly. It's all in the past. Indeed, it is all behind them. Gu Jun's pursuit of the class monitor was partly genuine affection, but also a desire to claim their goddess, ultimately unrelated to profound sentiments. Is that so? Kai Zishuan refrained from continuing the discussion about the class monitor, glancing at his watch. Oh dear, it's almost 8. I must head to the lab. Let us go. I need to head to the experimental building as well, Gu Jun replied. Kai Zishuan's eyes sparkled with understanding, having just claimed not to be preoccupied with the class monitor, yet now eager to join the fray. Youth truly is a splendid thing. What? Gu Jun sighed in exasperation, intending to clarify but unsure of how to begin. He resigned himself. You needn't explain, I understand. Once one has traversed the vast seas, no other waters can compare. I comprehend. You understand nothing. The medical experimental building is situated in the northwest of the campus, an unremarkable structure of over a dozen stories adorned with plain white brick walls, facing a dilapidated expanse of cracked concrete. However, within its confines lie laboratories equipped with a comprehensive array of instruments for the research endeavors of faculty and students alike. Upon entering the building, Kai Zishuan led the way, providing Gu Jun with an overview of the situation. Their group's research project is entitled Study on Photodynamic Therapy of Tumors Using Various Photosensitizers. This study involves implanting tumors subcutaneously in mice, followed by photodynamic therapy with different photosensitizers, and subsequently observing the changes in the tumors. The allocated funding for this endeavor amounts to 30,000 yuan, a considerable sum for an undergraduate research project. Yet a single imported pure photosensitizer can cost upwards of 10,000 yuan. In order to explore several types of photosensitizers, Wang Ruoxiang meticulously calculated expenses, saving funds to establish domestic alternatives, while also including a blank control group, resulting in a total of 5 groups of mice. The research plan and proposal report were all meticulously prepared by the group leader. Kai Zishuan, while recounting these details, couldn't help but marvel at Wang Ruoxiang's capabilities. Although Professor Gu is their mentor, he only occasionally offers guidance, focusing primarily on publishing high-scoring papers. Hence, the success of the project relies heavily on the students' efforts. With the group leader bearing the greatest responsibility, yet facing a coveted opportunity, as Wang Ruoxiang would be the first author if the research culminates in a publication, relegating Kai Zishuan and the others to subsequent authorship. Currently, they are in the initial phase of establishing a model of acidic tumor-bearing mice, having cultivated this for a week, and today will determine its success. Kai Zishuan elaborated at length before noticing Gu Jun's silence, seemingly frowning at the mention of tumors. Gu Jun, you do realize that the success rate of modeling is not 100%. Kai Zishuan scratched his head, uncertain if Gu Jun had comprehended his previous remarks. After all, what in the world is ever 100% guaranteed? Gu Jun lowered his head, covering his face. Friend, I'm not that much of a slacker yet, am I? Indeed. Kai Zishuan was deeply moved by this statement, his expression reflecting a sense of worldly weariness as he mused. All phenomena are but dreams and illusions. However, Gu Jun seemed unable to grasp this notion. As their conversation continued, they took the elevator to the 8th floor, where their group's laboratory is located. Walking along the corridor, they arrived at the laboratory door, and Kai Zishuan pushed it open, stepping inside first, only to find that all the group members were already present, making him the last to arrive. Zishuan, we were just waiting for you. At that moment, the group fell silent upon seeing another person entering, the only sound being the faint chirping of mice. Is that Gu Jun? Didn't he drop out to travel the world? Wasn't he said to have failed? Hello everyone. Gu Jun smiled and waved to greet them. turning his attention to Wang Ruoxiang. "Hello, class monitor." Wang Ruoxiang stood by a laboratory table, her short, lustrous black hair framing a delicate oval face that, despite being bare of makeup, radiated beauty. Her tall figure, clad in a white lab coat, exuded an air of confidence and elegance. When Wang Ruoxiang caught sight of him, she slightly furrowed her brow and greeted, "Gu Jun, hello." Her voice was melodious. Gu Jun nodded in response, reflecting that after a 3-month separation, the class leader remained as enchanting as ever, yet the person he once was had vanished. Hao Jun had previously taken a leave of absence, but now he had returned. Kai Zixuan explained to the group and introduced Gu Jun. "This is Su Hai from the clinical medicine program, a familiar face, and Zhang Haoren from the basic medical sciences, as well as He Yuhan from the pharmacy program. The 5 of us are all here." Kai Zixuan then inquired, "Class leader, Hao Jun wishes to observe with us. Is that all right?" Wang Ruoxiang fell silent, pursing her lips before finally responding, "As long as you stand aside and do not cause any disturbances." She thought to herself, rich and idle. Memories surfaced of her initial infatuation with him years ago, but now she regarded him as someone indolent and utterly unworthy, akin to a rotten wood that could not be carved or a stubborn mud that could not be molded. Perhaps only through dissection would he contribute to the field of medicine. Gu Jun obediently stepped aside. Although he sensed an unkind glint in Wang Ruoxiang's gaze, perhaps merely a figment of his imagination. On the experimental table lay a row of small mouse cages, each housing a group of white Kunming mice. These were the most commonly used laboratory animals, known for their gentle demeanor and small size. With a weight of only 18 to 22 grams at 1 to 5 months of age, making them suitable for experimentation. Apart from one cage containing modeling mice, the others were empty. Recently acquired by Wang Ruoxiang from the school's laboratory animal center. Once the modeling was successful, they would serve a purpose. With the team assembled, they promptly began their tasks. Crack! Wang Ruoxiang donned rubber gloves and approached the modeling mouse cage to catch a mouse, which had been marked with a die for identification. She retrieved mouse number 1. Kai Zixuan and others assisted by recording, filming, and photographing the process. On the 8th day of intraperitoneal implantation of mouse fibrosarcoma, Wang Ruoxiang's expression was focused and earnest as she gently pressed on the noticeably distended abdomen of mouse number 1. The mouse emitted a series of pained squeaks, writhing. Yet she held it firmly. The abdominal fluid in mouse number 1 continues to increase, now presenting as frog belly. It remains vigorous and does not require euthanasia at this time. Upon hearing her words, the team members grew excited, gathering closer to observe. "Is this what a frog belly looks like?" "Impressive," Kai Zixuan exclaimed. Although they were all in an 8-year program, this was their first genuine foray into scientific research. Oh, Gu Jun also leaned in to take a look, comprehending their work. The reason for initially creating acidic tumor-bearing mice was to obtain a substantial quantity of highly active 180 tumor cells. The original cell lines were costly, with one vial sufficient for only a single mouse injection, and their 4 treatment groups required hundreds of mice to cultivate. Thus, the strategy was to first generate and then expand. Now that the mice had developed a frog belly, they could begin harvesting the abdominal fluid. Wang Ruoxiang. She suddenly turned to glance at him. "Could you move a bit further away? You're in the way." "Certainly." Gu Jun shrugged and walked away, his aura imposing enough to create an invisible barrier even at a distance of 1 meter. Kai Zixuan and the others feigned ignorance, while Wang Ruoxiang proceeded with her next steps. She deftly inserted 5 syringes into the peritoneal cavity of mouse number 1, successfully extracting a full syringe of clear yellow ascites, which she then transferred into a conical centrifuge tube before placing it in the centrifuge. Upon centrifugation, a substantial white precipitate appeared at the bottom of the tube, revealing the presence of tumor cells. Mouse number 1 had been successfully modeled. Wang Ruoxiang finally felt a sense of relief and joy. Smiling at her team, the ascites contained a significant amount of 180 tumor cells. Hooray! Haha! Being youthful, they disregarded the feelings of the mouse and erupted in cheers. Kai Zixuan praised, "We have taken the first successful step." With the initial success achieved, their next task was to implant these cells into the subcutaneous tissue of the treatment group, mice, to later conduct photodynamic therapy. There remained much to accomplish, and they continued their diligent work, removing the supernatant from the centrifuge tube, resuspending and counting the cells, and adjusting the cell concentration. To maintain cellular vitality, all injections had to be completed within an hour. Thus, they moved from one modeling mouse to the next. Adjust the cell concentration to 1 million. Yuhan, you are responsible for 0.2 milliliters per injection. Team leader, the anesthetic is ready. Each of them was filled with enthusiasm, no longer paying attention to Gu Jun. Even forgetting he was observing from the side. Gu Jun silently watched as Yuhan prepared the cell suspension. Kai Zixuan administered sodium pentobarbital intraperitoneally to anesthetize the healthy mice, while Su Hai and Zhang Haoran labeled the mice and depilated their hindquarters. Finally, Wang Ruoxiang performed subcutaneous injections of tumor cells labeled 1, 2, and 3 into the right hindquarters of each mouse, one after another. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through Gu Jun's head. Was it a manifestation of a brainstem tumor? The pain intensified abruptly, prompting an involuntary cry. Ah! The scene before him became disoriented, flickering like the shadows of a nightmare. It felt as if he could not breathe, as though he were trapped in a dilapidated laboratory filled with toppled centrifuges, microscopes, and sterilizers. Shattered Test T Chapter 7. The blood on the wall, the dark fruit sprouts from the ancient abyss. The worms of death shall endure with heaven and earth. Gu Jun murmured the phrase, a peculiar language spilling from his lips, his head throbbing as if it might burst. What does this sentence signify? Who inscribed it? A sense of dread surged from the depths of his heart, and he faintly perceived the blood letters on the wall beginning to writhe. Each letter composed of countless tiny worms, born from the decaying corpses. Gu Jun, Gu Jun. Suddenly, Gu Jun's consciousness was yanked back by the anxious calls of others, and all illusions vanished in an instant. He gasped for breath, surveying his surroundings. Everything remained unchanged, save for Kai Zixuan and Wang Ruoxiang, who had halted to gaze at him. Are you all right? How are you? Kai Zixuan inquired repeatedly, approaching with Su Hai to support him. Gu Jun's sudden outcry had startled them. Seeing him clutching his head, his complexion had noticeably worsened, indicating that he was not merely fooling around. Sit down, Wang Ruoxiang urged, pulling over a lab stool for Gu Jun. Though she harbored disdain for him, she certainly did not wish for his demise. I'm fine, Gu Jun replied, shaking his head, refusing to sit, merely lost in thought. The phrase lingered in his mind, haunting him like a nightmare. Did that laboratory truly exist? Or was it merely a figment of his disordered imagination? Don't push yourself if something's wrong, Wang Ruoxiang remarked with skepticism. Your complexion looks as if you've just been pulled from formaldehyde. Gu Jun's lips curled slightly. What an awful metaphor. Do you want some hot water? She inquired, her brow furrowed. Hot water? Gu Jun sighed. After all, it is a well-known adage in clinical practice that hot water can cure myriad ailments. At that moment, the door to the laboratory swung open, and a figure entered. Students, how is the experiment progressing? The group turned to see a middle-aged man with graying hair. His gait robust, his white lab coat billowing. It was their group mentor and physiology instructor, Professor Gu Rong. Professor Gu was renowned for his cultured demeanor and amiable nature, often sharing dry jokes with students, which earned him widespread affection. However, upon noticing Gu Jun, the smile vanished from his face. Ah, Xiao Gu is also here. Professor Gu. Gu Jun nodded, his tone serious, for he held great respect for the professor, eager to observe and learn. Oh, how curious, Professor Gu replied, his tone stiff, clearly suppressing a wave of frustration. It's rare to see you so diligent. Kai Zixuan and the others exchanged glances, all aware that Professor Gu was disappointed. In fact, he had been the last teacher to give up on Gu Jun, having previously gone to great lengths to support him. It was largely due to Professor Gu's protection that Gu Jun had not been expelled from the 8-year program. He could be considered his mentor. Don't tell me you're still preparing for a makeup exam? Professor Gu was indeed angry. Seeing Gu Jun filled him with ire. Accompanying the journey of learning something new, this individual boasts one of the highest scores in this year's 8-year program, demonstrating not merely a penchant for rote memorization, but a multifaceted talent essential for the medical field. If he were the type inclined to diligent study, there would undoubtedly be a place for him in today's laboratory. Alas, Professor Gu, Aojuan. No, Kai Zixuan hastily corrected himself. Aojuan is currently preparing for a retake. If he is preparing for a retake, he should immerse himself in his studies. Professor Gu has already lost hope in Gu Jun, as the examination does not pertain to the research conducted here. Ladies and gentlemen, I must take my leave, Gu Jun said, casting a profound glance at them before turning away. In recent months, whenever he thought of Professor Gu, he felt a pang of guilt for having squandered the professor's goodwill in the past. However, words hold no weight now. He would rather demonstrate his transformation through tangible actions. Classmates, I must candidly inform you that Gu Jun possesses remarkable talent, Professor Gu proclaimed loudly, seemingly for Gu Jun's benefit, who had not yet moved far away. Yet, he is prone to self-sabotage, and thus he has met his downfall. In the medical field, what matters most is not how intelligent you are, but rather your composure, meticulousness, and diligence. You should take him as a cautionary tale, and continued to strive forward. The students nodded thoughtfully, while Kai Zixuan let out a sigh. Wang Ruoxiang glanced at Gu Jun's departing figure and felt a slight unease within. Echoing Professor Gu's sentiments of regret. I have just received some new information, Professor Gu stated seriously. The Provincial Health Department is placing significant emphasis on our school's upcoming Pioneer Cup, aiming to select a cohort of innovative medical talents. As for the criteria and the purpose of the selection, my knowledge remains limited at this juncture, but the authorities are indeed taking this matter very seriously. The group was taken aback. There had been no prior indication of this development. Meanwhile, Gu Jun exited the laboratory and, having walked only a few paces, arrived at the entrance of another adjacent laboratory, where he knocked gently on the door. The door swung open, revealing a young man of medium stature, donning frameless glasses. Exuding a gentle demeanor, with a few unruly tufts of hair reminiscent of the fictional detective Conan, Zhang Lin, his senior. Aojuan, you finally made it, Zhang Lin, who is 2 years his senior and currently in his first year of graduate studies after securing a spot for further research post-graduation, greeted him warmly. The two had forged a friendship through their basketball club, and Zhang Lin had been curious about Gu Jun's disappearance over the past few months, only to receive a call from him yesterday. Gu Jun stepped into the laboratory and closed the door behind him. Senior, have you brought what I requested? He inquired urgently, sensing an undeniable anxiety that urged him to act swiftly. Yes, I have brought it, Zhang Lin said, scrutinizing Gu Jun closely, not missing any subtle expressions. Are you truly just using it for an experiment? What else would it be for, murder? Gu Jun replied with a wry smile. Senior, am I the type to act recklessly? Trust me, if I were to commit murder, I could devise 100 more brutal and simpler methods, none of which would allow me to evade culpability. He shook his head self-deprecatingly, then added with a smile, Senior, I also read Higashino Kigo. I know my own limitations. Zhang Lin nodded, conceding, all right then. In truth, had it been someone else requesting assistance, he would have readily obliged. It was merely the affluent Jun who inquired a few additional questions. The cell culture laboratory, though modest in size, featured 2 parallel vertical laminar flow clean workstations on one side, while the other side housed a laboratory bench adorned with a centrifuge, a constant temperature water bath, and other equipment. At the forefront stood a vertical cell incubator, all positioned against the wall. Beside the workbench on the floor lay a stainless steel trolley, upon which rested a small portable liquid nitrogen tank, 1/2 meter in height, cloaked in a deep green exterior. The cells of medulloblastoma were not readily available outside of our esteemed university. One would truly need to procure them from a cell bank. Zhang Lin gestured toward the liquid nitrogen tank, declaring it to be the laboratory's stock of cells, brought forth for their use. Gu Jun approached, gazing intently at the liquid nitrogen tank, inhaling deeply. The strategy he contemplated for addressing human brainstem tumor-targeted pharmaceuticals involved conducting animal experiments. Though drug analysis was imperative, it was not the time for it, as accurate testing necessitated a substantial quantity of medication. Using up these capsules would be insufficient. Moreover, the process was time-consuming, and the resultant data would not directly reflect the drug's efficacy. Rather, it would yield an exceedingly intricate list of chemical substances. Ultimately, the answers he sought regarding the drug's effectiveness could only be revealed through experimentation. The experimental methodology paralleled that of Wang Ruoxiang and his associates, wherein tumors were induced in experimental animals, followed by therapeutic administration to observe the outcomes. However, while Wang Ruoxiang and his team induced tumors in mice, he aimed to cultivate human-derived tumors. Utilizing Kunming mice for human-derived tumor cells was futile due to the inherent differences in species. Their immune systems would inevitably reject the human cells. Thus, it was essential to employ immunodeficient nude mice for this purpose. The human-derived cells for medulloblastoma resided within this liquid nitrogen tank, awaiting revival and cultivation prior to usage. Is the elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, truly so miraculous? Zhang Lin pondered, donning disposable gloves and a mask as he prepared to grind some herbal materials into powder. Could he really treat tumors, particularly medulloblastoma? A flicker of skepticism danced behind his glasses. He held little belief in such claims and suspected the practitioner might be a charlatan. Nevertheless, Gu Jun had a reputation for unpredictability, and similar occurrences were not unprecedented, so Zhang Lin felt no surprise. Whether a divine healer or a quack, experimentation would ultimately unveil the truth. Gu Jun also donned gloves and a mask, aware of Zhang's tendency toward suspicion, and thus spoke with an air of earnestness. That old fellow possesses considerable knowledge, and his massage techniques are quite adept. I shall take you along sometime. Zhang Lin understood the implication. As he unlocked the lid of the liquid nitrogen tank, A billow of cold mist erupted forth. He grasped the retrieval hook attached to the tank's rim and cautiously extracted a retrieval tube, causing the cold fog to swirl and billow even more. Chapter 8. The experiment with anomalous medications. Zhang Lin withdrew the retrieval tube from the liquid nitrogen tank and carefully extracted a cryovial from within it, subsequently placing the retrieval tube back, mindful of the other cryovials it contained. After securely sealing the lid of the liquid nitrogen tank, he commenced a series of patient and meticulous procedures. He first placed the cryopreservation tube in a water bath, utilizing 37 degrees Celsius warm water for rapid thawing. Subsequently, he replaced the tube with a centrifuge tube and centrifuged it for 5 minutes. He then settled at the edge of the laminar flow hood, briefly heating the tube's opening over an alcohol lamp for sterilization before discarding the waste liquid. Using a pipette, he added fresh culture medium, repeatedly mixing it by pipetting. Gu Jun observed intently nearby, seizing the opportunity to consult Brother Zhang whenever doubts arose, thereby acquiring a wealth of knowledge. He learned about controlling the centrifuge's speed and the accurate operation of the pipette. Such delicate procedures, if handled carelessly, could significantly affect cell viability and proliferation rates. Ultimately, Zhang Lin injected the cell suspension into a culture dish, added an appropriate amount of culture medium, and placed it in the 37.5°C incubator. Now we wait. At least 2 days, Zhang Lin remarked, removing his mask and adjusting his glasses. I suggest you maintain it for a week to ensure tumor formation rates are reliable. Testing a batch after 2 days should suffice. Gu Jun shrugged, replying, There's no choice. Time is limited. The system indicates that his condition will worsen in 30 days. If that is true, he may struggle to even walk by then. He added, Brother, shall we go out for a meal tonight? It's on me. No need. Zhang Lin waved him off. I still have to go administer medication to the mice. I'll cover the bill. The following 2 days, Gu Jun spent on campus, reconnecting with friends while also reviewing his studies in preparation for retaking exams. If he managed to survive but had to repeat a year, it would be quite troublesome. Additionally, he visited the laboratory building daily to tend to the cells and replace the culture medium. On the morning of the 3rd day, Zhang Lin came to inspect the cells personally, stating they had grown sufficiently. He assisted with subculturing and preparing the cell suspension. Meanwhile, Gu Jun made a trip to the school's laboratory animal center, a large breeding facility located a few hundred meters outside the campus, which felt rather isolated, perhaps due to the pervasive odor of various animals. He purchased 5 nude mice, each costing over 100 yuan, quite expensive. Fortunately, he still had 20,000 yuan in savings. Though it wouldn't last long. He lamented, money is always regrettably scarce when needed. I somewhat regret donating so early while still alive, leaving me broke. These nude mice were merely the size of 2 or 3 fingers held together, devoid of fur, and were housed in a sterile box. Exposure to any contaminated environment could easily lead to their infection and demise. Thus, their care and experimentation had to occur in a controlled environment. The barrier facility at Tokyo University's Animal Research Center was adjacent to the laboratory building, its 5-story yellow brick structure standing prominently. Gu Jun and Zhang Lin convened in the center's first-floor lobby and reserved an hour's access to a small nude mouse room. This modest 21-square-meter space comprised a front room with experimental benches and instruments, and a rear room designated for housing. Before entering, both men, along with all their equipment, underwent rigorous ultraviolet sterilization. Equipped in specially designed full-body protective suits, masks, gloves, and shoe covers, they finally stepped into the nude mouse room. Soon, at the laboratory bench in the anteroom, Gu Jun marked 5 nude mice using a perforation method, followed by subcutaneously injecting tumor cells into the right side of their hindquarters. One by one, Zhang Lin, who was assisting him, observed that these cells, when injected into a human, could theoretically induce tumor formation. Now witnessing the fervor with which the affluent Gu Jun approached the nude mice, he was reassured that this young man was not indulging in murder. Once all 5 nude mice were injected, Gu Jun placed them in a breeding cage, eagerly awaiting the possibility of tumor development. Thank you, senior brother. Gu Jun expressed his gratitude to Zhang, acknowledging that without his assistance, the process would not have gone as smoothly. Are you sure that old Chinese medicine practitioner you mentioned isn't a fraud? Over the course of the following week, Gu Jun maintained his previous routine, now incorporating daily visits to observe the cage of nude mice. Their care was managed uniformly by the personnel in the nude mouse facility, with each mouse incurring a daily cost of 3 yuan for sustenance. During this week, he completed only 3 ordinary tasks, as the ones requiring medical intervention were beyond his capacity. Despite the hospital being adjacent, he was not yet a doctor. The tasks he accomplished were related to medical practice. and he had amassed 5 boxes of medication, with his proficiency in handling them reaching the first level, 3000 to 5000. On the 7th day, Gu Jun donned sterile equipment once more and entered the nude mouse room to observe each specimen. All were alive. Mouse 1 had developed a tumor the size of a yellow bean on the right side of its hindquarters, measuring 0.5 centimeters in diameter. Mice 3 and 4 exhibited notable protrusions, with diameters of 0.3 centimeters and 0.5 centimeters, respectively. Meanwhile, mice 2 and 5 showed no signs of tumor formation. Thus, he confirmed that 3 out of the 5 nude mice had developed tumors. Gu Jun organized the 2 tumor-bearing mice into one group, the single tumor-bearing mouse into another, and assigned the 2 non-tumor mice into separate groups as well. He then procured 10 healthy nude mice from the animal center, dividing them into 2 groups of 5. Each group would receive the same dosage of a drug he named, YW New York O, while the other groups would receive no treatment, serving solely as controls. Hence, the groups consisted of tumor-bearing nude mice, non-tumor nude mice, and healthy nude mice, with each category having one group treated and another untreated. At that moment, the experimental bench was organized with 6 cages, the nude mice chirping lively. Gu Jun meticulously prepared 25 capsules of the drug, according to the system's description. One box could extend life by 5 days and contained 5 capsules, suggesting a dosage of 1 capsule per day. Considering the average weight of these nude mice was under 20 grams, administering 1 capsule per day would likely be fatal. He emptied the powder from 1 capsule to weigh the dosage, calculated the equivalent dosage for the nude mice based on his own weight, then diluted it accordingly. Before long, Gu Jun held a syringe filled with the prepared solution in one hand and secured a healthy nude mouse in the other, commencing the first gastric administration. The mouse squirmed slightly, but this unfortunate creature was still administered the injection, contributing to the advancement of medical science. At this moment, Gu Jun's heart raced. His eyes fixated on the nude mouse in his grasp. He had never conducted toxicity tests on the xenogeneic drug until now. Should it suddenly perish, the experiment would lose all significance. He observed the creature for 5 minutes, then 10, and before long, half an hour had elapsed. Yet, the nude mouse exhibited no signs of distress. It appeared that the xenogeneic drug did not possess any acute toxicity. Gu Jun exhaled in relief. Though he acknowledged that chronic toxicity required further observation, he proceeded to administer the drug to the next nude mouse. After 10 minutes, he had completed the treatment for the remaining 7 mice in the 3 dosage groups. Upon observing them for another hour, he noted that they all remained active and responsive, drinking water and consuming feed. "May all you mice survive," Gu Jun murmured, pressing his aching head. His own condition was evidently deteriorating, and he prayed for a favorable outcome. On the 2nd and 3rd days, Gu Jun diligently returned to the nude mouse facility. The tumors in the untreated group had increased from 0.3 to 0.6, with no changes in weight or general well-being. In contrast, the 2 mice that received the drug showed no alterations in tumor size, which remained at 0.5. Gu Jun understood the implications. This xenogeneic drug could indeed be effective. These capsules appeared to significantly inhibit tumor growth. Moreover, all other treated mice displayed no adverse reactions, suggesting minimal harm to their physiological functions. Perhaps, this time, there was a glimmer of hope. Despite the lingering unease in his heart, a new hope ignited within him. By the 4th and 5th days, an entire week had flown by. The tumors in the untreated group had grown to 1.5, their grotesque size starkly contrasting with their frail bodies, leading to noticeable weight loss and a decline in vitality. Conversely, the 2 treated nude mice continued to exhibit stable conditions. All treated subjects thrived, indistinguishable from the control group. The results of this experiment were undeniably gratifying. The efficacy of the xenogeneic drug surpassed that of the best tumor-targeting, small molecule drugs available on the market. However, Gu Jun was acutely aware that the potential for adverse reactions could not be entirely dismissed. This merely indicated the absence of side effects in the short term. Furthermore, this was an animal study, which differed significantly from clinical trials in humans. Nonetheless, the results warranted his willingness to take a risk. That afternoon, after penning a farewell note, Gu Jun arrived at the emergency department of the Dongda University-affiliated hospital, taking a rare seat on an empty bench. The waiting area was teeming with patients and their families, predominantly children crying and parents attempting to console them. Nurses rushed about, and attendants wheeled and rescued beds amidst the cacophony. The emergency department's announcements echoed continuously. Number 182, Chenxiang. Number 183, Wang Yuxuan. Number 184, Huang Zixuan. Taking a deep breath, Gu Jun resolutely placed a capsule of the xenogenic drug into his mouth and swallowed it with a sip of mineral water. Let us do this. He maintained a calm demeanor as he glanced at the emergency sign on the wall, contemplating that if any toxic reactions were to occur, he was ready to face them all. Chapter 9. The nameless package tick-tock, tick-tock. The clock on the wall of the emergency waiting area continued its relentless march. As Gu Jun observed the second hand complete its circuit time, and again, 5 minutes had swiftly elapsed. His body exhibited no unusual sensations, and the tension that had gripped his heart gradually subsided. 186, Li Zixuan. The announcement echoed through the room, prompting several parents to hurriedly escort their children toward the emergency room, while others, agitated, approached passing nurses to inquire why their child had not yet been called. The emergency department operated on a tiered system of triage, prioritizing those with more urgent needs. However, emergencies were not a constant occurrence. Often, there existed a throng of children with mere colds and coughs clamoring for attention, much like the current situation. Gu Jun remained vigilant, acutely aware of the potential for conflict brewing around him. Today was certainly not a day for discord. At that moment, a chime resonated in his mind, presenting a system notification. Your brainstem tumor is being suppressed by medication and has temporarily ceased its growth. Is that so? Gu Jun promptly accessed the host information section of the system, scrutinizing the changes in his bodily indicators. All appeared normal, except for a gradual decrease in his heart rate. Tick-tock, tick-tock. An hour passed, 2:08, Zhang Haoshuan. 2 hours later, 2:31, Wei Zirwei. Gu Jun sat from morning until noon, then from noon until evening, enduring a total of 10 hours in the emergency department while diligently documenting his bodily metrics on his phone. All indicators were stable and healthy, and he genuinely felt an improvement in his head. The heavy, stabbing pains were subsiding. The efficacy of the alien medication was indeed remarkable. Gu Jun gazed at the small vial containing 33 capsules, some of which he had acquired through recent tasks. It seemed they were indeed suitable for clinical use. The system had not specified the duration required for his condition to improve, and the text on the medication box was inscrutable. Yet if the alien drugs continued to exert such anti-tumor effects, his tumor might gradually shrink and eventually vanish. It could take months, or perhaps years. Only time would tell. He tightened his grip on the vial, exhaling deeply. It seemed he was not destined for death after all, and the notion that evildoers might live long was indeed true. Gu Jun organized his belongings and rose to leave, the waiting area behind him still thrumming with noise. The parents and children faced their own challenges, and the doctors bore their own burdens. Upon exiting the hospital, Gu Jun stepped outside and gazed at the azure sky, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. The animal experiments involving the alien medication needed to continue to assess the long-term effects. After all, those nude mice could hardly consume much powder in a day. Their care and administration could be entrusted to the nude mouse facility, and although he possessed some savings, his time was certainly limited. I must study medicine diligently and become a good doctor, Gu Jun resolved inwardly. He had indeed reflected on his state of life over the past few years, even contemplating that his terminal illness was a form of divine retribution. Now that a second chance has been bestowed upon him, it is imperative to seize it, leaving no room for regret. Furthermore, certain matters require thorough investigation. He understands that the enigmatic force of the system is intertwined with the anomalies of the Lankan submarine volcanic belt, which is currently active. The words of Li Leroy and his companions corroborate this notion. They must have received some intelligence prompting their expedition. Gu Jun's primary concern revolves around whether his parents' past is connected to this occurrence. Where exactly is the Hainyao vessel? Has Li Leroy captured anything of significance? Stepping aside into a shaded area, Gu Jun retrieved his phone to check for updates. It had been over half a month since he last heard from Li Leroy and Wu Dong. A few days ago, he had reached out to them via WeChat, but received no response. Calls to their phones went unanswered, as if they had vanished from existence. Moreover, he had not exchanged contact information with Lin Xiaodang, leaving him ignorant of her well-being. Gu Jun yearned for clarity, whether regarding the outcome of Li Leroy's surgery or the fate of that phone. Had something gone awry? As he strolled towards the campus, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. Given their backgrounds, it seemed improbable that the three of them could have been abducted. Was it possible that the helicopter had met with disaster that day? That seemed unlikely. Otherwise, the old captain would have surely lost his mind the night of the incident. Not to mention the absence of any related news. Suddenly, Gu Jun noticed a man at the intersection ahead, seemingly gazing in his direction. Upon their eyes meeting, the man swiftly turned and walked away. A frown creased Gu Jun's brow. Something felt amiss. This man was not unfamiliar to him. He sensed that he had encountered him before. With a crew cut and an unremarkable appearance, the man seemed to be an ordinary middle-aged fellow, yet there was an inexplicable, sinister intensity in his gaze. Am I being overly suspicious? Gu Jun shook his head, attributing his unease to recent disorienting visions. Remaining vigilant, he made his way back to the dormitory, constantly alert, yet he did not catch sight of the man again. Perhaps he was merely an ordinary passerby? Was his impression merely a figment of deja vu? Gu Jun could not ascertain. The dormitory area was comprised of nondescript, aging apartments, cluttered with air conditioning units, clothing, protective nets, and a few potted plants on the balconies. Lost in thought, Gu Jun ascended to the 5th floor of one of the buildings and entered a dorm room. The 8-year program students shared cramped quarters with 4 to a room, featuring a bunk bed against one wall and a desk with an integrated wardrobe beneath. Cluttered with an assortment of books and medical paraphernalia such as stethoscopes and anatomical models, items exclusive to medical students. Since it was still summer vacation, only he and Kai Zixuan occupied the room. Upon entering, Gu Jun was greeted by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. He found Kai Zixuan seated by the balcony, engrossed in a book, with a purple clay pot beside him, its lid bubbling and releasing steam. Gu Jun inquired, Zixuan, what soup are you making? Kai Zixuan possessed culinary talent and frequently prepared exquisite soups. Everyone had enjoyed the benefits of his delicious creations, rendering any concerns about prohibited electrical appliances moot. Pig kidney and liver goji berry soup. Kai Zixuan set aside his pathology book, wiped his weary face, and remarked, today, the adjacent laboratory dissected 2 pigs, both unmedicated and of good quality. All these organs are to be discarded as medical waste. Noticing how exhausted everyone has been lately with their experiments, I suggested to the class monitor that we salvage them to make some soup for everyone. He kindly granted me half a day off to prepare it. Will there be enough for me? Gu Jun's mouth watered at the aroma of the soup, unfazed by the source of the pig entrails. Recalling how they once brought back dissected rabbit carcasses from their animal experimentation class to enjoy a hot pot feast. Oh, by the way, Kai Zixuan suddenly remembered. The mailroom just delivered a package for you. The mailroom? Gu Jun was taken aback, as he had not ordered anything online. It's an international package, sitting on your desk. Kai Zixuan was equally puzzled. The mailroom lady mentioned that the package had been there for several days due to unclear recipient information. It was only after she called the dormitory today that she correctly identified you and delivered it. Curious, Gu Jun approached his desk, where a small parcel wrapped in yellow paper awaited him. He picked it up and examined the shipping label, which bore both English and Chinese text. It was sent from the Maldives, with the sender identified by a series of numbers, 233333, and the recipient listed as the East State University Medical School mailroom. 8-year program student Gu Jun. The mention of the Maldives sparked a sudden thought in his mind. Could it be from Li Lerue and the others? Without hesitation, Gu Jun grabbed a pair of scissors from his desk and carefully opened the package. Inside was a small cardboard box, which he proceeded to unwrap. Upon seeing the contents, his heart raced with astonishment and confusion. Chapter 10, the last video captured. Inside the box lay a mobile phone, its screen shattered. Gu Jun recognized it immediately as Li Lerue's phone. Suppressing his rising suspicion, he pressed the power button, but it would not turn on. It appeared the phone had not been repaired. Who sent it? And why? If it was indeed from Li Lerue's group, something urgent must have transpired. Gu Jun pondered the situation carefully. They were likely at risk of losing this phone, and the person who had taken it was someone they could not confront. Yet, they did not want their adversary to acquire the phone, nor could they send it to someone they knew, as acquaintances would neither be able to retain it nor willingly relinquish it. In their desperation, they might have decided to send the phone to someone who was both an insider and a stranger. Could it be that they entrusted it to him in such haste? Gu Jun stared at the phone in his hand, lost in thought about what he should do. Given Li Lerue's background, he could not safeguard it either. If the person who had taken the phone discovered it was in his possession, trouble would surely follow. Suddenly, he recalled the sinister man. Could he be connected to this matter? Regardless of whether that man was tracking him, this situation must be handled with utmost caution. He could not recklessly inquire about Li Lerue's whereabouts, nor could he openly seek repairs for the phone. Gu Jun organized his thoughts and concluded that although he lacked expertise in mobile phone repairs, he had no choice but to experiment on his own. The soup was ready. At that moment, Kai Zixuan called out from the balcony, inquiring whether the package had been misdelivered. No, it's mine, Gu Jun replied, tucking his phone into his pocket and deciding to set it aside for the moment as he walked over to enjoy the soup. Kai Zixuan ladled a generous bowl of soup, complete with several pieces of pig kidney and liver, and beamed at him like a caring mother. Here's a big bowl for you, to replenish your strength. He had noticed Gu Jun's diligence and eagerness to learn recently. He had even mentioned it to the class monitor, who was skeptical. Nevertheless, he believed that this old friend had truly settled down, at least based on his commendable behavior over the past half-month, which warranted this nourishing bowl of soup. How fragrant! Gu Jun exclaimed as he accepted the steaming bowl, leaning in to exhale into the rising steam. Kai Zixuan poured himself a smaller bowl and began to cool it as well. After allowing it to cool, the two adhered to their dormitory tradition, raising their bowls in a toast to the anatomical skeleton model in the corner, affectionately known as Old Wang. Before they commenced their meal, Gu Jun took a sip, and an exquisite blend of flavors enveloped his palate, filling him with warmth as it settled in his stomach. The delightful taste lingering in his mouth, reminding him once again of the joys of being alive. After finishing half the bowl, he reached for a piece of pig liver. But upon biting into it, he found it unyielding, exclaiming, "Is it really this tough? Does this pig have cirrhosis? Is that so?" Kai Zixuan, intrigued, tried a piece himself and chewed thoughtfully, remarking, "Indeed, no wonder it had such a short lifespan." After savoring their respective bowls of beautiful soup, Kai Zixuan filled a thermos with the remaining soup to take to the experimental building for Wang Ruoxiang and the others to enjoy. As soon as Kai Zixuan left, Gu Jun promptly closed the dormitory door, followed by the balcony door, drawing the curtains to ensure privacy. Only then did he return to his desk and open his laptop to research how to fix a mobile phone. Though Gu Jun was not a novice in the sciences, his skills were akin to that of an average male student. After perusing numerous resources, he discerned how to proceed. The issue was likely caused by a faulty battery or power line, resulting in poor connectivity. Only minor problems could be resolved independently. He rummaged through the dormitory for some screwdrivers and other tools, following an online tutorial as he began his repairs. He first removed the phone's casing, taking out the battery and other components, only to discover that the SIM card had already been removed. Setting that aside, he reassembled the phone and pressed the power button with determination. With a satisfying click, the phone vibrated, the cracked screen illuminating as it entered the boot screen. Success! Gu Jun congratulated himself, humorously reflecting, "This is what they mean by wielding a scalpel to save lives and a screwdriver to save phones." As he encountered the lock screen password, he gazed at the 9 circular dots and immediately recalled the number written on the package, 233333. It indeed resembled a password that Li Lerue might create. He promptly entered 233333, and with a confirming beep, the password was accepted, granting him access. The mobile screen bore countless cracks, yet this did not impede his browsing. A plethora of applications cluttered the desktop, WeChat and various video streaming platforms. Gu Jun cast a brief glance before tapping into the gallery, where the foremost folder was titled Dragon Canyon. Upon opening it, he discovered a collection of photographs depicting Li Lerue and 2 others reveling aboard a cruise ship, alongside myriad videos. Based on their thumbnails, some were filmed on the ship, while others were recorded within a submersible. He directly opened the most recent video on his phone, the timestamp marking the moment of the deep-sea incident that day. As the fractured screen played the video, Li Lerue was seen playfully capturing himself and his surroundings, then shifting to the submersible's window to gaze into the abyss. "It's pitch black outside. We've descended over 1,500 meters, nearing the ocean floor," he remarked. Gu Jun focused intently, not fast-forwarding a second, observing himself seated nearby. Along with Wu Dong and Lin Xiaotang, their impatience palpable. To achieve a clearer shot, Li Lerue unfastened his safety harness and leaned closer to the window. Despite the old captain's earnest pleas for him to return to his seat, Li Lerue persisted, capturing more intimate and vivid footage, the submersible's spotlight illuminating the rugged seabed. Were it not for the submersible, humans would be crushed by the deep-sea pressure, Li Lerue quipped, as the video frame began to tremble slightly. A sense of foreboding enveloped Gu Jun. Was this where the perilous descent commenced? "Look over there, so many corals," Li Lerue exclaimed. The cameras quivering intensifying as the submersible jolted. Li Lerue remained unfazed, continuing to film. Strange, not a single fish in sight. Where have all the fish gone? Indeed, the ocean floor lay devoid of life, an eerie silence prevailing. Gu Jun recalled the later sight of fish frantically fleeing. Where could they have been at this moment? Before long, the video abruptly shook violently. It was at this moment that the old captain's panicked voice resonated through the recording. "There's a whirlpool, an unusual whirlpool. Ascend immediately." As the footage continued to capture the scene outside the submersible, the seawater surged violently into a tempestuous whirlpool. Gu Jun's eyes widened in shock as, suddenly, the whirlpool was cleaved by a lifeless shadow rushing toward the submersible, a dilapidated vessel. An ancient, rotting ship, its mast broken, the bow riddled with gaping holes, its hull mottled and peeling. The name painted on its side had nearly faded away, devoid of lights or human presence. Peering through the shattered portholes revealed only an indescribable darkness within. Gu Jun's heart constricted, a wave of discomfort and panic washing over him, his mind buzzing as though struck by a heavy blow. Despite the blurry imagery and the profound darkness of the ocean depths, he recognized that ship. It was the Sea Bird. As a child, he had once boarded that vessel, reluctant to leave. Over the years, he had reminisced about the Sea Bird countless times. The very ship from which all crew members, including his parents, had vanished. In the video, it lay at the ocean's floor, navigating in an impossibly surreal manner. The phone abruptly echoed with Li Luo's anguished cry as the submersible began to jolt violently, causing the video feed to sway dramatically, the lens shifting away from the window. The cabin was engulfed in a state of panic, with nearly everyone shouting. Yet amidst the chaos, a singular voice emerged. Gu Jun strained to listen, recognizing the enigmatic, arcane language. Furrowing his brow, he discerned that the voice seemed to be repetitively murmuring something, faint yet audible, a singular phrase. One he could comprehend. The dark fruit emerges from the ancient abyss. The deathly worm shall endure alongside heaven and earth. This was the very line he had seen inscribed in blood upon the walls of the shattered laboratory in his previous visions. The voice, though devoid of any resemblance to earthly tongues, unmistakably belonged to humanity. As Gu Jun continued to listen, a chilling realization washed over him. It was his own voice uttering those words. The dark fruit emerges from the ancient abyss. The deathly worm shall endure alongside heaven and earth. Chapter 11. Lishing Research Corporation. The night sky was a deep, impenetrable black, devoid of any stars. The medical school of Dongzhou University, nestled against Qingyun Mountain, was typically alive with the sounds of various birds, both day and night. The night would often resound with calls from the mountain dove, the long-eared owl, and the nightingale. Yet tonight, despite the absence of rain, an eerie silence prevailed, so profound that even the birds were conspicuously absent. Gu Jun stood on the balcony of his dormitory, gazing into the somber night, a weight settling heavily upon his heart. He had just replayed the video several times, contemplating the implications. The bloodied inscription and those visions were evidently rooted in the anomalous force beneath Longcan, which had likely been the focus of the investigation by the Seabird vessel years ago. Images of his parents' faces, now somewhat blurred by time, flickered before him, revealing an unsettling truth. He hardly knew them at all. Who were they? How had they become embroiled in the Longcan affair? What had the Seabird vessel transformed into? Were they deceased? I must revisit this matter. Gu Jun narrowed his gaze, feeling the weight of Li Luo's phone in his pocket. This was my significant undertaking. Lishing Research Corporation. The Seabird vessel was an asset of this very company, and his parents had been employees there. Years prior, Gu Jun had already conducted an investigation, even hiring a private detective. Yet the findings were always consistent with Lishing's public records. Everything appeared above board. However, now, he harbored no faith in those documents. This seemingly unremarkable company could not genuinely be defunct. He mused, perhaps they had merely rebranded, with the underlying organization still operational. Yet, the office building housing Lishing's headquarters had been demolished and rebuilt 5 years ago, now replaced by an amusement park. There was no information about Lishing online, and those who had once contacted him regarding compensation matters had vanished without a trace. This left him at a loss as to where to begin. Gu Jun felt that what lay before him resembled the Qingyun Mountains shrouded in darkness from afar. Obscure, somber, majestic, and colossal. It concealed countless secrets and existences that were difficult to confront. Suddenly, Gu Jun's peripheral vision flickered. He caught sight of that brooding man once more. He abruptly turned his gaze towards a corner of the road beneath the dormitory, where the streetlight's illumination was dim and dilapidated. Yet, he noticed the area was eerily deserted, devoid of any pedestrians, save for a stray cat that ambled by, vanishing into the thicket. However, Gu Jun was certain he had not been mistaken. This individual was indeed stalking or even surveilling him. Was he the one tracking Li Luo's phone, or an agent dispatched by Lishing Company? Gu Jun feigned ignorance, lingering a moment longer to admire the nightscape before retreating to his dormitory. He refrained from drawing the balcony curtains, instead climbing onto his bed, facing the wall to create a blind spot, and once again retrieved Li Luo's phone to scour for potential clues. He had disabled the phone's network, wary of logging into anything that might betray its location. At this juncture, concerns for privacy were irrelevant. Gu Jun meticulously examined all the images and videos on the device. Finding nothing of particular significance, merely travel-related content, devoid of any breaches of privacy or inappropriate material. Disappointment washed over him. Continuing to peruse the phone's contacts, he discovered hundreds of names. However, without a SIM card, incoming calls were impossible. After a cursory review, he gleaned only that Li Lurui had a wide social circle, yet no leads emerged. Rubbing his head, he calmed himself and began to reflect on the words exchanged that day. Messages, secrets. Li Lurui had mentioned, "You may not believe me, but I trust that guy. What I heard is right here." Then there was Wu Dong's panicked exclamation. "The news is true. It's real." The news likely referred to the anomalous forces stirring in the Lankan Sea, occurrences that were out of the ordinary. Who was that guy he referred to? Gu Jun pondered repeatedly. Li Lurui and his companions were not insiders. They merely stumbled upon rumors from the periphery and ventured to Lankan for exploration. If they were somehow ensnared by that individual, drawing him into the fray, it was plausible that this person had sent someone to surveil him. His parents had studied Lankan for many years and were undoubtedly part of the inner circle. Lixing Company was an organization within that realm, if it still existed. It likely possessed knowledge about the activity in the Dragon domain. It was conceivable that they were aware of Gu Jun's deep-sea expedition to Lankan and had dispatched someone to monitor him for a while, assessing whether he had uncovered anything. Regardless of who had been sent, Gu Jun found himself utterly perplexed, realizing that rash actions could lead to unforeseen consequences, perhaps even death. He needed a breakthrough, a way to infiltrate that circle. Only by becoming part of the inner circle could he approach the truth. Gu Jun shifted to a supine position, exhaling deeply, contemplating how to penetrate that sphere, yet found himself at a loss. As he mused, the night deepened, and suddenly the dormitory door swung open. Kai Zixuan entered, carrying a thermos. Gu Jun retracted his thoughts, turning to inquire, "Zixuan, is there any soup left? I've been thinking all night and feel a bit hungry." "No, everyone has drunk every last drop," Kai Zixuan replied, his face glowing with a hint of pride. One must never forsake the pleasures of food and love. After savoring the soup, the group's enthusiasm for the evening's work surged. The class monitor suggested that this could become a weekly tradition. "Oh, Gu Jun, how is your experiment progressing?" Kai Zixuan inquired, moving to the balcony sink, slipping on a pair of worn medical gloves to wash the thermos and utensils. "The mouse tumor development is quite promising. We have commenced photodynamic therapy over the past few days. The initial steps are straightforward, but the subsequent procedures are more complex. Fixing the tumor tissue, dehydration, paraffin embedding, slicing, staining, and conducting immunohistochemical tests." As he spoke, his excitement grew. Professor Gu remarked that these processes are intricate and each step may influence the final outcome, making it challenging for us undergraduates. Therefore, he intends to invite old Chun from the pathology department to guide us through the specific techniques and how to interpret pathological slides. That's teacher Chun Jiming. What a rare opportunity to have two experts mentoring us. If this gets out, the students from the 5-year program will surely envy us. "I'll accompany you to the lab tomorrow," Gu Jun said, contemplating the prospect of observing and learning. "Is that all right?" He pondered the meaning of the bloodstains and realized that revisiting the laboratory illusion might provide clarity. He had only seen that vision in the lab used by Wang Ruoxiang and her peers, unsure if there was something unique about that place. "That should be fine," Kai Zixuan replied while washing the dishes. "But isn't your tutoring schedule tight?" "Not really. I haven't fallen behind much," Gu Jun assured him. He wasn't lying. He had only been away from campus for half a semester, and the 8-year program's general courses were plentiful, so he had managed to catch up significantly during this time. "Then it's settled," Kai Zixuan said, no longer elaborating, fully aware of his friend's capabilities in bridging the gap. Gu Jun nodded, his mind drifting back to the bloodstains on the wall and the dilapidated laboratory. He felt that there was a crucial detail within that illusion he had overlooked, yet it seemed exceedingly significant. Chapter 12. To the rooftop that evening, Gu Jun slept fitfully, clutching Li Lurui's phone as if losing it would mean losing all threads of truth and hope. Early in the morning, while the sky had yet to fully brighten, Gu Jun rose to wash up. Despite a restless night, his mind was clearer than usual, the dull pain of his ailments significantly alleviated, which left him once again astonished by the efficacy of the Ewing medicine. After freshening up, Gu Jun swallowed a capsule of Ewing medication with water, leaving him with 32 capsules in reserve. "Zixuan, get up, we're heading to the lab," he called. Kai Zixuan mumbled, groggily awakened by Gu Jun's voice. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was still before 6 o'clock. He typically rose at 6:30. However, the wealthy Jun rose early. How could he dare to linger in bed? He exerted himself to rise. "Indeed, I have risen." The dark-haired youth, unaware that diligent study begins at dawn, will only regret their tardiness in learning when gray-haired. After leaving the dormitory, the two rode their bicycles to a nearby breakfast shop to indulge in a morning meal before proceeding to the medical laboratory building. Although the hour was still early, the streets were populated with students and citizens engaging in their morning exercises. Gu Jun discreetly observed for any potential followers, but found none. Upon arriving at the laboratory building, they secured their bicycles at the entrance. Kai Zixuan inquired, "Shall we head to the rooftop to collect the mice?" "Certainly," Gu Jun nodded. It was beneficial to lend a hand. It was not only undercover agents or stock traders who frequented the rooftop. Medical students at Dongda University were also regular visitors. This was due to the fact that both mice and rats had designated lodging on campus. One was the Experimental Animal Research Center adjacent to the laboratory building, where the cost was 10 yuan per cage daily, accommodating a maximum of 6 mice per cage. Given that their group required a total of 150 mice for the experiment, the daily expenditure would amount to 250 yuan, a significant portion of the total budget of 30,000 yuan. Spending half the budget on accommodation would leave insufficient funds for conducting experiments, making it unattainable for ordinary students. Consequently, the university established a mobile shelter on the rooftop for breeding purposes, equipped with air conditioning to ensure the little rodents were comfortable throughout the seasons while being subjected to research. However, this was merely a concept. In reality, the lack of dedicated management meant that students were responsible for maintenance, resulting in poor sanitary conditions. Occasionally large, dark house mice could be seen sneaking in to pilfer the drinks from the mice cages, leaving the smaller mice in sheer terror. The mice that Kai Zixuan's group was studying had made their home on the rooftop, with the group members personally tending to them daily. Unlike the research center, which had time constraints, the rooftop was accessible at all hours. As Gu Jun followed Kai Zixuan upstairs, he was immediately struck by the pervasive odor of rodents. A row of blue-topped mobile shelters came into view, 6 rooms in total, with 2 housing rats, 3 containing mice, and 1 designated for miscellaneous items. The squeaking of mice echoed as they approached the shelters, only to unexpectedly spot a familiar figure bustling about within one of the mouse rooms. It was Wang Ruoxiang, who was in the process of transferring cages from the rack to a cart. Kai Zixuan exclaimed, glancing at Gu Jun, surprised to see the class leader arriving so early. Typically, when they reached the laboratory, Wang Ruoxiang would have already moved the cages down. Kai Zixuan had not anticipated such an early arrival, thinking he might gain a slight lead today. While Wang Ruoxiang was the primary investigator for this experiment, her dedication elicited admiration. Why should a woman shy away from labor when a general is merely a husband? Gu Jun too felt a wave of sentiment. They were all awake at such an early hour. One glance at Zixuan's receding hairline and dark circles under his eyes painted a grim picture, resembling an advertisement warning against pursuing a medical career. In contrast, Wang Ruoxiang, with her sleek black hair and natural beauty, seemed more like a model draped in a white coat than a typical medical student, further diminishing the advertisement's impact. She bore no resemblance to the stereotypical medical student at all. At this moment, Wang Ruoxiang also spotted them, momentarily taken aback. "What are you clandestinely doing on the rooftop?" "Helping to move the mouse cages," Gu Jun replied. Knowing her sharp tongue, he preempted her with a quip. "What? Are you planning to steal some mice to prepare a hot pot?" Wang Ruoxiang pouted, recalling that fleeting thought she had entertained moments ago. After all, it was common knowledge that the affluent Jun would return with rabbit meat for hot pot. Claiming that taking care of a medical student's stomach was a contribution to medicine, albeit a rather reasonable argument. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality and inquired, "You're here to move mouse cages?" "The monitor, Gu Jun, is here to learn with us today," Kai Zixuan quickly clarified. Yet, Wang Ruoxiang pondered whether Gu Jun was persistently trying to get close to her, seizing every opportunity. Noticing her skeptical gaze, Gu Jun shrugged. "Why should I concern myself with the pursuits of the wealthy Jun? Monitor, do you need help?" he asked. "No need," Wang Ruoxiang replied, continuing to move the mouse cages on her own. Nevertheless, Gu Jun and Kai Zixuan still ascended to assist her. Before long, the trio pushed a cart laden with mouse cages away from the rooftop and back to the laboratory on the 8th floor. The hour was still early, and the elevator and corridors were nearly deserted, enveloped in an eerie silence. Upon entering the laboratory, Wang Ruoxiang and Kai Zixuan placed the mouse cages on the workbench, while Gu Jun wandered about, contemplating his thoughts. Was the laboratory in the illusion the same as this one? He could not ascertain. It was an ordinary laboratory, equipped with various instruments along 3 walls. Gu Jun paced back and forth numerous times, inspected the corners, even opened the constant temperature incubator, and probed into the operation area of the clean bench, hoping to trigger some semblance of an illusion. However, he found not even a hint of DJVU. "What are you doing?" Wang Ruoxiang asked, bewildered. Was this wealthy Jun truly not here to cause trouble? Why did he rummage through the place as if in a game? "Do we look like thieves?" Kai Zixuan, unable to decipher Gu Jun's antics or Wang Ruoxiang's remarks, simply responded, "Not at all. I'm merely looking around. I want to be taking any of these instruments." Gu Jun found himself at a loss for an explanation and opted to step aside. He watched as the two meticulously checked each mouse cage, yet his mind remained void of any triggers. Perhaps the peculiarity did not stem from this place. The previous illusion was likely caused by something else, though he remained uncertain. After more than half an hour, the remaining group members gradually arrived, including Su Hai, Zhang Haoran, and He Yuan. They were surprised to see Gu Jun again, but it was no astonishment, surely. The pretext of observation and learning was merely a ruse to approach Wang Ruoxiang, that rascal. It seemed destined to be a lively day, and the morning had only just begun. To their surprise, Professor Gu, who rarely made an appearance, showed up. He entered the laboratory with a brisk gait, his vitality unmistakable. Yet upon spotting Gu Jun, his expression soured slightly. It is indeed perplexing, even to Gu Jun himself, that Professor Gu did not reprimand him. "Dear students, I have some new information to share with you," he announced, surveying the faces of his 5 devoted disciples and 1 wayward pupil. "There will be some adjustments to your work schedule this summer. I will dedicate all my time to guide you." Immediately, a wave of confusion washed over the crowd. "What is happening?" Wang Ruoxiang subtly shook her head at the others, as she too had been completely unaware until now. "As you know, the nation places great importance on the upcoming Pioneer Cup, aiming to select a new generation of medical talent," Professor Gu stated solemnly. "We have received the latest directive from above. Not only will candidates be chosen from the Pioneer Cup, but there will also be a grand medical skills competition, providing a platform for elite students throughout the city to showcase their abilities." Their confusion deepened, yet excitement and joy bubbled forth. Each year, the school hosted medical skills competitions, typically focused on clinical abilities, and had seen numerous joint events among top universities across the country. However, never before had there been a sudden, urgent initiative spearheaded by the state. What rewards awaited the victors? "The information I currently possess is limited. It is said that there will be categories for clinical skills, laboratory techniques, dissection, and other areas." Professor Gu continued, expressing his own perplexity, stating that this was indeed an unprecedented occurrence, and if one possessed true skill, there would be an opportunity to stand out. Suddenly, Gu Jun felt a jolt of realization. He sensed a connection. He recalled Kai Zixuan mentioning the significance placed upon this year's Pioneer Cup. At the time, he had given it little thought. But now he wondered if there were undisclosed events that had necessitated such an urgent search for medical talent by the nation. Perhaps it was related to the recent disturbances in Longkan's depths. How could he gain entry into that enigmatic circle? Gu Jun felt as though he had found his direction. "Professor," he spoke up, "may I participate in this competition?" The atmosphere fell silent, and all eyes turned towards him, including that of Professor Gu. Chapter 13. An opportunity for dissection. The others regarded Gu Jun with various expressions, as if they were witnessing an unusual phenomenon. Gu Jun, a medical skills competition? The mere combination of those words seems to provoke an allergic reaction. Moreover, this was no ordinary contest. It was a gathering of elite students from major medical institutions in Dongzhou. Although Dong University encompassed many top talents, other universities also harbored hidden gems, especially the rival Qingyun University School of Medicine, Jihua Medical University, and Danyang Medical College. The 4 major medical schools of Dongzhou would compete. One could foresee that even in basic events such as cardiopulmonary resuscitation, the competition would be fierce, akin to a battleground. "What events do you wish to participate in?" Professor Gu inquired, his expression unyielding. "Who among you can create the most catastrophic medical mishap?" With a chuckle, Su Haixian first laughed, followed by Zhang Haoran and He Yuan, all believing that Gu Jun was merely jesting, appreciating the clever humor of Professor Gu. However, Kai Zixuan and Wang Ruoxiang remained silent. They discerned the serious expression on Gu Jun's face, which seemed incongruous to his demeanor. "Teacher, I am serious. I wish to compete," Gu Jun declared. Understanding their reaction was rooted in their outdated perception of him. "You wish to compete?" Professor Gu's expression grew stern, almost glaring at Gu Jun. "On what grounds do you think you deserve to participate?" The laboratory fell into a sudden silence, as if a storm had abruptly descended. Su Hai and the others were momentarily bewildered, grappling with a sense of disorientation. Kai Zixuan felt conflicted, wanting to support his friend but unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Professor Gu had previously offered countless assists to Gu Jun, and his current ire stemmed from disappointment. Kai Zixuan hesitated, finally managing to say, "Teacher, I've heard that he has been working hard lately." To everyone's surprise, Wang Ruoxiang chimed in, adding unexpected support. Gu Jun cast a grateful glance at the duo, then turned to Professor Gu, harboring no resentment towards the elder's reprimand, merely yearning for his respect. "Teacher, people can change. I have already made improvements. I believe that with my abilities, I can stand on that competition stage," Gu Jun stated earnestly. Professor Gu scrutinized this wayward student, the anger on his aged face gradually dissipating, replaced by a resurgence of hope he once held for Gu Jun. He was not entirely unfamiliar with Gu Jun. Although he possessed remarkable intelligence, he had also succumbed to despair. Yet, such despondency could be transient. Youthful disillusionment did not denote a lifelong condition. Thus, he had always believed in the potential for change. Observing Gu Jun now, notably slimmer yet seemingly revitalized, Professor Gu, seasoned in both medicine and human nature, felt a spark of insight. Perhaps, with this realization, his sternness began to wane. This competition seeks elites. Only members of the Vanguard Cup from Dongda are qualified to participate. If you have indeed changed, strengthen yourself and await another opportunity. Gu Jun's gaze shifted, a glimmer of shrewdness illuminating his expression. He sensed that Professor Gu had not revealed the entirety of the situation. The urgency surrounding the national competition, even involving medical students, indicated a significant manpower shortage. Thus, the eligibility requirements might not be overly stringent, and perhaps Professor Gu could indeed mentor more students. He ventured once more, "Teacher, take me with you. Allow me to prove myself." The group fell silent, recognizing the inappropriateness of their interjection. After a moment of contemplation, Professor Gu let out a soft grunt before responding. "You've deduced correctly. Indeed, we professors are permitted to bring along a few students we believe in. You seek an opportunity? Very well. I shall grant you a chance to prove yourself. If you truly merit it, I will include you." "Thank you, teacher." Gu Jun promptly expressed his gratitude, solidifying Professor Gu's words, having gauged the situation accurately. Su Hai and Zhang Haoren were both filled with doubts. Gu Jun's desire to participate in the competition had been granted, and it was widely believed that Professor Gu showed favoritism towards him. This time, it seemed to be substantiated. Excitement surged through Kai Zixuan, who was nearly inspired to compose an impromptu poem in honor of his friend. Wang Ruoxiang smiled gently, pondering that this unusual competition might indeed feature unconventional events, such as nail trimming for patients. "Please, make haste and complete today's experimental work this morning," Professor Gu urged, noting that the afternoon training would take place at the anatomy building. Higher authorities had stipulated that this competition would require everyone to demonstrate their dissection skills. Thus, the school had allocated teaching resources for support. The group resumed their experimental tasks, taken aback by the realization that everyone would indeed be competing in dissection. Wang Ruoxiang mused that there would likely be a nail trimming event included. "Gu Jun, you shall join us today," Professor Gu said, his expression stern. He added, "In the afternoon, when it's your turn to wield the scalpel, do not say I did not give you an opportunity. Human anatomy, is it?" Gu Jun nodded in agreement. Understood. He felt a twinge of nervousness, yet he was not afraid. After all, everyone's experience in human dissection was relatively similar. Each cadaver was a precious resource, and students had limited chances to practice on them. Most of their practice was with experimental animals. The only distinction lay in their dexterity. Previously, Gu Jun's skills were not particularly outstanding, but through recent diligent training, he had become more adept. Opening his mental list of abilities, he found host ability list, 1 type, calm hands, rarity, rare, level of cultivation, triple, current level, first level, 4,500 5,000 proficiency. Through this period of exploration, he had become familiar with the rules for enhancing proficiency. His routine practice contributed little, while completing tasks involving manual skills significantly boosted his progress. He understood that operations for treating patients would yield even greater benefits. Now he was merely 500 proficiency points away from upgrading calm hands. He realized that to excel in this competition, he must diligently enhance this ability, honing his manual skills to become stronger. Reflecting on these thoughts, Gu Jun opened the task list once more. Regular task: complete 100 tail vein injections on mice today. Task reward: 1 box of targeted drugs for human brainstem tumors. Effect extends the host's lifespan by 5 days. Challenging task: complete the dissection of 1 malformed human corpse within 3 days. Task reward: 1 chart of defective anatomical structures. Abyss task: complete the dissection of 1 giant macrophage worm within a week. Task reward: unknown. What was a giant macrophage worm, and how could he possibly find one? Gu Jun was utterly clueless, leading him to focus on the challenging task. Previously, he had no opportunity for dissection, but now, it had suddenly presented itself. The task description did not specify that the host must complete it alone. Perhaps contributing as part of a dissection team would suffice. What did the reward of a chart of defective anatomical structures refer to? Could it be an anatomical diagram of a certain structure from a creature, such as a ghoul? An anatomical atlas should possess clearly marked structural annotations. However, if it were to contain enigmatic characters, it might serve as a breakthrough in deciphering that language, potentially aligning with concepts such as nerves, arteries, veins, and bones, thus revealing a path to understanding. This task is formidable, and the individual has never before tackled challenges of such complexity. Nonetheless, the intricacies of this endeavor are evident. Normal, variant, and malformation are terminologies used for categorizing human anatomical structures. Variants refer to structural individual differences that are infrequent but have minimal impact on appearance or functionality. Malformations, on the other hand, denote exceedingly rare structural anomalies that severely affect appearance or function. Certain variants and malformations bear significant clinical implications, which is why instructors would emphasize during lessons that any discovery of such anomalies during dissection should be promptly reported for collective observation and study, as such opportunities are rare. Thus, Gu Jun comprehended that the primary challenge of this task lay in locating a human specimen with exceedingly rare malformations. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and lend a hand, Professor Gu suddenly exclaimed, chastising those who idled while claiming to have changed. Here they come. Gu Jun gathered his thoughts and promptly approached, donning disposable gloves and a mask, dutifully following Wang Ruoxiang's instructions to assist Kai Zixuan. This engagement occupied the entirety of the morning, yet Gu Jun's deftness remained unenhanced, for his role merely entailed documenting the experimental data concerning the tumor sizes of the treatment group mice. They dictated the details, and he transcribed them. They entrusted no operational responsibilities regarding photodynamic therapy to him, as each mouse was treated with utmost care. At midday, the group proceeded to the school cafeteria for lunch. After a brief respite, they followed Professor Gu to the southern anatomy building of the campus. The anatomy building, a grand edifice of classical architecture, towers several stories high and exhibits signs of age, exuding a pungent, decaying odor of formalin. The parking lot before the building was filled with vehicles, yet few students and faculty were visible. Upon their arrival at the main entrance, Professor Gu promptly assigned tasks. The boys should retrieve a cadaver from the storage room. Select one of high quality. The task was not delegated to the girls, primarily due to considerations of physical strength. Wang Ruoxiang and He Yuhan were tasked with preparing for the dissection in the laboratory. Gu Jun, Kai Zixuan, Su Hai, and Zhang Haoren acknowledged the instruction and together ventured toward the cadaver storage room, an area steeped in urban legends. This was not Gu Jun's first visit to the cadaver storage room of the anatomy building. In the days preceding anatomy lessons, instructors would often assign the male students to assist in transporting the cadavers, known as anatomical teachers, to the refrigerated storage containers on the dissection tables. The outside world is rife with various legends about this place. Tales of medical students retrieving bodies in the dead of night or daring to sleep here to test their courage, none of which hold any truth. For those immersed in the medical field, the threshold of fear has long been elevated by an array of human specimens and the remains of experimental animals. Entering the cadaver storage room does not evoke any particular terror. There were instances when classmates even consumed their breakfast while standing beside the dissection table, observing others perform the autopsy. However, this was not the case for Gu Jun or Kai Zixuan. While they endeavored to maximize the value of experimental animals, they treated the silent mentors of anatomy with utmost seriousness and respect, never indulging in any semblance of mockery or irreverence. During the solemn tribute before their first dissection class, Gu Jun shed tears, aware that some of these anatomical mentors were the result of generous body donors, while others were nameless corpses, unclaimed. At that moment, he recalled his missing parents. As Gu Jun made his way to the storage room, he distinctly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The corridor was populated by unfamiliar faces. Although they too donned white coats and medical masks, they did not resemble the usual personnel of the school. They were clad in uniform black military boots that clattered heavily with each step, sounding as if they were treading upon the very hearts of those present. Moreover, these individuals did not spare a glance towards Gu Jun and his companions, merely passing by with purpose. Who were these people? Su Hai glanced questioningly at his peers, while Kai Zixuan scratched his head in confusion. However, as Gu Jun spotted another group approaching from the opposite end of the corridor, an epiphany struck him. They were the body transporters. The term surged forth from his mind, uttered with an unsettling aura he could not quite articulate. Kai Zishuan and the others soon noticed the group, clad in black boots, pushing a series of transport carts, each bearing a rectangular storage compartment coated in white paint, resembling coffins. Even from a distance, the pungent odor of formaldehyde assailed their senses, causing discomfort to their eyes. The four stepped aside, allowing this procession to pass. Much like the previous group, these individuals walked with unwavering focus, as if oblivious to the existence of others. Yet, this was indeed their first encounter with the body transporters. What was happening? Su Hai and Zhang Haoran muttered amongst themselves. Even at Dongda, the resources for anatomical mentors have always been scarce, with strict allocations for teaching purposes. Each body entering the school had a predetermined purpose, neither more nor less. Now, with the sudden announcement of a citywide competition, requiring all 12 groups of Vanguard Cup students to undergo dissection training, it was evident that additional anatomical mentors were necessary, which explained the presence of these transporters. This deduction appeared sound, yet Gu Jun murmured, sensing that the situation was far more complex than it seemed. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. As if lightning had pierced through the clouds of his thoughts, he recognized the source of his unease in the masked faces of these individuals. He perceived a chilling resemblance to the man who had been stalking him. Who were these people? After a considerable wait, the transporters returned, pushing their empty carts past once more, leaving behind the white storage compartments that had vanished from sight. Gu Jun scrutinized the individuals before him with deliberate intent. Yet he could discern little. Let us proceed, Su Hai urged, hastening everyone along. We have arrived at a most opportune moment. It is essential to recognize that the quality of cadavers varies significantly. Many bodies originate from horrific accident scenes, some severed into fragments, while others are grotesquely swollen. He recalled a cadaver that their clinical group had previously dissected, which, upon opening the abdomen, revealed organs in a state of decay, clearly the result of catastrophic internal injuries from a severe collision. To master anatomy swiftly and effectively, one must have access to high-quality specimens. Thus, an unspoken competition has long existed among different classes and groups within those classes. The boys tasked with retrieving the bodies invariably ensured that the finest cadavers were allocated to their own group. Possessing a well-preserved head on the dissection table was an enviable position indeed. However, fortune does not always smile upon them. Instructors occasionally reassign specimens. Currently, their group comprised 6 individuals, including Gu Jun, and they were presented with the extraordinary opportunity to dissect an entire cadaver, freshly delivered by the transporters. As they walked, Su Hai could barely contain his excitement. We must select the most pristine body. Such a rare opportunity. Indeed, it was a remarkable chance. Gu Jun mused that if they could locate a malformed body, they could accomplish the challenging task at hand. We should opt for a deformed specimen, he suggested. A notion not devoid of merit. Absolutely, Kai Zishuan nodded enthusiastically, akin to a chick pecking at grain. If there is a deformity, we should choose it. Su Hai and Zhang Haoran were equally aware. It was a rare moment of agreement from the affluent Jun. While completeness is admirable, deformity holds unparalleled value. As they conversed, the quartet arrived at the reception area outside the cadaver storage room, where they finally encountered a familiar visage, the front desk administrator, Old Chui. A middle-aged man with a beer belly and a shiny countenance, reminiscent of the butcher depicted in the literary work Fan Jin Zhongju. Teacher Chui, Su Hai interjected. Eager to negotiate, Professor Gu sent us. I am aware, Old Chui replied without lifting his gaze from his phone, engrossed in a casual game. You may enter on your own. I shall refrain from assisting. All cadavers currently available, both from the school's stock and those newly arrived today, are up for selection. Teacher Chui, what do you know about those transporters? Gu Jun inquired. How should I know? Old Chui retorted, his tone brusque. They all were sour expressions. What significance could they possibly hold? If they had any worth, they would not be engaged in this line of work. Gu Jun fell silent. Such assumptions were not universally applicable. While most administrators might indeed be ordinary, some librarians possess remarkable capabilities. Meanwhile, Su Hai hastily opened the iron door to the storage room, urging them to hurry along, prompting Gu Jun to follow him inside. Despite their tight-fitting masks, they were immediately assailed by the pungent aroma of formaldehyde. The storage room is exceedingly spacious, with various items cluttering the walls, discarded instruments, dust-covered desks and chairs, and frequently used hand trucks. These items are piled so high that they obstruct the windows, preventing any light from filtering in, while the ceiling's light tubes cast a dim glow. At the center of the storage room, 2 distinct types of body storage units are neatly arranged. The original stainless steel storage units, each dust-laden, are positioned at the back. while the newly arrived white-painted storage units occupy the front. Between each cabinet, only enough space remains for passage and transport. Upon a cursory glance, one can discern that there are indeed 50 of these white storage units. A sigh escapes Kai Zishuan's lips. These represent 50 once-living individuals. Gu Jun furrows his brow, gazing at the white units, a peculiar agitation stirring within him. Hurry up, Teacher Gu and the others are still waiting, Su Hai urges. Stepping forward to the foremost white storage unit, he and Zhang Haoran position themselves at either end, grasping the handles of the unit's lid and lifting it simultaneously. Instantly, a potent and pungent odor, mingled with formaldehyde, escapes. Upon peering inside, they are met with the sight of a cadaver, prompting a simultaneous gasp of astonishment. Hey, come take a look. Gu Jun, puzzled, hastens over to peer into the shadowy storage unit. Chapter 15. The deformed corpse. Gu Jun gazes into the storage unit and finds it filled with a pale yellowish formaldehyde solution, within which an adult male corpse is submerged. The skin appears entirely white, a result of the epidermal pigment cells having been leached away by the formaldehyde. The head, torso, and limbs are intact. Yet Gu Jun soon discerns an anomaly. Kai Zishuan, now approaching, is equally taken aback. The left upper limb of this cadaver is abnormal. The elbow, wrist, and fingers are grotesquely contorted, as if forcibly broken and rejoined, resembling appendages of disparate creatures. The strangeness of it all leaves them momentarily at a loss to articulate the pathology. Is this a case of traumatic death? Yet, the other parts of the corpse show no signs of deformation, fracture, or missing limbs, only that left hand. This is a deformed corpse. Su Hai eventually breaks the silence. I suspect this individual had some form of congenital deformity. If indeed it is a case of congenital deformity, it arises from abnormal embryonic development. And such distinctly abnormal morphological structures are exceedingly rare among already scarce deformed corpses, akin to conjoined twins. The corpse before them even falls outside the scope of their knowledge. Their discovery of this particular body, upon opening the first storage unit, feels akin to winning a lottery. So, shall we proceed with this, teacher? Zhang Haoran inquires. In the current storage room, there are approximately 100 corpses, and according to the probability of deformity, this one should be the most desired. Thus, there seems to be no need to disturb the tranquility of the deceased by opening other storage compartments. Indeed, this instructor will suffice. Kai Zishuan agreed, and prepared to fetch a handcart. However, Gu Jun's gaze was fixated on the grotesque left hand, an inexplicable sensation intensifying within him. No, he thought. Something is amiss. The eerie voice of his own whispering the blood-tinged words in Li Lui's video suddenly echoed in his mind. The dark fruit sprouts from the ancient abyss, and the worms of death will endure alongside heaven and earth. The distorted, morbid left hand, with its chaotic skin patterns, seemed to writhe slightly. Zishuan, come help me. Gu Jun abruptly shifted his focus, approaching another storage compartment, gripping its lid and forcefully lifting it. Kai Zishuan approached, puzzled, and assisted in removing the other end of the lid. Su Hai could not help but express his confusion. Had they never encountered corpses before? A foul odor wafted out, and upon peering into this compartment, Gu Jun's heart raced. Yet another deformed body. Moreover, it was yet another case of limb deformity. This corpse remarkably intact except for its right upper limb, which had twisted into a grotesquely abhorrent shape. What? Kai Zishuan was taken aback, and Zhang Haoran along with Su Hai stared in disbelief. What a coincidence. The occurrence of deformed corpses is exceedingly rare. Zishuan, follow me, Gu Jun called out, placing the lid down, and moved toward another storage compartment, once more collaborating with Kai Zishuan to pry open the lid. Su Hai and Zhang Haoran followed, a shiver creeping up their spines as the temperature around them seemed to plummet, even as medical students. This was the body of a child, grotesquely deformed. Both hands contorted in a twisted manner. This is impossible, Su Hai murmured, struggling to subconsciously rationalize a reasonable explanation. Gazing into the pale, youthful face of the deceased, Gu Jun's expression shifted entirely, as if a wave of madness surged into his mind. He quickened his pace, intent on opening more of the white-painted storage compartments, relentlessly prying them open. 1, 2, 3. The expressions of Kai Zishuan and the other two gradually turned pale and bewildered, as if all their familiar knowledge was crumbling, instilling a sense of dread in their hearts. Upon opening more than half of the 50 storage compartments, they discovered that each contained deformed corpses, regardless of gender or age. The bodies were intact, yet all exhibited abnormalities in their limbs. Could these deceased have been exposed to nuclear radiation? Su Hai pondered aloud, the only possibility he could conceive. Gu Jun was certain that was not the case, for he had witnessed such horrifying distortions before. Indeed, within the phantoms of those laboratories, he recalled the rotting, contorted corpses on the lab floor, each bearing such grotesque limbs. As he pondered, a sudden pain pierced his head. The more he thought, the sharper the ache became. It was that familiar sensation of the surrounding sounds fading into the distance, an onslaught of phantoms assailing him. The air was thick with an unbearable stench, shrouded in darkness. All storage tanks had vanished, replaced by a large, dilapidated pool filled with murky, yellowed formaldehyde. He endured the excruciating pain in his head, striving to gain clarity. By the pool's edge stood several rusty chain posts, connected to iron chains drooping into the depths of the water. The chain posts and chains were mottled with rust, their age indeterminate. Through the murky surface, he discerned that each chain was tethered to a corpse submerged within. Were these beings human? Suddenly, the water in the pool rippled slightly, and a hand emerged from the depths. It was a grotesquely contorted hand. Gu Jun, Gu Jun. Kai Zishuan's voice pierced through the haze of illusions, prompting Gu Jun to shake his head violently and regain his senses. Are you all right? Su Hai inquired, while Zhang Haoran added, should we call an ambulance? The others were unsettled by the scene before them, though none were as frightened as Gu Jun, leading to some irritation at his alarm. I'm fine, Gu Jun replied, shaking his head. It seemed that the triggers for the illusions were unrelated to the location. Yet he remained perplexed by their significance and the identity of the places depicted. What is going on? What is happening? Old Shui, with his rotund belly, rushed in from the storage room. Upon seeing them open so many storage tanks, he immediately scolded. Hey, what are you kids doing? Is this for fun? Or are you choosing a bride? Old Shui stomped over, casting a fleeting glance at the bodies within the tanks, and his scolding abruptly ceased, his jowls quivering. Although he was the administrator, he was also medically trained. Teacher Shui, what is the situation? Su Hai asked awkwardly. What situation? Just some deformed corpses. No need to make a fuss, Old Shui replied dismissively, though his tone weakened, his face taut. I've heard from the mortuary workers that this batch of corpses has special characteristics, and we should handle them with care. They must be a concentration of deformities. This competition is state-sponsored, after all. Resources like this are not easily procured. Quickly select one and put the covers back on the tanks. Su Hai Kaizishuan. And Zhang Haoran accepted Old Shui's explanation with skepticism. It was clear that the authorities placed great importance on this medical skills competition. Let us get to work. Su Hai organized the group. We should take the first cadaver for our anatomy lesson. Gu Jun gazed at the deformed bodies, already certain that some extraordinary force was at play. This competition indeed presented the best opportunity for him to enter that mysterious realm. He resolved to seize this chance for anatomical training, enhance his skills, and simultaneously secure his eligibility for the competition from Professor Gu. In that moment, Gu Jun opened the system in his mind and accessed the task list. Challenging task: complete the dissection of one deformed human corpse within 3 days. Task reward: 1 incomplete structural diagram. Accept task, task accepted. Completion in progress. Current completion of dissection, 0. Remaining time, 715,958 seconds. Remaining time? Gu Jun pondered. Is it 72 hours? It seems that the time limits for difficult tasks differ from those of ordinary tasks. For ordinary tasks, a deadline of today refers to a 24-hour period starting from the refresh of the task list, whereas for difficult tasks, within 3 days means 72 hours from the moment the task is accepted. As the countdown continued to tick down from 715859, a sense of urgency began to swell within him. It appears that for future difficult tasks, it would be prudent to accept them only at the very last moment before commencing. This time, every second must be meticulously accounted for. Chapter 16. The black fluid beneath the skin in the spacious dissection laboratory. The lighting was exceptionally bright. 3 rows of 6 temperature-controlled stainless steel dissection tables stood prominently in the center, each adorned with an overhead shadowless lamp and a camera. On the rear wall of the laboratory, a banner with white lettering on a blue background read, Great Sacrifice, Fearless Spirit, Great Love, Silent Tribute. A grateful salute to our donor. Atop one of the dissection tables lay a cadaver, its head covered with a cloth soaked in formalin. The body appeared remarkably intact, yet its left upper limb was grotesquely deformed and twisted. Professor Gu stood at the side of the dissection table with 6 students, paying their respects to the donor. Clad in white coats, masks, and gloves, they observed a moment of silence. Previously, Gu Jun and his companions had just transported the donor using a cart. Before the body could be placed on the dissection table, Su Hai reported an anomaly from the storage room to Professor Gu. The professor's brow furrowed in confusion. He could not comprehend the situation, But what perplexed him even more was the state of the left upper limb of the cadaver. It was a deformity so peculiar that even he could not articulate its nature. After the moment of silence, Professor Gu maintained a serious demeanor and addressed the students. You should all be acutely aware that this competition is no trivial matter. I hope you will dedicate yourselves wholeheartedly to this training and strive for self-improvement. Do not let the deceased sacrifice go in vain. The group nodded solemnly, their expressions grave. Gu Jun was no exception. He had never acted frivolously in the anatomy lab. Frankly, Professor Gu gazed at the cadaver on the dissection table, contemplating the condition of the left upper limb. I am at a loss regarding this. Is it a congenital deformity or an acquired one? Let's proceed with the dissection and observe. Pay close attention to any potential clinical correlations and feel free to express your thoughts. Even Professor Gu was at a loss. Suhai looked at Zhang Haoran, who in turn glanced at He Yuhan, as the atmosphere in the laboratory grew increasingly tense. These medical students were trained professionals, accustomed to the gruesome sights of decaying flesh, and typically, covering the face of the cadaver with a cloth would alleviate any fear. It was only when confronted with the cadaver's visage or when dissecting the face that anxiety would arise. The human fear mechanism operates thus. A hand, a segment of intestine, are mere inanimate objects, yet a face possesses a soul. However, at this moment, the intangible pressure exerted by that deformed left hand weighed heavier upon them than ever before. He Yuhan involuntarily inhaled deeply, only to be met with an even more potent stench, causing her heart to tremble. Professor Gu scanned the room, noting the students' reactions with a sense of heaviness in his heart. Consider this. If the training resources for this competition involve such a level of human anatomy, what might they encounter in the actual arena? Whether these young individuals can maintain their composure remains uncertain. Ruoxiang and Zishuan appeared relatively calm, but Gu Jun's demeanor seemed unchanged. It was hard to tell if he was composed or merely frightened. Let us first dissect the dorsal region of the left upper limb and the back of the hand, Professor Gu announced, intending to challenge them, believing that confronting their fears would fortify their resolve. As a physician, one must confront numerous unforeseen circumstances. Preparation is not always possible before stepping into the fray. Su Hai and He Yuhan exclaimed in unison, and even Wang Ruoxiang was momentarily taken aback, while Kai Zishuan finally exhibited signs of anxiety. Teacher, do we not need a warm-up? Typically, before practical dissection classes, they would conduct some preliminary studies, with the instructor discussing relevant anatomical knowledge, displaying related diagrams and procedural videos on a teaching screen, allowing students to grasp the key points, difficulties, and sequences of the dissection process. Although there were no diagrams of the malformed left hand for them to reference now, it would be beneficial to dissect other areas first to warm up. Well then, you can start with a set of calisthenics, Professor Gu replied unexpectedly. This was clearly a jest, yet the students dared not voice their thoughts, fearing they might indeed have to perform calisthenics in the dissection room. However, Professor Gu's cold humor alleviated some of their pressure. They decided to stretch their waists, twist their necks, and loosen their limbs. Given that each dissection class typically lasted around 3 hours, standing by the dissection table for extended periods, performing dissections, and making observations, sometimes left them in dire need of physical relief. The dorsal region of the wrist and the back of the hand was small enough for 1 or 2 individuals to handle. Who will go first? Professor Gu inquired, well aware that everyone understood their respective standings in dissection skills within this laboratory. Wang Ruoxiang was nimble and possessed meticulous technique, though her inherent disadvantage as a female, namely physical strength, posed a challenge. Some dissection tasks required considerable force to accomplish, and standing in one place for several hours was quite exhausting, factors that hindered female medical students from advancing to surgical tables. Thus, she and Zhang Haoran were tied for first place overall. Zhang Haoran, specializing in basic medicine, had more exposure to dissection than his clinical peers. Following them were Su Hai, Kai Zishuan, and He Yuhan. As for Gu Jun, he had previously been an unremarkable participant. They speculated he might be slightly stronger than He Yuhan from the pharmaceutical field. Or perhaps he was the weakest among them. Ruoxiang, Haoran, you may proceed as the lead surgeons, Professor Gu declared, with the others standing by to assist. Kai Zishuan and the others let out a sigh of relief as Wang Ruoxiang and Zhang Haoran stepped forward, while Gu Jun observed. The dissection knives, forceps, scissors, and other instruments were already prepared and laid out on the dissection table. The overhead surgical light illuminated the scene, and the camera was activated. Both focused on the corpse on the stage. Wang Ruoxiang retrieved a scalpel from the instrument tray, an exemplary model, forged from stainless steel, its blade gleaming like polished silver. The sensation of the scalpel sent a slight tremor through her fingertips as she recalled the knowledge gleaned from her anatomy textbooks, reminiscing about the tactile experience of incising skin. Beside her, Zhang Haoran grasped a pair of dissecting tweezers, deftly etching a horizontal incision line across the dorsal side of the deformed limb, followed by a line across the thumb. The hand had contorted into an indescribable shape, and he was merely relying on instinct to draw those lines. At this moment, the heart rates of everyone present quickened, even Professor Gu's. Wang Ruoxiang concentrated intently, holding the scalpel with a steady grip akin to drawing a bow. She positioned the blade at a right angle to the skin along the incision line. As she pierced the skin, a sense of doubt washed over her. The skin on the back of the human hand is remarkably thin. Typically, a slight penetration of the blade would yield a sudden reduction in resistance, signaling that the tip had reached the superficial fascia, prompting an immediate angling of the blade to 45 degrees to proceed with the incision. However, the blade had penetrated deeply without yielding that expected sensation. Wang Ruoxiang halted, furrowing her brow, and addressed the others. I cannot detect the superficial fascia here. The group, including Su Hai, was momentarily taken aback. After all, the basic structure of the human body comprises skin, superficial fascia, and deep fascia. Proceed with a standard depth. Continue cutting. Professor Gu commanded decisively. Wang Ruoxiang nodded, stabilizing her grip on the scalpel, and cautiously made a 45-degree incision along the line. As she cut, a strange, pitch-black liquid erupted forth with a hissing sound, nearly splattering her and Zhang Haoran's faces. Be careful, Gu Jun, who had been intently monitoring the situation, exclaimed, instinctively reaching to pull Wang Ruoxiang aside. Yet, nothing further occurred, and instead, everyone was startled by his sudden outburst. Professor Gu admonished him, no need for such theatrics. It is quite unprofessional. Apologetically, Gu Jun fell silent, contemplating the lurking danger that might have already descended unbeknownst to them, hoping the black liquid was not ominous. However, given that this was a state-sanctioned procedure, it should have been precluded from any peril. The incision continued to exude the viscous liquid, and all eyes turned to Professor Gu for his assessment, as a normal corpse would not harbor such an abundance of subcutaneous fluid. This could potentially be a subcutaneous cyst. He speculated, his visage appearing particularly aged as this left hand began to unravel his expertise. Proceed. The presence of fluid beneath the skin will increase its mobility. Remain vigilant as you cut. Wang Ruoxiang steadied her resolve, and alongside Zhang Haoran, they continued to peel back the skin on the dorsal side of the hand and fingers. However, they could not ascertain whether the depth of their incision had compromised the superficial fascia or other underlying tissues, as the black fluid continued to seep forth. The pungent odor of formalin stung their eyes, causing tears to stream uncontrollably. With uncertainty, strangeness, and the unknown looming over them, their hearts grew increasingly taut with apprehension. Zhang Haoran felt the oppressive heat of his breath trapped beneath the mask, making it exceedingly uncomfortable, as if he were on the verge of suffocation. His hands began to tremble slightly. Wang Ruoxiang, though her hands remained steady, was already beaded with sweat upon her forehead, teetering on the brink of error. Beside them, Kai Zixuan and Su Hai dared not mock the two. Even as mere spectators, they felt their own hands quivering. Had they been in the same position wielding a scalpel, their performance would undoubtedly have been far worse. After a considerable time, the two finally completed the delicate task of skinning the back of the hand. Ruoxiang, Haoran, you may step back, Professor Gu remarked, clearly recognizing their exhaustion. You both did well. Given the circumstances, their performance was indeed commendable. He continued, Gu Jun, it's your turn to proceed. Steady your hands, no matter how superficial the fascia may be. In truth, Professor Gu held little expectation for Gu Jun's performance. If Ruoxiang and Haoran struggled with a normal anatomy, how could Gu Jun fare any better with a deformed specimen? He hoped this would serve as a lesson, highlighting the disparity between him and the top students, igniting a sense of shame that would fuel his future efforts. Gu Jun, the entire group turned to him. Sensing the professor's underlying malice, Kai Zixuan felt genuine sympathy for Gu Jun. After all, he had been on a break for several months. When was the last time he had participated in an anatomy class? It felt as though he were being thrust into the fray without preparation. Wang Ruoxiang exhaled, the mask on her face rising and falling as if she had just emerged from a battle. She handed the scalpel to Gu Jun, cautioning, the fluids are quite slippery. Be careful, and good luck. Gu Jun accepted the scalpel with a nod, declaring, leave it to me. An abrupt silence enveloped the air, everyone wearing expressions of disbelief. You? Chapter 17. The twisted superficial fascia. Su Hai was eager to inquire, brother, where does your confidence stem from? Is it bestowed upon you by Liang Jingru? Kai Zishuan suspected Gu Jun was merely attempting to lighten the mood, chuckling momentarily before realizing the inappropriateness of the moment, quickly silencing himself. Focus, Professor Gu barked, sensing Gu Jun's overzealousness. That scalpel is not to be handled so carelessly. Take care not to injure yourself. The crowd observed Gu Jun's grip. His thumb and index finger were carelessly pinching the handle, a far cry from the professional grasp one would expect. I understand. I'm not yet ready to use the knife. Gu Jun replied, placing the scalpel back onto the instrument tray and picking up a pair of round-tipped dissecting scissors. Dissection does not rely solely on a scalpel. Instruments such as dissecting forceps, scissors, vascular clamps, and retractors are equally vital, depending on the procedure at hand. Leaning closer to the anatomical specimen before him, illuminated by the bright overhead lights, Gu Jun noted that the skin had been removed from the deformed left hand, although much of the dark fluid had drained away. The subcutaneous layer, which should have displayed a whitish-yellow superficial fascia, was instead a murky black, obscuring the visibility of the superficial veins and cutaneous nerves, only faintly discernible. To separate such delicate tissues, the use of dissecting scissors was imperative. This layer must indeed be the superficial fascia. Gu Jun articulated his judgment in a low, resonant tone, merely layering his thoughts. Layering? Wang Ruoxiang paused momentarily, leaning in closer to gain a clearer view. Indeed, as Gu Jun had just elucidated, the normal human dorsal superficial fascia is a loosely organized, thin layer that facilitates skin movement. However, this deformed hand appeared to have its entire layer of superficial fascia twisted and overlapped into a mass, with the excess voids filled with a dark liquid. Oh. Professor Gu furrowed his aged brow, peering closely under the light. This young man possessed a certain insight. Sometimes, medicine requires such innovative thinking. Wang Ruoxiang edged in closely, almost brushing against Gu Jun, catching a rare hint of fragrance amidst the overwhelming odor of decay. Yet, he found it necessary to remark, "Class monitor, could you step back a bit? You're in the way." Indeed, she was obstructing him, otherwise he would have been indifferent. Oh, Wang Ruoxiang promptly retreated slightly. Though not far, her obsidian eyes still fixated on the dissection table. Su Hai and the others seemed to witness a wolf abstaining from flesh. Gu Jun disregarded the skepticism or astonishment of those around him, concentrating intently as he grasped the dissection scissors with textbook precision. His right thumb and ring finger nestled within the handle's loops, his middle finger poised at the front, and his index finger stabilizing the scissors along the motion axis. Having been away from the dissection table for some time, he felt a trace of unfamiliarity. Yet his hands bore an unprecedented calmness. The memories of past dissection practices, both conscious and muscle memory, rapidly surged back. Gu Jun steadied his breath, maneuvering the scissors to slowly separate the mass of superficial fascia from the dorsal surface of the hand. As anticipated, beneath the superficial fascia, a greater quantity of dark fluid concealed deeper structures. He remarked, "There is an abundance of fluid. I believe this cannot be attributed to a subcutaneous cyst." Continuing with the dissection scissors, alongside the vascular clamp, he meticulously dissected the venous network within the mass of superficial fascia. The tissues were exceedingly fragile. Gu Jun, forgetting to blink, deftly stabilized the scissors, initially prying apart the fascia with the tips before gently extracting the venous vessels. The onlookers felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, their hearts constricting. The young man exhibited remarkable composure in the face of such a grotesque specimen, possessing the discernment to recognize its structure and the dexterity to dissect it, as if he had undergone extensive training in an operating room. The laboratory remained eerily silent. Although the onlookers were both astonished and exhilarated, they restrained themselves from uttering a sound, fearful of disrupting Gu Jun's rhythm. Gu Jun immersed himself in the dissection, his gloves saturated with a dark liquid. Gradually, he felt as though his hands were no longer his own, but rather a machine operating automatically. While the veins ceased to be mere vessels of human tissue, transforming into concealed targets awaiting extraction, his profound focus dulled the discomfort in his eyes. Leaving his mind in a state of serene clarity, he persisted in his meticulous task, and after some time, he successfully separated the venous network from the back of the hand. Except for Professor Gu, the others were momentarily taken aback. This was no mere student-level skill. Indeed, the left hand of this cadaver was unmistakably human. Gu Jun maintained his concentration, observing that the veins remained intact, while the deformity suggested that these structural tissues had been forcibly intertwined. This insight sparked a revelation among the onlookers, guiding them toward a better understanding of the malformed hand. The humerus in the upper arm and the radius in the forearm appeared to be twisted together, culminating in this bizarre configuration. Yet, This slight understanding only led them deeper into a shadowy realm of uncertainty. Could it genuinely be a congenital deformity or some form of acquired distortion? What ailment in existence could manifest such pathology? Professor Gu pondered aloud. Gu Jun, your hypothesis is intriguing. What do the rest of you think? Su Hai and others had little to contribute regarding the deformed hand, but they were intrigued by Gu Jun, wondering if this prodigious talent was indeed genuine. As Gu Jun prepared to continue with the dissection, he received a new notification in his mind. Current dissection completion, 1. Remaining time, 710,246. This cadaver indeed met the task requirements. Glancing at the notification, he recalled that Wang Ruoxiang and Zhang Haoren's excision of the skin from the back of the hand had barely registered any completion. This implied that only his dissection efforts would count towards the task, each dissection of the Venus network seemingly yielding a score of 1. It appeared the task's criteria for dissection depth were not excessively meticulous. He checked the remaining time. Nearly an hour had elapsed. Although most of that hour had been spent on transportation and preparation, the 72-hour deadline loomed ominously, as human needs for sustenance and rest could not be overlooked. Especially during dissection, the longer it extended, the more fatigue would set in, leading to slowness and increased likelihood of errors. Determined, he resolved to consume a case of Red Bull if necessary, mustering his resolve. With his thoughts gathered, he leaned once more towards the deformed hand, proceeding to dissect the superficial branch of the radial nerve and the dorsal branch of the ulnar nerve. The onlookers remained fixated, as Gu Jun's actions proved that his earlier performance was no mere fluke. His hands moved with precision and grace. Kai Zixuan could not help but exclaim, "What extraordinary talent this youth possesses!" Gu Jun's extraordinary talent was indeed evident. He quickly caught up through sheer diligence. Perhaps it was merely the finesse of his scalpel? Su Hai secretly harbored hopes, considering himself the third most proficient anatomist in their group. He believed that his strength in procedures such as bone sawing surpassed even that of Wang Ruoxiang. Thus he was confident that he would be a key player in the competition. However, at this moment, on Gu Jun's side, after completing a step, he set down the dissecting scissors and picked up the scalpel, adopting a poised grip to meticulously clear the residual tissue on the dorsal side of the wrist. As the observers watched, their doubts began to surface. Gu Jun wielded the scalpel with remarkable steadiness, despite being stung by formalin, causing tears to well up and his breathing to become labored. His hands remained as steady as a seasoned professional during trimming, incisions, and excisions. Su Hai finally felt defeated. Letting out a long sigh, he truly could not compete. At that moment, He Yuhan glanced at Gu Jun again, and she was struck by how handsome he appeared from the side. While Ruoxiang might not be fond of this type, she certainly was. "Well done," Professor Gu murmured softly, his elderly face slightly flushed with excitement and surprise, affirming that he had not misjudged the young man. Gu Jun's hands, when placed in the realm of surgery, were indeed invaluable. In the first 3 hours of dissecting the cadaver, Gu Jun's performance thoroughly validated his capabilities. Professor Gu immediately announced his intention to take him to the competition. No one objected, regardless of Gu Jun's other medical skills. He was a formidable asset at the dissection table. "Young man, keep up the good work and do not squander your talent." Professor Gu's demeanor towards this once wayward student had shifted, revealing a more favorable disposition. It was clear that such skill could not be acquired without extensive training. And Gu Jun had evidently put in tremendous effort recently. "I will," Gu Jun nodded, reflecting on the fact that he had spent 3 hours and had only completed a third of the dissection of this malformed hand. Achieving a mere 6 completion rate with only 685 hours remaining, barely enough when accounting for sleep. He proposed, "So I would like to take a 10-minute break before continuing." Kai Zixuan, who was in the midst of organizing the dissection instruments, was momentarily taken aback. The standard procedure was to first tidy the instruments and then lower the cadaver into the refrigerated dissection table, covering it with a formalin-soaked cloth for the next session. 10 minutes? Su Hai could not help but scoff. Even hanging oneself requires a breather. After 3 hours, his back ached, his legs were sore, his eyes felt swollen, and his hands were numb. The mental exhaustion was far more severe than the physical fatigue. How could one continue to dissect? "I supported Jun." He Yuhan raised her hand, clearly smitten with Gu Jun. If they weren't in the same cohort, she would have eagerly called him Senior Gu. "I need at least an hour's rest," Wang Ruoxiang interjected, fully aware of her own condition. She shook her head slightly. "A mere 10 minutes, and I would collapse." The dissection of a human body was an entirely different endeavor compared to the handling of small mice. Su Hai was about to exclaim, "The class leader is brilliant." But Gu Jun clarified, "I will continue the dissection alone. Anyone who wishes to join me is welcome." Gu Jun had never contemplated involving them, as the completion rate only accounted for his own efforts, rendering any exploitation impossible. He stated earnestly, "For the next few days, I intend to reside in the dissection building, limiting myself to merely 5 hours of sleep each night." "Ah, young man, you may continue with the dissection. Those who wish to join him may do so," Professor Gu interjected. It is not uncommon for surgeons to spend over 10 consecutive hours performing an operation. Possessing such stamina and resolve is, in itself, a form of selection. Given the rare support from national resources, the university had also granted the green light. However, you may dissect other ordinary limbs. This deformed hand shall only be examined when everyone is present. Understood, Gu Jun nodded in agreement. This time, Kai Zixuan and He Yuhan chose to remain with him to dissect the upper right limb of the corpse, while the others departed the laboratory to rest. The upper right limb exhibited the structure of a normal human body, and they utilized anatomical diagrams of the upper limb to guide their actions. Even without Professor Gu's guidance, there were no technical challenges. The three immersed themselves at the dissection table, and as 3 hours passed, evening approached. Gu Jun observed that the task completion rate had reached 10. He had wielded the scalpel throughout these hours, yet it had only increased by 4. It seemed that dissecting the deformed hand contributed significantly to the completion rate, while dissecting normal regions yielded minimal gains. However, the deformed hand was scarce, and everyone had a share. Consequently, time became even more pressing. "Continue the dissection," he commanded. Kai Zixuan sighed wearily, while He Yuhan displayed a flicker of panic and regret. About half an hour later, Wang Ruoxiang and the others returned with takeout and bottled water, as they were scheduled for another 3-hour session that evening. It was only then that Gu Jun and his companions paused to step into the corridor for a break and dinner. At this point, He Yuhan was nearly on the verge of collapse. She had never experienced such a robust appetite. She pounced on a takeout box, devouring it with fervor, the rice tasting so delightful that it moved her to tears. In the corridor, some other students from the Vanguard Cup were also training, and during their respite, they speculated about the nature of the deformed corpses. Is there some sort of epidemic outbreak? An epidemic? Surely not. Do those deformities seem like a disease? Could it be a result of some clandestine experiment? The group chattered aimlessly, unable to reach any definitive conclusions, and few genuinely entertained the notion of the bizarre. The medical students trusted in science. Throughout this, Gu Jun remained silently engaged with his meal, yet in his heart, he believed that an epidemic might indeed be unfolding, albeit unbeknownst to the public. In the ensuing 3 days, the urban legend of the medical students sleeping in the dissection building came to fruition. Gu Jun introduced his 5 classmates to the true meaning of dedication, as apart from the 5 hours of sleep at night, they engaged in successive 3-hour dissection practices. Wang Ruoxiang, Kai Zixuan, and the others took turns, while he remained consistently present. In the realm of dissection, boasting was futile. One was either skilled or not. Gu Jun had firmly established himself as the top performer in the group, earning praise from Professor Gu, who quoted the ancient proverb, "A scholar is regarded with fresh eyes after 3 days apart." Wang Ruoxiang felt as though she had become Wang Zhenxiang. For Gu Jun's contributions to medicine were undoubtedly superior to those of a mere mouse. Gu Jun was not devoid of fatigue. Rather, he could not allow himself to rest. He had to obtain the coveted reward map. There was no alternative. Observing the gradual increase in task completion, from 10 to 20, then to 50, and finally to 80, he acknowledged that his state and efficiency had significantly diminished, yet he found the resolve to persist, repeatedly telling himself, "I cannot surrender." This marathon of dissection seemed akin to a baptism in formalin, transforming him. It was Gu Jun's inaugural experience of fervently dedicating himself to the medical field, leaving him so exhausted that he lacked the strength to sleep. However, the fruits of his labor extended beyond merely enhancing his dexterity. His comprehension of surgical anatomy and techniques had also advanced remarkably. Yet, paradoxically, the more he dissected this cadaver, the more the enigma surrounding the case deepened. It was not that other parts of the body exhibited abnormalities. On the contrary, they were remarkably healthy. This only intensified the perplexity surrounding the demise of this anatomical mentor. As the group delved deeper into the dissection of the deformed hand, their findings increasingly validated Gu Jun's prior assessments. Horrific entanglements were present throughout. Most astonishing was that the humerus and radius were not simply intertwined. Rather, the radius had pierced through the humerus, which showed no signs of fracture, an impossibility in medical science. Even under nuclear radiation, the edifice of their medical knowledge and the tower of science appeared to be developing cracks. They yearned for an answer. Perhaps it could be uncovered in the future, or perhaps it would forever elude them. Finally, On the afternoon of the third day, under the guidance of Professor Gu, the six-member team began to dissect the abdominal cavity of the cadaver. With just 15 minutes remaining and a timer reading 001438, Gu Jun successfully extracted the liver intact from the abdomen. In his mind, a notification chimed. Current completion level of dissection, 100. Difficult task completed. Your dexterity level has increased. You are now at the second tier, 030000 proficiency. A reward awaits. A partial structural map. Click to claim your reward. Ah, it's done. Gu Jun's brows fell in relief. But as he exhaled, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and he felt as though he might collapse to the floor, nearly dropping the liver from his hands. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he placed the liver onto the dissection tray, bracing himself to remain upright. Gu Jun. Wang Ruoxiang was the first to notice his condition. The liver had ceased to move. Soon, everyone else realized it as well. Su Hai's eyes sparkled with madness. Ha ha ha. Finally reaching your limit, are you? You are but a mortal after all. Ha ha ha. I'm done for, Gu Jun gasped. I need to return to my dormitory for a brief rest. Otherwise, you may find yourselves dissecting me tomorrow. Then you should hurry back. Professor Gu waved him off. Observing Gu Jun's bloodshot eyes, weary visage, and the pervasive odor emanating from him, genuinely concerned that this young man might succumb to exhaustion. With Gu Jun's departure, his primary assistant, Kai Zixuan, lost his emotional anchor and immediately became unsteady. In recent days, Kai Zixuan's hairline has receded further, and his dark circles have evolved into a somber visage. The second assistant, He Yuhan, fared no better. Everything appeared tinged with green to her. Ironically, she was a pharmacist. Yet she found herself dissecting more than she was in clinical practice these past few days. She now realized that Gu Jun's approach was ill-suited for her. Otherwise, it would surely be a relentless burden. Everyone, I must take my leave, Gu Jun announced as he removed his gloves, mask, and lab coat. After washing his hands at the sink, he swiftly exited the laboratory, departing the building and pedaling his bicycle back to the dormitory. I am eager to claim my task reward. Chapter 19. Notes on the chart. Gu Jun pedaled furiously back to his dormitory. Upon entering his room, he seized the water jug on his desk and gulped down a hearty drink. The water had not been changed for several days, carrying a slightly stale taste. Yet for someone utterly exhausted, it sufficed. Gu Jun surveyed the desk, noticing that the traces he had deliberately left were still intact. The arrangement and order of his books and belongings remained unchanged, indicating that no one had intruded during these 3 days. Li Lurui's phone was always in his possession. With a sigh, Gu Jun settled into the chair beside his desk and opened the system in his mind to review his current status. He accessed the host ability list. Tai Ran Hand Rarity, Rare Level, 3 Current Level, Second, 030000 Proficiency. At last, he had broken through to the second level. Gu Jun had discovered 3 days prior that while upgrading Tai Ran Hand required a final 500 proficiency points. He had struggled to gain even 100 proficiency despite hours of dissection, less than what he had achieved with intravenous injection practice. This indicated that proficiency did not increase uniformly. He concluded that the further one progressed, the more challenging it became, or rather, the more skilled one became, the harder it was to refine that skill. Thus, the final few hundred proficiency points needed for the breakthrough were far more arduous to acquire than the preceding thousands. Gu Jun examined his hands, stretching his fingers. After days of wearing tightly fitted medical gloves, the newfound looseness felt somewhat foreign. The elevation to the second level of Tai Ran Hand indeed brought a different sensation. He felt as if he could clearly sense every nerve in his 10 fingers. With a flicker of thought, he noticed his right thumb slightly bending, indicating the ulnar nerve, while his pinky twitched faintly. Although he had yet to master this delicate control, it was a refinement he had not possessed prior to upgrading Tai Ran Hand. With these hands, he could wield a scalpel or surgical knife to execute even more precise and intricate maneuvers. The past few days had been worth it. A smile crept across Gu Jun's face. The prowess of the second level was remarkable, leaving him curious about the potential of the third level. Perhaps, in time, he would become the man with the strongest fingers in the world. Gu Jun chuckled to himself, closing the ability list and opening the task list. He gazed at the prompt box, reminiscent of a large chicken leg saved for dessert. You have a task reward waiting to be claimed. 1 incomplete structural diagram. Click to receive your reward. This time, the system demonstrated remarkable intelligence, refraining from depositing the diagram directly into his pocket amidst the scrutinizing gaze of onlookers. Was that the case? The reward for his first challenging task. Gu Jun's thoughts stirred, and he clicked to claim it. Claim successful. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his head, and a brilliant light, seemingly materializing from nowhere, abruptly hovered above the ocean of his consciousness. He discerned it was a diagram. Oh, this diagram was not issued in physical form, but rather as a mental construct. Well, that was more convenient to carry. Gu Jun attempted to open the diagram with his thoughts. Although still unpracticed, he managed to lock it from the chaotic sea of recognition, magnifying it further and further. Gradually, it came into focus. It was a yellowed parchment, resembling sheepskin, slightly smaller than an A4 sheet. The edges were tattered, with several large tears, and the mottled surface appeared as if excavated from a layer of plaster. The diagram featured only a singular image, which even an untrained layperson could easily identify as a partial anatomical illustration. It appeared to be a frontal view of the chest, though he could not be certain. Gu Jun was well acquainted with the human chest, yet the structures depicted were peculiar, somewhat reminiscent of a primate's chest, though certain details seemed to contradict this possibility. Did primates possess a plate-like bone resembling armor on their chests? Plate bone, he murmured, recognizing the distinctly diamond-shaped bone obscuring and connecting to the ribs behind it. With a sense of bewilderment, he turned his attention to the annotations beside the diagram, and indeed, they were inscribed in that mysterious script. These characters appeared handwritten and, in stark contrast to the printed text on the anomalous medicinal boxes, appeared rather hasty and careless. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The frontal chest diagram was also hand-drawn. Indeed, some lines were crooked, and Gu Jun sensed that this diagram had not been crafted in a serene study, but rather in a perilous environment, which accounted for its hurried and messy appearance. He traced the guiding lines to decipher the annotations, first examining the text pointing to the plate bone, then observing the inscriptions for other skeletal structures. He discovered each was composed of two parts. What could this imply? For instance, the terms for ribs and sternum in Chinese are and, while in English, they are both referred to as bone, indicating the essence of bone. Were the identical characters denoting bone in the latter part of these skeletal annotations also referring to bone? Gu Jun sensed this represented the same concept. With this realization, a heavy weight quietly lifted from his heart. This script was a form of language comprehensible to human thought. He mused that if it could be understood, it could be deciphered, and thus, answers awaited. He continued to decipher, gradually identifying the variant forms of the concepts of muscle, nerve, and chest from the 19 annotated texts. He then realized that, akin to chest and muscle, these four variant concepts share common components. Perhaps the component represented something related to the human body or life itself. Gu Jun pondered deeply, being an outsider in linguistics. Even after perusing materials online, he struggled to comprehend. Moreover, he lacked a trustworthy linguist friend to consult. Nevertheless, he had finally found a breakthrough in understanding these variants. His gaze shifted to the notes inscribed beneath the chart, 10 lines of dense, tiny characters, comprising several hundred symbols. Notably, the last 4 lines were entirely identical, each concluding with a completely matching symbol. This symbol resembled either an exclamation mark or a question mark, distinctly separate from the Chinese characters, possibly serving as punctuation. He surmised it was either an exclamatory or interrogative mark. The phrase had been repeated 4 times, indicating that the creator of this chart must have been in a state of great excitement. What could these notes signify? Gu Jun mused, observing the chaotic and trembling handwriting, faintly sensing the underlying astonishment, confusion, and dread. Perhaps these notes constituted the true essence of the chart, holding crucial information that could aid him in comprehending the entire matter. Yet, he found them incomprehensible, and the more he looked, the more fatigued his already weary body and mind became. Continuing in this manner would yield no fruitful insights. He resolved to rest and regain his strength before comparing the variant forms on the medicine box upon awakening. Gu Jun rubbed his swollen, sore eyes, rose to wash his face at the balcony faucet, and, disinterested in a shower, climbed onto his bed and lay down, closing his heavy eyelids. He lost track of time, uncertain whether he was in a dream or reality, as he seemed to plunge into a shrouded mist. Silence enveloped him, an expanse of profound stillness. Gradually, he could discern a massive, desolate tree, its branches thick and chaotic, resembling cracks in the gray sky, devoid of leaves, with only some decaying vines hanging down, as if even the wind was tinged with a shadowy hue. Upon the wide trunk of the dead tree, something stirred, a frail silhouette of a child, struggling to climb the trunk using hands and feet, striving to ascend. Gu Jun's consciousness was hazy, as if drifting away. These images too receded into the distance. He observed that the ground beneath the withered tree was similarly gray, where bodies lay scattered in disarray, seemingly arranged into a pattern. Their faces remained obscured, yet their limbs, hands or feet, were grotesquely distorted. Suddenly, a figure peeled. The child fell heavily to the ground, blood staining the gray earth, and the pale, innocent face was contorted in horror and fear, those wide-open eyes devoid of any spark. This pallid visage was one that Gu Jun had encountered before, in the body storage room of the dissection building. It belonged to that child, lying in the storage compartment, immersed in formalin, with hands grotesquely deformed. Chapter 20. The Withered Tree in the Dream. Gu Jun awoke abruptly from his nightmare, opening his eyes to the pale ceiling above. He was still in his dormitory, and that had merely been a dream. Glancing at his phone, he realized that this nap, though seemingly brief, had lasted 2 hours. Taking a deep breath, he detected a faint odor reminiscent of onions in the air, a trace of formaldehyde emanating from himself. He pressed his heavy head and rose from the bed. Was it truly just a dream? He pondered, feeling as if it were not. Perhaps it was a dream, a subconscious manifestation of his recent experiences. Or perhaps it was not a dream at all, but a scene that had genuinely transpired. As Gu Jun contemplated this, he rummaged through his wardrobe for clean clothes and then headed to the dormitory shower room for a thorough wash, with Li Luo's phone still in his possession. While showering, warm water cascaded from the shower head, and he scrubbed his hands vigorously, again and again, yet the scent of medical rubber gloves clung stubbornly to him. After his shower, Gu Jun returned to his dormitory, where he found Kai Zixuan had come back, busy at his wardrobe. Gu Jun, did you just shower? Kai Zixuan asked sleepily. I took a nap first, Gu Jun replied, noticing the redness around his roommate's eyes and the swollen nose, which had become ruddy due to excessive nasal discharge triggered by formaldehyde. Zixuan, you look awful. As the culprit, you still have the nerve to say that? Kai Zixuan sighed, unable to muster any anger. Look in the mirror. You look worse than I do. Upon hearing this, Gu Jun picked up a mirror and gazed at his reflection, only to find his own countenance even more haggard, his beauty faded, resembling a creature teetering on the brink of madness. He burst into laughter, unsure of the reason for his amusement, shaking his head. Oh, the life of a medical student. At least we are not alone in this, Kai Zixuan remarked, carrying his clothes over and stopping to speak. The quality of the bodies we encountered this time, aside from the deformities, is remarkably high. We just checked out a few adjacent labs, and many others are working tirelessly too. What is it like when you usually dissect? Gu Jun mused, recalling the image of corpulent bodies, accident victims with blood pooling in their bellies, and suicides with severed limbs. Kai Zixuan reflected, you know Shen Wanjie from Class 1, right? Their group's anatomy instructor is a young woman with a left-hand deformity, yet no other abnormalities. Her skin is simply exquisite. Everyone says it's the most beautiful skin they've ever seen, akin to that in a moisturizer advertisement. Do you realize how bizarre your tone sounds right now? Gu Jun teased, fully aware that Zixuan's notion of beauty referred to the clarity of anatomical structure. Kai Zixuan scratched his head, clutching his clothes as he departed. At times, certain matters can unexpectedly intertwine. Advertisements? Gu Jun recalled a fleeting fragment of memory. He seemed to have seen that enormous withered tree somewhere, perhaps in an advertisement, a travel commercial? Yet it was not withered then, but rather lush and verdant, its leaves of vibrant green. Gu Jun settled at his desk and opened his laptop to search online, probing for information about large trees in Dongzhou City. As he perused the results, he suddenly stumbled upon a familiar news article and clicked to open it. Dongzhou City, Gulong Village, home to a banyan tree that has stood for a millennium. Gu Jun gazed at the news photograph on the screen, his eyes narrowing. This was indeed the tree he had seen in his dreams. Gulong Village is not a renowned locale. It is merely an ordinary village nestled in the remote mountainous region on the northern edge of Dongzhou City. Although it possesses some scenic landscapes, it remains largely undeveloped, frequented only by a handful of adventurers. The banyan tree is the village's most celebrated feature, among the oldest and most venerable in all of Dongzhou City. Gu Jun's mind flickered with images of that desolate, gray visage. He took a sip of water and continued to search for more information about Gulong Village. The latest news dated back to last year, with most articles pertaining to the promotion of the tree. He found no new information about the village online. The absence of updates was strikingly unusual for a small tourist destination. How could it be so devoid of news? Unless something had transpired there and information had been suppressed. Could Gulong Village be the origin of the limb disease? Gu Jun pondered, clicking on another article about Gulong Village, his heart suddenly tightening. This report featured the director of the village's Cultural Tourism Management Committee introducing their development plans to a reporter. The director, a middle-aged man of average build with a square face, appeared warm and genuine in the accompanying image, stating that they aimed to transform Gulong Village into a premier self-driving tourist destination in northern Dongzhou over the next decade. Gu Jun recognized the director's face all too well. This morning, he had personally extracted the eyes from that very visage. Gu Jun leaned back in his chair, his mind racing with conjectures. Regardless of whether it was the source, Gulong village must have experienced an outbreak. The 50 corpses were all villagers, and there might be even more fatalities. What could have transpired to lead to such a tragedy? Gazing at the screen displaying the lush banyan tree, an increasingly fervent urge welled within him to investigate, to seek answers in Gulong village. No, Gu Jun exclaimed, interrupting his impulsive thoughts. He must not recklessly venture to Gulong village. Such an action would undoubtedly expose him to those who were surveilling him, revealing that he was not entirely oblivious. Moreover, this would be an act of folly. In horror films, it is precisely such individuals who meet untimely ends. Were there still inhabitants in Gulong village? Surely, measures for epidemic prevention had been implemented. Was the village under quarantine? Gu Jun contemplated another method to validate his suspicions. It was still a little past 4 in the afternoon. He contemplated for a moment, searched for some information, and jotted it down on his phone, clearing the browsing history. He shut down the computer and briskly exited the dormitory. After leaving the dormitory building, Gu Jun quickly stepped beyond the confines of the campus accommodation area and onto the bustling streets outside. He hailed a taxi, deliberately instructing the driver to take a longer route before alighting and slipping into a familiar narrow alley. There, he purchased an unregistered mobile SIM card from an ordinary roadside shop, replacing the old card in his phone with the new one. Gu Jun opened his contacts and found a recently saved entry, the management committee of the Gulong village cultural tourism area. Exiting the shop, he strolled down the aged and cramped alley, tapping lightly on his phone before pressing dial. This was a landline number, and given the current state of Gulong village, he suspected that the communication lines might have been severed or that no one would answer. The phone emitted a series of ringing tones, indicating the line was still operational. Gu Jun glanced up at the dusky sky and observed the faded signs of the small shops lining the alley: Spicy Hot Pot, Luo's General Store, Health Massage, and Foot Bath. After 10 rings, no one picked up. Was Gulong village truly a desolate wasteland? Just as Gu Jun raised his head, poised to end the call, a sudden click signaled that the call had connected. Chapter 21. The hoarse whispers on the line with the connection made. Gu Jun furrowed his brow, a surge of unease swelling within him as he pressed the phone to his ear, hearing a series of crackling sounds, likely due to a poor signal. He remained silent, surveying the alley around him, not intending to speak. He merely wished to ascertain if anyone still resided within Gulong village. The other end remained silent, the low, raspy voice growing louder. Listening intently, the restlessness that had recently plagued him surged anew from the depths of his heart. Who is it? Who is on the other end of the line? He desperately wanted to shout, but instead stifled his voice, even lowering his breathing to avoid detection. It felt as though revealing his presence would summon an imminent disaster. Gu Jun refrained from hanging up despite the mounting pressure within him, continuing to listen to the hoarse murmurs. Was this even a language? He recognized it was not the language he had muttered in the Dragon Canyon videos. No, it seemed more like a sound produced by a throat straining to make a noise. There was life on the other end of the line, and it was attempting to communicate. Gu Jun strained to decipher the words, yet the surrounding clamor, passing motorcycles, conversing neighbors, and music playing from shops, masked the peculiar sounds. Persisting in his listening, he ventured deeper into the alley. The cacophony began to fade, the strange voice on the line growing clearer. Upon reaching a secluded spot near a garbage heap at the alley's end, he suddenly discerned 2 faint yet distinct words amidst the raspy whispers. "Save me." That was the voice of a human, though low and trembling. He recognized the tone and emotion of humanity, or rather, fear. It seemed as if the throat had opened up, and the voice on the other end of the line spoke intermittently. "I am not dead. I am not one of them. I do not possess whatever lurks in the banyan tree. Let me out. Ah, I do not wish to die. Help, help me." The immense agony conveyed through this voice sent a pang of discomfort to Gu Jun's heart. He vaguely discerned that the speaker was likely a villager from Gulong village, who was still alive but unable to escape, having already succumbed to infection, their body undergoing grotesque transformation, thus confined within the village's bounds. Just days prior, Gu Jun had been enveloped by the shadow of terminal illness, acutely aware of the bitter taste of a person's desire to live well while feeling powerless against death. "Help me. I beg you. Save me." The voice on the line continued to wail. Gu Jun tightened his grip on the phone, and unexpectedly, a memory surfaced, the beginning of his freshman year, standing with his classmates as they recited the Hippocratic Oath in their first class. At that moment, he had recited it nonchalantly, merely going through the motions. As a medical practitioner, I solemnly swear to dedicate my life to humanity. I shall practice my art with purity and sanctity. Gu Jun fell silent. Healing was indeed the calling of those in the medical field. Yet now, he found himself powerless. He could not save the head of Gulong village, nor the child clambering up the tree, nor the person on the other end of the line. The strange sounds from the banyan tree grew increasingly tormented. It's not that I don't want to. Suddenly, the call was severed with a crackle, followed by the monotonous beeping of a disconnected line. Gu Jun lowered his gaze to the phone in his hand, took a deep breath, and softly murmured, "I'm sorry. If I could, I would save you. I lack the ability." He looked up towards the evening sky, exhaling a long-held breath. Yet a part of his heart grew more resolute. This was his aspiration, to be a true healer, to save lives. There was no grand reason behind it. He simply could not bear to see suffering. After standing still for a moment, Gu Jun composed his tumultuous thoughts and quietly removed the new SIM card from his phone. The words of the dying villager echoed in his mind. What is it? Was the source of the affliction that banyan tree? Twisted branches, gnarled roots, contorted limbs. These images began to coalesce in Gu Jun's mind. And a thought emerged. The deformed limbs of the corpses bore a striking resemblance to the banyan's branches and roots. How could a banyan tree become the source of such malady? As Gu Jun pondered this, he turned to retrace his steps. The sky was dimming, and a cool breeze swept over him, prompting a sudden sense of unease. He glanced around. This area, known as Jufu Alley, lacked towering skyscrapers. Instead, it was populated by aged buildings, narrow streets, dilapidated shop signs, and a gradually fading tradition. He often visited this place in the past. For Jifuxiang was home to numerous authentic culinary stalls from Dongzhou, which the students from Dongda relished exploring. Although the surroundings were in a state of utter chaos, he was intimately familiar with every wire and signpost in the area. However, as he walked along the dilapidated cement path at the alley's end, an unfamiliar chill began to envelop him. Drip, drop, a sound reminiscent of raindrops hitting the ground echoed around him. Although the sky was overcast, rain had yet to fall. Suddenly, Gu Jun turned back, scanning the narrow, worn alley, yet found nothing amiss. Only the old signs swayed gently. The Tidal Hair Studio, the Professional Barber, Yonglong Restaurant, copying, typing, faxing. Gu Jun was certain that the man who had been trailing him was lurking in the shadows, contemplating his next move. He withdrew his gaze from behind and turned around, only to find a middle-aged man with a crew cut standing less than 5 paces away, dressed in plain civilian attire. The man's visage appeared gaunt, with hollowed cheeks and bloodshot eyes. He was indeed the one who had been shadowing him for days. What should he do? Should he maintain his composure and flee, or feign ignorance and walk past? Yet, he noticed the man's gaze unflinchingly fixed upon him, with an ominous and eerie intensity that was unmistakable. In that moment, Gu Jun realized the truth. This man was aware that Gu Jun had discovered his pursuit, and that was precisely why he had revealed himself. In an instant, Gu Jun resolved to take the initiative, pretending as though he were merely an ordinary individual engaged in mundane affairs. Affecting a nonchalant demeanor, he called out, "Hey there, who might you be? I feel as though I've seen you a few times recently, always watching me. Who are you staring at?" "Mr. Gu," the man with the crew cut replied, a peculiar smile stretching across his face, akin to a puppet's mouth being forced open. "Hand it over, and everything will be just fine." Gu Jun maintained his composure, contemplating his response. The phone belonging to Li Lurui resided in the inner pocket of his jacket. Was this man truly here for it? Chapter 22. Those documents creak, creak. A sign for a health massage and foot bath swayed lightly on the edge of the street. An elderly passerby glanced at the standoff between the two men before continuing on his way. "Mr. Gu," the man with the crew cut grinned, his smile unsettlingly reminiscent of an old acquaintance-esque greeting. "As you can see, this is a public space. I have no intention of engaging in anything that might land me in trouble. I merely wish to offer you a word of friendly advice." "Do I know you?" Gu Jun feigned ignorance. "What are you talking about?" "I'm just a receptionist, you see." The man stepped closer, his smile masking a deeper malice in his gaze. "I'm an inconsequential individual, easily manageable, one you can see. Unlike those you cannot." Gu Jun was unperturbed. He had surmised that this man was part of the organization attempting to seize Li Lurui's phone. Initially, he had speculated it might be a government agency, but that no longer seemed plausible. The crew-cut man continued, "There are countless things in this world you remain unaware of, and far too many people you cannot confront. Mr. Gu, you are an astute individual and should comprehend this principle." A flicker of fervor passed across his gaunt visage. "Those documents are mere refuse to you. So why not simply hand them over?" Gu Jun was momentarily taken aback by the mention of documents. He quickly realized that this individual was not there for Li Lurui's mobile phone. With genuine curiosity, He inquired, "What documents? I do not understand your words." The man with the flat cap regarded him intently, remaining silent for a spell. His expression shifted to one of discomfort. "Mr. Gu, why must you be this way? Your parents were remarkable individuals, but they took what they should not have." Gu Jun's eyes narrowed, finally confirming his suspicions. This man was affiliated with Lixing Research Corporation. Indeed, the organization behind that dismal company still existed. Furthermore, it seemed from this man's implication that his parents had taken some documents years ago, and this attendant had come seeking them. For reasons unknown, Lixing believed he possessed knowledge of their whereabouts. Sadly, he was entirely oblivious to such matters. Documents? What documents? A torrent of memories surged through Gu Jun's mind. In his youth, his parents had never discussed work-related matters with him, merely stating that they researched the ocean. Moreover, they had never permitted him entry into their office at home. Before their final voyage, they had emptied their residence and arranged for his long-term guardianship. In hindsight, it seemed they had prepared for an impending calamity. Their former home was in another city. They had been mere tenants, and afterward, the landlord rented it to someone else. The closest Gu Jun had come to his parents' work was during a trip aboard the Seabird, yet he had remained oblivious to any confidential matters. "What are you talking about?" Gu Jun feigned irritation, declaring, "You are from Lixing Research, aren't you? I have long suspected that the incident involving my parents was not straightforward. Lixing bears undeniable responsibility. You have provided me with answers today." The man with the flat cap curled his lips into a distasteful grin. "You speak as if the company was responsible for your parents' demise. No, you misunderstand. The company did not cause their death." He softly uttered the word death, as if savoring the concept. "No, you do not understand." Gu Jun's heart felt as though it had plummeted into an abyss, a multitude of thoughts flooding his mind. "No. Why should I believe a single word from these people?" He was entirely bewildered by this man's intentions. Maintaining skepticism was the prudent course. Gu Jun persisted in feigning ignorance of any unusual forces, adopting an innocent demeanor. "Do not presume that power and influence grant you impunity. I shall contact the police and the media to investigate you." He hastily captured several frontal photographs of the man with his phone, intending to expose him. An elderly woman passing by with her vegetable basket glanced at them curiously. The man with the flat cap remained unfazed by the photographs, smiling as if observing a child at play. "Mr. Gu, when I next seek you out, I hope you will have come to terms with this." With that, he turned and gradually walked away down the alley. Gu Jun's earlier indignation and impulsiveness began to dissipate, giving way to a calm and collected demeanor. At least some doubts have been clarified now. The Lixing company is indeed formidable. Perhaps a terrifying possibility suddenly struck him, ever since his parents' unfortunate incident. The Lixing company had been secretly monitoring him for years. Gu Jun furrowed his brow, delving deeper into his memories. In middle school, during a dull class, he gazed out the window and spotted a tall, slender man standing on the street, staring in his direction. Could it be this individual? On the high school basketball court, he had caught a glimpse of a similarly slender spectator from the corner of his eye. Was it this same man? The Lixing company knows me well. But why are they unaware that I have no knowledge of those documents? Why are they only now requesting them? What has transpired? A new wave of questions surged into his mind, shrouding him in a thick veil of uncertainty. Gu Jun attempted to search for a frontal photograph of this man online using his phone, but, unsurprisingly, he found no matching results. The evening light gradually faded as he left Jufu Alley and took a taxi back to the Dongzhou University Medical School. Throughout the journey, he rummaged through his possible memories, documents, but not a single clue emerged in his mind. Upon returning to the dormitory area and alighting from the taxi, Gu Jun hurried toward his dormitory building. Before long, he pushed open the door to his room, safely returning to this sanctuary, and let out a sigh of relief. In the dormitory, aside from himself, only Kai Zixuan lay sleeping in bed. Gu Jun?" Kai Zixuan mumbled drowsily, turning over. "Where have you been wandering? Professor Gu just mentioned in the WeChat group that we have a break tonight, urging us all to get some good rest to recharge. The skills competition has been moved up. It's happening tomorrow." "I saw that," Gu Jun nodded. Professor Gu had announced that the notification had come rather unexpectedly, leaving all the teachers, including himself, somewhat taken aback. From selecting participants for the Vanguard Cup to organizing a city-wide competition, and now, suddenly, it was to be held earlier than anticipated. It seems that the demand for medical professionals in that mysterious circle is indeed quite pressing. "Then you should get to bed early," Kai Zixuan murmured, mumbling something about bread for dinner before drifting back into slumber. Gu Jun, however, was neither hungry nor ready for sleep. He surveyed his surroundings, seeking something he could use for self-defense to carry with him. Should he encounter an attack from the Lixing company, something more substantial than a mere brick. Yet, carrying a knife or sword in public was out of the question. Otherwise, he might find himself in trouble with the police even before the Lishan company could reach him. A scalpel? Too small. After pacing and contemplating, he finally thought of something more suitable, albeit something he did not possess. Gu Jun pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone and opening his contacts. Locating Wang Ruoxiang's number, which he had recently added. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected, and Wang Ruoxiang's melodious voice came through. Hello? It's me, Gu Jun. Yes, I know. What's up? Class monitor, do you have any pepper spray for self-defense? Gu Jun asked plainly. Could you lend me a bottle? I'm feeling a bit unsafe lately. I don't have any. Wang Ruoxiang responded candidly, stating that she had never encountered such a thing. Gu Jun, perplexed, remarked on the ease with which one could attract unwanted attention and questioned whether she had considered self-protection. Wang Ruoxiang replied nonchalantly, I am a black belt in karate. Gu Jun, silent for a moment, pondered two thoughts. First, it was no surprise that her strength was comparable to that of a male student weighing 180 pounds. Second, he was relieved that the wealthy Jun had not persistently pursued her, lest he end up battered. Could you teach me a few moves? Or perhaps you could simply act as my bodyguard? He inquired. Why do you need pepper spray? Wang Ruoxiang asked curiously. You must be the one who has been on the receiving end of it, right? Gu Jun sighed. Here comes the sharp tongue again. My apologies for the intrusion. The competition is tomorrow. Have you seen the latest updates? Aren't you going to rest? She asked, her concern apparent. Yes, I am going to do that now. Gu Jun replied before ending the call. He resumed searching around his dormitory, his gaze finally settling on a wooden broom in the corner. He walked over, picked it up, and swung it back and forth, creating a gust of wind. It felt quite comfortable, though it was cumbersome to carry. I suppose I should find time to buy a baseball bat, he muttered to himself, accepting his own eccentricity, but at least it provided a sense of security. Chapter 23. Medical Skills Competition. As dawn broke, the sky still dim. All the faculty and students from Dong University participating in the Dongzhou City Medical Skills Competition began to assemble. The event was not hosted by any particular school. The administration had already informed them that the organizing committee would transport them to the venue. They were also instructed not to bring mobile phones, cameras, or other devices, which would be temporarily confiscated if brought along. Gu Jun had brought both his and Li Lurui's phones, encased in full-cover leather pouches, and casually handed them over to the event staff during the security check. If national authorities were seeking his phone and were aware it was in his possession, they would have visited him long ago, so he had no concerns about potential issues. Over 100 faculty and students passed through security in an orderly fashion before boarding 3 buses, heading to an unknown destination amidst their confusion. The buses were unremarkable, but the accompanying staff stood out, all dressed in formal uniforms, their expressions stern and their gazes sharp, resembling military personnel. By this point, even the most oblivious individuals understood that the competition was far from ordinary. Professor Gu, accompanied by his team of 6 students, occupied the frontmost bus. Some students from other teams were astonished to see a familiar face among Professor Gu's group. Wasn't that the affluent Jun? Word quickly spread, and everyone realized that the wealthy Jun was indeed present. He had become somewhat of a notable figure at the school, and just days prior, rumors circulated that he was participating in dissection training, which many had not anticipated to be true. Has Professor Gu lost his mind? Some wondered, questioning whether he had selfishly brought Gu Jun to such a significant event, thereby diminishing the competition's prestige. Perhaps he merely intended for him to gain some exposure. Were it not for Professor Gu's commendable character, I might have believed that Gu Jun had bribed him. Some students whispered amongst themselves, their voices barely audible. For mocking a distinguished professor is hardly prudent. Yet, the gossip had long reached the ears of Su Hai, the team's gossip king, who related to his teammates with clarity. Alongside Zhang Haoran and He Yuhan, they harbored malice, relishing the thought of others underestimating Gu Jun and belittling him. Now, how is the situation? Wang Ruoxiang inquired of Gu Jun, who sat in the back, his spirits evidently lifted. All is well, Gu Jun replied. After a restful night, he had taken his medication and felt both physically and mentally invigorated. He observed Wang Ruoxiang, noting her slender limbs, which led him to question. Are you truly a black belt in karate, or is that merely a jest? Indeed, Wang Ruoxiang asserted, raising her palm with a swift motion that sliced through the air. Had I not pursued medicine, I would have taken up boxing. Gu Jun was left speechless, while Kai Zishuan, who had overheard, mused, class monitor. You remind me of the poem Mulan, with its lines about weaving at the doorway. Their conversation was hushed, for the presence of accompanying personnel demanded discretion, as they seemed to scrutinize the group. After more than half an hour on the bus, they arrived at a small sports arena, where a contingent of armed personnel guarded the entrance, creating an atmosphere of gravity among the faculty and students. Disembarking the bus with Professor Gu Jun noticed not only the 3 vehicles from Dongda University, but also those from Qingyun University arriving in succession. The moment students from Dongda and Qingyun locked eyes, it was as if old foes had met. They were rivals, sworn enemies, all beneath the shadow of Qingyun Mountain. Isn't that someone from Qingshan? What? Those are Dongda students? Which Dongda? Northeast or southeast? The playful banter echoed across the space, a display of youthful jest, yet every student stood tall, their white coats enhancing their presence, determined not to let their opponents gain the upper hand. As for the students from Jihua Medical and Danyang Medical, both groups unanimously agreed they were merely there to serve as a backdrop. The most prominent teams were those from Dongda and Qingyun, acknowledged as the university teams without dispute. Dongda's team was undoubtedly led by Professor Yu Xiaowei, while Qingyun's was under the guidance of Professor Feng Jing. Both professors were renowned experts in surgery and clinical education, having served as judges in numerous medical skill competitions, placing them a tier above Professor Gu. Regardless of the event, every member in the teams formed by these 2 professors was an elite among elites. Young man, Professor Gu said to Gu Jun, a hint of self-deprecation in his aged features. I have brought you here under pressure. You must earn us some honor today. Absolutely, Gu Jun nodded emphatically, determined to claim victory. A multitude of hundreds of faculty and students from various schools entered the gymnasium in an impressive procession. Yet there was a lack of clarity regarding the assessment of the competition. Upon entering the venue, they beheld the vast court, which had been entirely cleared. Save for a few dissection tables, experimental stations, and chairs positioned in the center, devoid of any other embellishments, not even a single banner gracing the walls. This absence rendered the seasoned competitors somewhat uneasy. The staff directed everyone to take their seats in the audience. Those from East University occupied the eastern side. Qingda settled on the western side. Jihua Medical Institute positioned themselves to the south, and Danyang Medical Academy took their place to the north, with other schools scattered around. Soon, everyone gathered around the center of the venue. On the side of East University, Professor Yu Xiaowei's team assertively claimed the front row, while Professor Gu's group found themselves relegated to the back. Would there be an address from the leaders? Suhai murmured. He Yuhan chimed in, suggesting, there should be, right? Didn't they say that the higher-ups are quite invested in this? Her reasoning implied that numerous leaders would take the stage one after another, and they might once again experience the dread of being subjected to lengthy speeches. I doubt it, Gu Jun countered. We're in a state of emergency. State of emergency? Suhai and He Yuhan clung to a sliver of hope, pondering whether the situation was truly that dire. Yet, Gu Jun's prediction proved accurate as a young man. Resembling a host, stepped into the center of the venue, microphone in hand, and spoke with a steady voice. Welcome, esteemed teachers and students. Let us now introduce our judging panel. A wave of applause erupted within the hall as a group of roughly 10 individuals donned in white coats emerged from the aisles and made their way to the center. They were a mix of men and women, all of middle to advanced age. The host referred to them as professors, yet the audience exchanged glances. For the medical students were well acquainted with the prominent figures in their field, yet none recognized this particular assembly. Gu Jun scrutinized each face, determined to engrave them in his memory. These individuals belonged to a mysterious circle, and he sensed an air of otherness surrounding them. I trust you have all heard that today's grand competition aims to select a cohort of innovative medical talents, yet you may not fully grasp the gravity of that statement, announced Professor Qin Xingye, the head of the judging panel, as he held the microphone. You will come to understand. Professor Qin appeared venerable, his hair a cascade of white and his face marked with age spots, suggesting he was in his 70s, older than both Professor Yu and Professor Gu. However, when his gaze swept across the audience, it exuded a palpable sharpness, a potency that even the youth could scarcely muster. By simply observing his eyes, one could ascertain that he was indeed a distinguished figure, likely a surgical virtuoso with countless operations to his credit. Professor Qin's attention was primarily drawn to the students seated in the front row, clearly informed that these individuals represented the cream of the crop. Acutely aware of the expectation emanating from Professor Qin and the other judges, the students from the various teams adopted a demeanor of utmost seriousness. Sensing the weight of their mission, conventional skill assessments will ensue, Professor Qin Xingye continued, including intravenous infusion, tracheal intubation, and the 4 major puncture techniques. Anyone wishing to participate is welcome. However, this morning's competition pertained to a special project. The nation is in dire need of your talents, and none of you shall remain idle. The question is, where does it all begin? I can tell you this. Those who stand out this morning will have the highest starting point. Everyone comprehended the significance of this morning, for it represents the primary objective of this grand contest. Gu Jun slowly opened and closed his hands, telling himself that he must break through this morning. Around him, Wang Ruoxiang, Kai Zixuan, and others shared a similar resolve. None were merely here to pass the time. Let us commence. Professor Qin surveyed the students once more, expressing his hope that among them, he could select 2 or 3 individuals. What? This statement sent a wave of astonishment through the audience. Many students could not suppress their gasps of disbelief. The finest medical students from Dongzhou City had gathered, yet only 2 or 3 would be chosen. As Professor Qin concluded his remarks, a team of staff members wheeled something from the aisle, eliciting an even greater uproar from the crowd. Gu Jun's eyes widened at the sight of the object. Chapter 24. The object in the iron cage as the crowd gasped in stunned silence. The entire gymnasium fell into an eerie quiet, save for the unsettling sound of metal scraping against the floor. Young faces were etched with expressions of shock. Whether they hailed from Dong University or Qing University, all exhibited signs of acute distress. Palpitations, trembling limbs, and a sense of rigidity enveloped them. Even esteemed professors like Yu Xiaowei and Feng Jing found themselves in a state of bewilderment. The scientific and medical knowledge they possessed could not elucidate the phenomenon before them. At that moment, it became clear to them that their previous understanding of this world was merely the tip of the iceberg. Gu Jun's gaze remained fixed on the massive iron cage being pushed and pulled by the staff. The cage towered over 3 meters, its dimensions nearly cubic, with tightly packed steel bars coated in the same white paint used for the body storage compartment. The base was equipped with wheels, yet the object inside rendered it cumbersome to move. Within this colossal cage resided a singular, or rather a multitude of grotesque forms. Gu Jun was not one to lack expressive ability. He had once won awards for his writing. Yet now he found it exceedingly difficult to articulate the horrifying spectacle before him. It was a bizarre amalgamation of deformed bodies twisted together in a nightmarish fashion. These once human beings had limbs and torsos that were grotesquely contorted, their heads retaining a semblance of humanity, with faces that appeared vividly alive. Their distorted bodies and limbs were not merely entwined, but had fused into a single entity, much like the previous cadaver whose radius pierced through its humerus. Some individuals had their palms embedded within another's lower leg, while one neck penetrated another's abdomen. Confusion, strangeness, and malevolence coalesced to form a towering, monstrous figure. Yet amidst this grotesque amalgamation, the intact faces interspersed throughout remained eerily expressive. A dozen faces, dozens of eyes, stared dully at their surroundings. Yet it seemed as though they were still very much alive. They have distorted themselves, and in turn, they are distorting the will of the hundreds of elite teachers and students present. Suddenly, a female student in the south section of Jihua Medical College collapsed and began to vomit, her complexion pale and her body trembling. It was then that everyone comprehended the reason behind the presence of vomit bags at each seat. A cacophony of retching ensued, with both female and male students succumbing to the nausea. They, who regularly faced various cadavers, were now overwhelmed by their own physical reactions. Had it not been for their prior dissection of a deformed corpse, they might have been driven to a state of madness by the shock. Some felt humiliated, while others, indifferent to such concerns, contemplated fleeing the scene. They had merely come to study medicine because they found the white coats appealing. Envisioning lives filled with stories alongside handsome doctors and beautiful nurses, not to endure such torment. Meanwhile, Professor Qinxingye and other judges keenly observed the students' reactions. Witnessing the widespread distress, several judges openly displayed their disappointment. Was this the caliber of talent they sought? They required individuals not only with exceptional medical skills, but also with robust psychological resilience. What is that, Professor Gu? He Yuhan asked tremulously, clutching the vomit bag, on the verge of being overwhelmed. Wang Ruoxiang fared better, managing to maintain her composure, though her brow was furrowed. Suhai was also nearing the brink of vomiting, while Zhang Haoran averted his gaze, and Kai Zixuan muttered a prayer. I know as much as you do. Professor Gu, being an experienced educator, remained unfazed by the shock. He attempted to reassure the students, stating, "You need not fear. The state has arranged this, and you are certainly safe. It is merely a disease, and it is not contagious." Gu Jun met the situation with calmness, his gaze unwavering, as his mind raced with thoughts. It must be a type of illness. The corpse we dissected earlier represented the initial condition, and this might be its advanced manifestation. Suddenly, Suhai succumbed to his nausea and vomited into the bag. The number of those retching grew, and the atmosphere became increasingly suffocating. The crowd felt as though they had plunged into an endless ocean, adrift and struggling. Calling out, yet surrounded only by an oppressive darkness. I hope none of you will have to encounter such things again. But I sincerely wish for you to prepare for that day. Professor Chin spoke again, his aged face remarkably serene. Now, I wish to know your thoughts on this matter. Remember, this is dead, yet it can be alive. Alive? The students exchanged bewildered glances. Professor Chin did not expect those who were retching to respond. Noticing many from Dongda were vomiting, he turned his attention to the students seated in the front row of Qingda University, where some staff approached with a microphone. A sense of anticipation arose among the Qingda students, as strong figures from the 8-year program, Sun Yuheng, Zhang Wenyue, and Yang Ming, prepared to speak. I believe. Sun Yuheng was the first to respond. Although he spoke with a sense of trepidation, he had evidently pondered the matter extensively. They were infected by some form of virus, resulting in their mutation. Yet, how could they amalgamate and remain alive? This perplexed him. Had they truly lost their capacity for rejection? Yang Ming interjected with skepticism, suggesting, could it be that after their demise, someone reassembled their bodies in such a way? The very thought made him feel nauseous. Such an act would be a crime against humanity, an atrocity utterly beyond verbal description. Yet, the others seemed to adhere to their usual line of reasoning, as if this notion was the only plausible explanation. No, Professor Chin countered, I just mentioned that this entity can be alive and continue to grow. The room fell silent. The faculty and students rendered speechless. This concept lay far beyond their comprehension. Professor Chin then cast a glance toward the students from Dongda University, seated to the east. The typically combative Dongda students were silent, as the staff passed the microphone along the front row, only to receive a series of head shakes. I'm sorry. We don't know. Please tell us the answer. The Dongda students were not conceding defeat. Rather, they preferred to acknowledge their ignorance than engage in futile speculation. To know what one knows and to acknowledge what one does not is the essence of understanding, especially in the context of the current matter, where ignorance was the most reasonable stance. In truth, the panel of judges had not expected to hear anything of interest. They were merely conducting a routine inquiry, observing the reactions of these students. Just then, a male student from the back row of Dongda stood up, raising his hand. Professor Chin, I would like to share my perspective. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him. The students from Dongda, upon recognizing who it was, gasped in alarm. Gu Jun, you fool. Sit down. The student who stood was Gu Jun, the affluent and strikingly handsome individual from Dongda. The Dongda students were utterly flabbergasted, while Professors Yu and others wore expressions of mixed emotions. Everyone seemed to avoid the microphone, yet he had boldly called attention to himself. What could Gu Jun possibly contribute? Was the creature in the iron cage a form of performance art? Meanwhile, the faculty and students from Qingda, Jihua Medical, and several other institutions were left bewildered. Why was such a formidable figure seated so far back? Wang Ruoxiang and Kai Zishuan had not anticipated Gu Jun's rise. But upon observing his demeanor, Professor Gu felt an unexpected sense of reassurance. Oh, this student, what is your perspective? Professor Chin inquired, somewhat taken aback. A staff member approached to hand Gu Jun the microphone. My name is Gu Jun, an 8th-year clinical student from Dongda. He introduced himself with poise. Professor Chin regarded the young man, tall and clad in a well-fitted lab coat. His youthful and handsome visage exuding calm confidence, an aura that seemed out of sync with the atmosphere of the room. Could this young man be someone of intrigue? The other judges watched with keen interest. I believe this entity, Gu Jun stated, gazing at the deformed monstrosity within the iron cage, resembles a banyan tree. The air in the auditorium suddenly thickened, as the collective confusion of the audience seemed to echo a singular thought. It looks like a banyan tree? Are you aware of the words you utter? Have you studied literature or medicine? Please approach the subject from a medical perspective. Ah, the absurdity of the wealthy youth. What does the banyan tree signify? The students and faculty of Dongzhou University are not surprised. Rather, they are left in a state of helplessness and embarrassment. Regardless of how the campus community perceives the wealthy youth, he stands here now as a representative of the Dongzhou University Medical School. At least the individuals from Qingda have managed to articulate a few sensible remarks, while Gu Jun's presence is nothing short of a disruption. However, on the other hand, Professor Chin's expression shifted. The panel of professors suddenly altered their demeanor. Like a banyan tree, this was not something they were mentally prepared to hear. Why do you feel this way? Professor Chin's face grew more solemn. Young man, articulate your thoughts completely, without hesitation. At this moment, the audience of several hundred fell into a hushed silence, sensing an unusual shift in the atmosphere. May I approach the iron cage for a closer look? Gu Jun inquired. Certainly, Professor Chin replied. Amidst the astonished gazes of the audience, Gu Jun descended from his seat, advancing to the original court, halting less than a meter from the iron cage. His boldness induced a sense of discomfort among many observers, reminiscent of watching extreme challenge videos. The pungent odor of formaldehyde assaulted his senses, causing Gu Jun's heart rate to quicken. Observing from a closer range offered a vastly different perspective. He could discern the intricate details of the human contortions and amalgamations, with some nerves and blood vessels protruding, elongated and dangling like the aerial roots of a banyan tree. The more he gazed, the more his mind wandered, perceiving an unconventional beauty within this grotesque and malevolent form. He believed that if one could disengage from the judgments of humanity, a multitude of revelations would emerge. These bodies are not merely entangled haphazardly. Gu Jun expressed his sentiments. Although they appear chaotic, I perceive a delicate and splendid design. Their limbs extend outward like branches, their torsos resemble trunks. Their blood vessels and nerves are akin to aerial roots, and their heads exemplify the fusion of species. I believe their mode of growth involves continual amalgamation, not solely of humans, but potentially with other flesh and blood beings. A banyan tree can create a forest from a single trunk, and this organism, he paused, organizing his thoughts, is a species that embodies an entire ecosystem within itself. The auditorium fell into a profound silence. A banyan tree? As disdain dissipated, the audience began to appreciate the peculiarity and wonder of this metaphor. The amalgamated form increasingly resembled a banyan tree. Yet, Gu Jun's thoughts were indeed terrifying. Could other animals also merge into this? Gu, you possess intriguing insights, Professor Qin remarked with unmistakable praise, causing a collective stir among the audience of hundreds. The atmosphere had undeniably shifted. Gu Jun had been pondering the white paint on the iron cage, which bore a striking resemblance to the storage tanks for cadavers. He sensed that there was more to this than met the eye. In that moment, a hypothesis emerged in his mind. This white paint is likely a substance akin to lime water, he stated. The professors judging the competition could hardly imagine that they would hear such words this morning. They gazed at Gu Jun as if he were a succulent morsel to a famished dog. Gu Jun continued to articulate his hypothesis. The application of lime water to trees serves to eradicate the bacteria, fungi, and pests that infest their trunks. He suggested that the white paint on the storage chamber and the iron cage serves a similar purpose, albeit not achieving absolute sterility. He suspected that whatever resided within was confined in this cage while still alive, capable of amalgamating with microorganisms to thrive. The white paint, while not a complete barrier, offered a layer of protection. His reasoning seemed somewhat plausible, yet the students were left bewildered. There was no scent of lime, and surely the white paint was merely decorative. Wasn't he it? Gu, you possess remarkable observational skills, creativity, and discernment. Professor Qin praised him, his countenance softening with warmth. The other judges mirrored the astonishment etched on their faces. This student exhibited commendable intellect. A quiet murmur of astonishment rippled through the audience. No one was foolish. They could discern Professor Qin's genuine satisfaction, and it appeared that Gu Jun's perspective was indeed valid. Laughter erupted among the students of Dong University as they straightened their spines, casting glances at their counterparts from Qin University as if to flaunt their superiority. Behold, I present to you our secret weapon from Dong University, Gu Jun. On the side of Qin University, students sighed, acknowledging that this round had indeed been won by Dong University. Who was Gu Jun? He was an unfamiliar face, never before seen at prior skills competitions. The team members, Sun Yuheng and Yang Ming, exchanged puzzled glances, wondering how he had drawn such a comparison to a banyan tree. Professor Gu also straightened up, addressing a nearby student. Young man, I hear you suspect that Gu Jun has bribed me? The student awkwardly chuckled. No, Professor Gu, how could I dare? Kai Zixuan quietly called out to his friend, rich guy. Wang Ruoxiang felt herself once again becoming the center of attention, exclaiming inwardly how delightful it was to be in such an exhilarating atmosphere. Gu, you are impressive, Professor Qin remarked as he approached Gu Jun, eager to gauge the psychological resilience of this young man. For mental fortitude and the ability to withstand fear without succumbing to despair were crucial in their selection process. Thus, Professor Qin decided to pose a more advanced challenge. Do you dare to enter the cage and take a look? However, I must warn you that unsettling events may unfold. The other judges exchanged glances, cautioning against pushing their luck. Scaring him might lead to a loss for their department. The crowd was conflicted. Gu Jun had already made quite an impression, and securing their achievements was paramount. Yet this was a proposal from Professor Qin. No problem, Gu Jun declared resolutely, retrieving a disposable mask and gloves from his lab coat pocket. Today, he feared nothing but the prospect of failure. With a creak, the staff opened the door of the iron cage, and Gu Jun stepped forward, walking onto the steel branches at the bottom of the cage. With each step, he drew ever closer to the immense, bizarre entity that resembled a human tree. The hearts of the crowd raced, with some struggling to breathe, while others suddenly succumbed to violent retching. Those who could no longer expel anything resorted to desperate dry heaves, Suhai being one of them. With a resounding clang, the staff secured the cage door, causing the iron enclosure to tremble slightly, as if the grotesque human banyan tree within quivered in response. All eyes were fixated on Gu Jun inside the cage, as though the dozens of eyes belonging to the several heads of the deformed human tree were also watching him. Chapter 26. The wailing of the departed. At this moment, Gu Jun stood within the iron cage, adjacent to the human tree. He was not free from psychological strain. The claustrophobia induced by the cage and the imposing presence of the human tree pressed upon his nerves, urging him to take a deep breath. However, Gu Jun refrained, recognizing that inhaling deeply within the cage was a dreadful idea. Even his gentle breaths made him feel as though he had plunged into a formaldehyde pool. Professor Qin and the others were observing him closely. Gu Jun understood that he must not falter, and he continued to scrutinize the grotesque human tree before him. Beneath the twisted corpses lay a more conspicuous black liquid than that found beneath the skin of the anatomical models, resembling patches of withered tree bark, void of any decomposition spots. Yet undeniably the most bizarre and filthy skin he had ever encountered. However, he mused, if this monstrosity were alive, and if the black liquid flowed like a river, it would present a striking image of vitality. Gu Jun's gaze shifted to one of the heads on the trunk of the tree. Its lifeless eyes almost level with his own. More accurately, they were the eyeballs. Their corneas were so murky that the pupils were indiscernible. Yet he felt as though something from the abyss of darkness was peering at him through those eyes. An impulse surged within him, growing stronger by the moment, compelling him to reach out and touch the human tree. As Gu Jun slowly raised his hand, the surrounding students tensed with apprehension, wondering what he intended to do. At that moment, the eyes he faced seemed to flicker to life. He could not be certain whether the gathering of the pupils was an illusion, but he distinctly perceived the mouth of that head begin to move slightly, suddenly emitting a hissing, rustling sound. It was not the sound of air vibrating the vocal cords, but rather the friction and movement of the vocal organs, the vocal cords, throat, mouth, and nasal passages, producing a raspy, low timbre, yet unmistakably discernible. Help, save me. Gu Jun's heart momentarily constricted, his hand trembling in midair, and he nearly stumbled backward, yet he suppressed this instinctive panic. He managed to hold his ground, for he had heard that very voice just the day before, during the call directed at Gurong village. But abruptly, the other heads on the human tree also stirred, unleashing a cacophony of anguished howls from the long-deceased faces. I am not dead. No, it hurts. Save me. Why? The collective wails crashed into his ears like a tempest, rendering Gu Jun's body momentarily rigid and unresponsive. Was there truly only one villager on the other end of the call yesterday? The seats surrounding the venue erupted into chaotic screams, with many students paralyzed in fear while others leaped from their seats, a part of their consciousness forever devoured by the nightmarish scene, awaiting an awakening from this dreadful vision. The judging panel observed the turmoil. Those students, overwhelmed by terror, were swiftly eliminated from contention. Perhaps, after a period of adjustment, they might develop resilience, but for now, the department had no need for them, hoping the situation would never escalate to require their presence. Following this round of elimination, fewer than 1/10 of the candidates retained their eligibility. As for the professors and teachers, though they maintained their composure, they had never been a consideration for the department. The department sought youth, for it is the young who possess the malleability necessary for growth. Moreover, many ordinary positions still required these educators. Professor Qin had been attentively observing Gu Jun, keenly monitoring his every move. At that moment, the grotesque human tree emitted a shrill, piercing sound, tenfold more jarring than before. This infernal wail threatened to shatter the very structure of the gymnasium. Monsters! More students were rendered speechless by fear, with some even breaking down into tears. When certain animals encounter a tiger, even if they have never seen one before, even if it is merely a lifelike stuffed toy, they instinctively panic and flee. This terror is inscribed in their genes. The sound now echoed like a tiger's roar, and humanity was akin to those frightened creatures, unable to comprehend it, only aware of their panic and dread. Taking a deep breath, Gu Jun sought to steady his nerves, refusing to succumb to primal fear. Yet, while his consciousness endeavored to remain calm, his subconscious betrayed him. His body stiffened, rendering him nearly immobile. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed Professor Qin and the others exuding a sense of calm, surely not expecting him to pass this trial. What sadists? Even if I were to be admitted, there would be no real danger, he thought, as he attempted to regain his composure, digesting and pondering the situation, considering possible strategies. Why had the human tree suddenly emitted such a sound? What had changed? Was it my entrance? Surely, there must be some triggering mechanism. The more one fears, the less one can flee. As Gu Jun contemplated, he cast another glance at the murky eyes of he fixed his gaze and once more raised his hand, this time without hesitation, to gently close the eyelids of the face before him. The orbicularis oculi was taut, imbued with an extraordinary strength, requiring considerable effort to manipulate. As the eyelids descended, the head swiftly fell into silence. So it was, Gu Jun continued to close the other eyes, silently apologizing to them. I cannot save you. May you rest in peace. This was not the scene the judges had envisioned. Glances exchanged, each reflecting a measure of surprise. This young man exhibited such composure and rationality in facing the human tree for the first time. Truly remarkable. Perhaps they had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. As the wailing gradually subsided, the students began to comprehend Gu Jun's response. Their spirits lifted, the astonishment around them beginning to fade as they steeled themselves. It was merely a case of resurrection, nothing to fear. Medical students were undaunted. Professor Qin observed Gu Jun as he closed the eyes of the heads within reach, feeling increasingly satisfied in his heart. While his medical skills remained uncertain, this young man demonstrated exceptional psychological fortitude. Gu, it's enough. You may come out now. With a creak, the staff approached to open the cage door. Gu Jun took one last look at the human tree before stepping out steadily. As he exited, the heads that had not been closed gradually ceased their lamentations. Upon his emergence from the iron cage, the entire venue erupted into applause. Students from Qingda and Jihua Medical School spontaneously applauded Gu Jun. The students from Dong University cheered even louder for their own. Returning to his seat, Gu Jun felt akin to a triumphant hero. Well done, Jun. You were remarkable. You remained so composed. As he received the accolades, Professor Gu gave him a thumbs up. While Su Hai, Zhang Haoran, and He Yuhan were exhilarated, eager to revere him, they had all been terrified moments ago, and he had quite literally saved their lives. Yet, it was only when he settled into his seat that Gu Jun's nerves began to ease. The grotesque yet unique beauty of the human tree lingered in his thoughts, and he pondered the significance of that wailing. Perhaps it was utterly meaningless, perhaps merely incomprehensible to humanity. Jun, sighed Kai Zishuan beside him. Your entrance into the cage reminded me of Zhao Zilong ascending Changban slope. Wang Ruoxiang, sitting on his other side, patted him and asked, were you not a bit frantic inside? She noticed his lingering tension and teased him. Not at all, Gu Jun replied with a self-deprecating smile. Though I was indeed a tad anxious. Thank you, monitor, I'm all right. On the other side, Professor Qin did not rush them. Once the applause subsided, he began to explain seriously. Dear students, you did not encounter ghosts. The creature within the cage, let us tentatively call it a creature, exhibited a symptom of its death state. Chapter 27, Abnormal Banyan Disease. Before discussing this creature, I must first address the deformed cadavers you previously dissected. Professor Qin's aged visage bore a serene expression. Yet the words he uttered sent shivers down the spines of all present. Those individuals have contracted a disease we provisionally name strange fig disease, as the pathogen is likely related to the fig tree, as speculated by student Gu. The onset of this affliction may unfold in 3 stages. The first stage is the incubation period, during which the human body exhibits no symptoms, lasting no longer than 15 days. The second stage is characterized by the mutation of limbs, where aberrant cells proliferate uncontrollably, wreaking havoc on normal cellular structures, reminiscent of cancerous cells. However, these abnormal cells lead to rapid structural deformities in the limbs, transforming within mere days to resemble the cadavers you have dissected. At this juncture, if amputation can be performed to entirely excise the affected area, the patient may be salvaged. Meanwhile, personnel operated the large screen on the northern wall of the venue, showcasing pertinent video footage. The audience, numbering in the hundreds, gazed intently, their demeanor akin to that of students in a classroom. Gu Jun also watched. The initial footage depicting the amputation process conducted by medical professionals from a specialized department on a patient afflicted with strange fig disease. Having previously dissected such deformed limbs, he was acutely aware of the challenges involved. With a multitude of patients, it was no wonder that the specialized department urgently required skilled anatomists, as dissection and surgical procedures share numerous technical similarities. Before long, the surgical video induced a wave of cold sweat among the audience, many left in a state of shock. Even the esteemed Professor Yu, a renowned surgeon, was left in awe. The surgical prowess displayed by the physicians in the video was truly remarkable. "Ah, Suhai, Zhonghauren." They murmured in astonishment, their eyes widened in revelation. Gu Jun was equally taken aback. Even with his second-tier proficiency, he would merely manage to stand beside those medical practitioners, serving tea and water. The surgical video played for merely 10 minutes before transitioning to another segment, where the patient's deformed limbs had been removed, whether upper or lower. They now appeared akin to ordinary amputees, undergoing rehabilitation with newly fitted prosthetics. However, Gu Jun surmised that these patients were undoubtedly under isolation, and the video portrays a surveillance recording from a stark, white room reminiscent of a prison cell, measuring less than 5 square meters. The room is devoid of any furnishings, save for a solitary patient lying naked upon the floor, contorted in a grotesque posture. The individual's head is severely arched backward, pressing against the spine, while the torso protrudes forward in a manner that renders them almost unrecognizable. The audience is once again enveloped by an inexplicable sense of dread, with some individuals quietly retrieving vomit bags. Professor Chin solemnly observes, "The patient in a state of degeneration has lost all sense of self-awareness. Should another individual afflicted with the same condition be nearby, the two would become entangled in a frenzied embrace, their decaying skin adhering together, ultimately resulting in the formation of excessive tissue at the points of contact. Once healed, they would exist as conjoined beings. When numerous individuals merge in this manner, the resulting grotesque form resembles that of a banyan tree, just like the entity you see within this enclosure." A profound silence envelopes the room, as the students and faculty are shrouded in a chilling atmosphere, distinct from the initial shock they felt. This pervasive coldness is tangible. Previously, they could attribute the bizarre scene before them to mere superstition, but now, the stark reality of the recorded imagery and the existence of a human banyan tree has shattered that notion. This is not a specter, it is a malady, and they are its healers. A foreboding darkness looms overhead, akin to a tempest waiting to unleash its fury, yet whether the downpour will consist of ordinary rain remains uncertain. Professor Chin's expression grows grave as he states, "Once individuals afflicted by the banyan disease become fused, we no longer consider them human. They evolve into a new form of life, beyond any hope of salvation. We have identified at least 2 states of this entity, living and deceased. The living banyan tree continues to thrive, with its black fluid becoming infectious. Any organism that comes into contact with this active black substance will succumb to infection and swiftly advance to the degenerative stage. As Gu mentioned earlier, the banyan tree can adhere to creatures other than humans. Moreover, as Sun pointed out, the rejection response has indeed ceased to exist. The venue's large screen flickers to life once more, revealing a video that leaves the audience in a state of astonishment, bewildered by the spectacle. Once again, it is a surveillance recording, this time showcasing a vast, unadorned white room, at the center of which stands a colossal, white-painted iron cage containing a banyan tree composed of human remains. This tree is even more immense than the one observed earlier, possibly encompassing over 30 corpses. It moves slowly within the confines of the cage. As 2 individuals clad in full protective suits approach, the dozens of heads adorning the tree emit a chilling, discordant wail, more piercing than before. Biologists from the department theorize that it employs this sound as a means of predation. Professor Chin elaborates, "Should you ever find yourself unfortunate enough to confront a banyan tree, do not succumb to terror. Instead, distance yourself immediately. Otherwise, you will become a part of the tree." At this moment in the video, the 2 suited personnel toss several familiar Kunming mice into the iron cage. The sound of their squeaks resonates throughout the room. The mice squeaked in panic, huddled together in the cage, utterly immobilized. Several human-like hands of the strangler fig grasped them, while the playback speed of the video accelerated. The viewers beheld as the skin of those hands oozed a dark liquid, saturating each mouse. After a mere 10 minutes, the creatures began to exhibit distorted limbs. Another 10 minutes passed, and they displayed a grotesque arching of the body, ultimately succumbing to a state of grotesque transformation within half an hour. Then, hundreds of students and faculty witnessed for the first time the true nature of the strangler fig's adhesion. The timeline on the monitoring video indicated that merely 2 hours had elapsed, yet those Kunming mice appeared as if they were innately part of the tree. A low hum filled the venue. Medical students clutched their hair, covered their faces, and sighed deeply. Kai Zishuan opened his mouth, attempting to articulate something. Yet the words eluded him. Wang Ruoxiang remained equally silent, while He Yuhan, frightened, clung tightly to her, murmuring, "It's too tragic, too tragic." Indeed, it was a profound tragedy. Gu Jun maintained a calm gaze, fixated on the screen showcasing the abominable creation. Yet, within this monstrosity, he perceived a certain grandeur, much like a more exquisite Tower of Babel being erected upon the ruins of obliteration. Chapter 28. The scratch reflex. The ability to infect and amalgamate with other organisms while continuing to grow is the primary manifestation of the strangler fig's state of existence. Its ultimate growth potential remains unknown to us. Professor Chin continued to elucidate to the audience that when we placed the strangler fig in a vacuum laboratory and extracted nearly all the air, it would perish in approximately half an hour. Upon observation, we discovered that all its hearts ceased to beat, circulation of blood and dark liquid halted, leading to signs of decomposition akin to the cessation of life in ordinary organisms, necessitating preservation in formalin. This represented its state of death. In this condition, its dark liquid lost its vitality and became non-infectious. When a living organism approached it, however, it still exhibited a form of unconditioned reflex, akin to what you witnessed earlier as it emitted sound. Our observations through optical imaging revealed that the sounds originated from the compression of multiple organs in its throat, suggesting that the utterances were the final words spoken by the deceased before losing self-awareness. Once the eyes were closed, the reflex would cease. The underlying principles of this unconditioned reflex remain a subject for further study. The large screen displayed relevant optical imaging footage, allowing the audience to clearly observe the strange compression of the strangler fig's vocal cords, trachea, and esophagus. The video bore a caption indicating it was the 10th day post-mortem. Such a lengthy duration, and this particular specimen had even been immersed in formalin. Could it truly still exhibit an unconditioned reflex? Gu Jun recalled an animal experiment he had conducted in class and remarked to those nearby, "Does this not resemble the scratch reflex of a frog?" Upon hearing this, Kai Zixuan, Su Hai, and the others immediately grasped the significance. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance. Wang Ruoxiang turned her gaze, contemplating. Could that dark liquid enable the skin to function as a receptor? As you approached, perhaps your breath stimulated it. Its afferent and efferent nerves still retained vitality, thus eliciting such a reflex. Gu Jun nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it had transformed into a different organism. The scratching reflex is quite a macabre experiment. Initially, they must sever the head of the experimental frog, removing its brain, at which point the frog is undoubtedly deceased. However, in a brief span, when they apply a paper moistened with dilute sulfuric acid to the frog's abdominal skin, it will respond by scratching the affected area with its hind limbs, as if it were resurrected. This phenomenon occurs because the frog's undamaged spinal cord contains neural centers, with multiple reflex arcs within its body, prompting a reflexive response to stimulation. The strange phenomenon of the banyan tree emitting wails even after death may belong to this characteristic. However, the duration of its post-mortem response is exceedingly prolonged for humans, and the external stimuli required for the reflex necessitate the proximity of a living organism. Listening to their discussion, the elderly professor interjected with a slight chuckle, remarking, "I was just excited to think that ghosts truly exist." Since Professor Chin had stated that this was an unconditional reflex, the entire audience, not just Gu Jun, began to murmur and engage in discussions regarding the scratching reflex. While they remained astonished, there was a sense of relief in being able to comprehend that grotesque entity through the lens of modern medicine, diminishing some fear and amplifying their astonishment. At that moment, Sun Yuhing from the university's team raised his hand and inquired, "Professor Chin, what is the relationship between the pathogen you mentioned and the banyan tree? Is it a virus? What are its modes of transmission?" This trio of questions echoed the curiosity of every individual present, particularly the first. Regrettably, Professor Chin replied, "I cannot elaborate on the pathogen specifics here. It is indeed a virus, fortunately. We have only identified two modes of transmission thus far. One is through biological contact with the pathogen-laden banyan tree, and the other is through direct skin contact with the active black fluid of patients in the necrotic phase." Upon hearing the answers to the latter two questions, a collective sigh of relief permeated the room. As long as the pathogen-laden banyan trees were eradicated and patient isolation was effectively managed, the situation would not be dire. The greatest fear would be a virus capable of airborne transmission, akin to the SARS outbreak, or even the Ebola virus. In comparison, while the banyan disease is indeed terrifying, those viruses possess the potential to unleash pandemics reminiscent of the Black Death in medieval Europe. Many faculty and students steadied themselves, reassured by humanity's triumph over SARS and control of Ebola, proclaiming that they need not fear a banyan disease. Yet, Professor Chin's calm and solemn words abruptly reminded them of the precipice of despair. we may face challenges beyond the banyan disease. After a brief pause, he continued, however, I can now state that the situation is evolving. Our endeavors require more hands to operate effectively. The audience immediately grasped the significance of this statement. Conditions were indeed changing. Professor Chin then added, regrettably, among you, not everyone possesses the qualifications we value. The first assessment has just concluded, with approximately 1 in 10 participants successfully passing. Those fortunate individuals will advance to the next stage of evaluation, while the others may engage in standard skill projects, serving as a bridge between our department and ordinary hospitals. The elderly gentleman spoke gravely. Thus, it can be stated that you have all been accepted. The nation requires you, and indeed, more talent. Such selection competitions will not be limited to this single event. Your pathways for advancement will remain open, so strive diligently. Professor Chin's gaze gradually shifted towards the seats of East University, landing on Gu Jun in the middle rear, and he continued, as for our department, the qualifications we seek are twofold, willpower and medical expertise. Both are indispensable. Very well, let us all take a moment to rest. These occurrences should not be viewed as isolated incidents, but rather as part of a connection yet unknown to him. With the conclusion of his remarks, Professor Chin, along with the panel of judges, proceeded towards the aisle, while the staff finally pushed the large iron cage back. With its removal, the atmosphere within the venue felt significantly rejuvenated, and both teachers and students sensed the clouds hovering above them dissipating. At times, ignorance truly is a blessing. Most students were acutely aware of their own standings in this round of assessments. Some recognized their lack of qualifications. Standing beside the banyan tree as Gu Jun had done earlier had left them quaking in fear. Others, however, held hopes and aspirations of advancing to the next round. Gu Jun being one of them. After a brief interval, the large screen displayed the list of finalists, with the names of 32 students showcased, capturing the attention of the hundreds present. Chapter 29, The Outliers. The massive screen to the north of the venue presented the list of finalists, totaling only 32 students. East University secured 9 spots, Chin University 7, Jihua Medical 5, Donyang Medical 4, and several other institutions claimed the remaining 7. Among the East University representatives, Gu Jun's name stood prominently, along with Wang Ruoxiang and Kai Zixuan. Professor Gu immediately basked in the limelight, as his students comprised 1/3 of the selections, outperforming even the school team, which had only 2 members qualify. Old Gu, you truly are remarkable, Professor Yu called from a distance, while other faculty members begrudgingly acknowledged his foresight. Previously critical of Professor Gu's attention towards Gu Jun, they now recognized his insight. Who would dare to mock Professor Gu now? The glances from students were entirely transformed. At this moment, Professor Gu felt a profound sense of satisfaction, addressing his group of students. To those who did not qualify, do not be disheartened. Disheartened? What is there to feel disheartened about? He Yuhan felt a surge of relief. After all, she was merely a pharmacy major, and tasks involving dissection and surgery were not suited for her. She would rather return home immediately. Suhai, too, felt no sorrow. Aware that some individuals tend to inflate their confidence before an event, only to discover their true apprehension when faced with reality. He recognized himself as one of those individuals. However, Zhang Haoran was filled with regret over his earlier performance, lamenting that he should have watched a few more horror films before arriving. Fate, indeed. Kai Zixuan, filled with emotion, wiped his balding forehead and pondered, where are you leading me? It indeed surprised many that someone as young as he, already resembling Luo Jiaying, had the audacity to make it to the finals. However, those who were shortlisted should not indulge in self-satisfaction. Professor Gu began recounting a cold joke, suggesting that perhaps it was not their composure that impressed, but rather their eccentricity. Wang Ruoxiang pointed to Gu Jun, indicating that he was the one being referenced. Gu Jun smiled helplessly, finding the humor lacking, yet he anticipated that he would often reminisce about this fleeting moment of tranquility. Meanwhile, in a spacious lounge backstage, the judges discussed the recent events. Although the competition was hastily organized, it was of great significance to the department, as the 4 major medical schools in Dongzhou City have long been pivotal in nurturing medical talent, particularly Dongda and Qingda. The number of individuals advancing to the second round was within their expectations. Previously, Professor Chin had intimidated the students by suggesting only 2 or 3 would be selected, when in reality, their goal was around 6. The only surprise was Gu Jun. They were determined to select this young man, regardless of his temperament, based solely on his performance in the first round. However, how to position him and assess his medical skills remained to be seen. I believe we need not worry unnecessarily. That lad is an 8-year student from Dongda. How could he possibly be lacking? Someone remarked. Indeed, he certainly appears capable of wielding a scalpel. I dare say he might even join the mobile task force, which has been pressing for personnel lately. We should delay as long as we can. This promising talent must be retained within our medical department for a while. Around 10 judges, some seated on sofas, others standing and moving about, engaged in lively discussions regarding Gu Jun's unexpected potential. Discovering talent is always a delightful occurrence, and this young man, with his youth and charm, could be likened to a precious gem. Yet, it was cautioned not to celebrate too soon. Professor Qin remained the most composed, recognizing that after the initial surprise, a more comprehensive evaluation was necessary. Resolute in spirit and exceptionally intelligent, yet lacking in practical skills, ultimately relegating him to clerical duties. Let us not forget that such scenarios are the norm. Where can we find so many talents that the mobile task force seeks? Upon hearing this, the others concurred. The vastness of the nation and the multitude of selected talents meant that candidates suitable for the mobile task force were exceedingly rare. At that moment, a judge who had just concluded a phone call sighed and darkened his expression, stating, "Perhaps Professor Qin is correct." The others immediately inquired as to why. And the judge continued, "What I have learned is that Gu Jun's academic performance has been quite poor. He has shown little interest in his studies and has merely been coasting through his time at school. With some wealth at his disposal, he spends it extravagantly, earning him the nickname Rich Jun. It was only due to the insistence of his mentor, Professor Gu Rong, that he was able to participate in this competition." A stunned silence fell over the judges, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, realizing that his accolades might merely be superficial. "Rich Jun? It feels akin to having purchased fool's gold," one murmured. Professor Qin shook his head with a sigh, a look of disappointment etched upon his aged features. In this world, many can speak eloquently, yet few possess the ability to act. The longer the iron cage remains absent, the more gentle the atmosphere within the venue becomes. The students and teachers engage in hushed conversations, while the shortlisted students either warm up through stretches or sit quietly with their eyes closed, gathering their thoughts. Gu Jun belongs to the latter group. He is mentally reviewing the task list displayed in his mind's eye. Ordinary task: successfully diagnose 100 orthopedic patients today. Task reward: 1 box of targeted medication for human brainstem tumors. Challenging task: complete the dissection of 1 non-human species anomalous part within a day. Task reward: 3 pages of a complete medical diary. Abyssal task: dissect 1 ghoul within a week. Task reward: unknown. An anomalous part? Does it refer to the head or limbs of creatures such as ghouls? The challenging task is rare. It is the first time he has encountered such a type. Upon first reviewing it this morning, he realized it was indeed a rarity among challenging tasks. Gu Jun has no doubt about the existence of ghouls in this world. He simply has yet to encounter one himself. Although he cannot find a ghoul, it does not mean he will not come across an anomalous part today. They have already dissected the deformed limbs of a patient suffering from aberrant limb disease. Surely, those sadists would not revisit that topic. Gu Jun mused. They must have something more frightening in store. It is impossible for the second round of assessments to proceed smoothly. What could they use to instill fear? Perhaps the limbs of an anomalous creature? Today might indeed offer an opportunity to undertake this task. If he could obtain a fragment of an anomalous diary, even just 3 pages, it could significantly aid his progress in deciphering such texts. Furthermore, a medical diary? Whose diary would it be? Gu Jun pondered these questions during the 15-minute break. As Professor Qin and the other judges emerged to return to the stage, the host announced the commencement of the second round of assessments. "Let us proceed." Gu Jun rose and walked down with Kai Zixuan and Wang Ruoxiang. Behind them, Professor Gu and He Yuhan encouraged them. "Keep going." Soon, the 32 finalists gathered in the center of the venue, only to discover that they perfectly matched the 10 dissection tables set up in advance. Realization dawned upon them. It appeared that the organizers had anticipated this all along. They were divided into 10 groups, mostly consisting of 3 members, with 2 groups comprising 4 members each. The largest representation came from Dong University with 3 groups, followed by Qin University with 2. Among the faculty and students seated around, the 2 school teams received the most attention, as Gu Jun's trio had merely completed their 3rd year and lacked substantial dissection experience, rendering them seemingly incapable. Only Professor Gu and his colleagues wore a hint of enigmatic smiles. Each group was assigned a dissection table, which were standard electric lift refrigerated stainless steel tables. "The specimens you are to dissect are all contained within the refrigeration units," Professor Qin remarked, casting a glance at Gu Jun. "There are no standard operating procedures for this assessment. You may dissect freely and demonstrate your capabilities. We shall be observing closely. Is it merely an illusion? Gu Jun sensed a chill in Professor Chen's gaze directed towards him. Without delay, the students of Group 10 donned masks and gloves, sequentially pressing the button to elevate the dissecting table's compartments. A resounding mechanical hum echoed through the room, followed by a chorus of astonished murmurs. The contents of each compartment were not ordinary cadavers, nor were they specimens afflicted by any known disease. The students surrounding the dissecting table furrowed their brows in confusion. "What is this?" Kai Zixuan inquired, bewildered. Wang Ruoxiang scrutinized the scene, pondering. It appears to be the torso of some formidable beast. Even if it were a beast, it was certainly no ordinary one. My conjecture stands correct. Gu Jun gazed at the peculiar specimen on the table, a smirk playing on his lips as he accepted the challenging task. "I require those 3 pages of the diary." Task accepted. Current dissection completion, 0. Time remaining, 235,959. Chapter 30. The sturdy skin. Is this a human specimen? It certainly does not resemble human skin. The students of Group 10 engaged in lively discussions, observing the nearly identical specimens within the cold storage compartments of the dissecting table. Each was a sizable rectangular mass, reminiscent of a biological torso. Yet the exposed skin was a deep black, slightly decomposed, and the pungent odor of formaldehyde failed to mask its overpowering stench. "Gu Jun, what do you think?" Kai Zixuan queried again. Gu Jun's gaze lingered on the specimen, growing increasingly familiar in an eerie manner. "I believe this is the chest of some creature." He pointed out the 4 cross-sections of the specimen, stating, "I surmise these sections were originally connected to the neck, upper limbs, and abdomen." Indeed. Wang Ruoxiang contemplated the complete torso, frowning. "So, this is a humanoid creature?" Kai Zixuan was astonished. Could this be a deformed cadaver caused by another disease? Some other students shared his concern. Sun Yuheng and Yang Ming from the Qingdao school team felt the gravity of the situation was indeed severe. "It could be. Or perhaps it is an entirely different species," Gu Jun replied, pressing his right hand gently against the chest. It was undoubtedly the most unpleasant texture he had ever encountered. The outer layer, while described as skin, resembled a thick layer of hyperplastic keratin. Pressing harder, he felt a solid resistance. Bone, an extensive bony plate in the chest area? Gu Jun contemplated, mentally accessing the incomplete structural diagram, and upon comparison, the two seemed to belong to the same species. "How shall we proceed?" Wang Ruoxiang inquired. As she took on the role of the first assistant, with Kai Zixuan as the second and Gu Jun as the lead surgeon. Since Gu Jun had showcased his skills in the lab days prior, the decision-making had fallen entirely to him. "Let me think for a moment." Gu Jun continued to study the chest, devising a dissection plan. Meanwhile, other competitors were also observing, and the faculty and students in the audience were left in a state of perplexity, akin to mice caught in a trap. The initial step of dissection involves making an incision, methodically and with precision, to separate the various layers of tissue, organs, and structures. A hasty thrust that merely rends open the body cannot be termed dissection. Such an act would be more accurately described as dismemberment. Only by meticulously detaching each component can one observe the pathological alterations in the affected organs and structures, noting discrepancies in size, shape, composition, and texture compared to their normal states. This understanding is crucial for comprehending the associated pathology. Furthermore, dissecting a different species allows for a clearer insight into its physiological structure, elucidating the nature of the organism in question. Such endeavors encapsulate the true significance of dissection within the realm of medicine. When it comes to dissecting the human thorax, students are well aware of the procedure: a midline incision across the chest, followed by incisions at the upper and lower borders, and then diagonal cuts. However, faced with the task, they may find themselves momentarily bewildered, embodying the trepidation experienced by the pioneers of human dissection upon their first incision. They must navigate this challenge through trial and error, ensuring the process does not devolve into dismemberment, which underscores the difficulty of this assessment. At this juncture, Professor Chen interjected, having forgotten to mention that the dissection must be completed within 2 hours. A palpable sense of urgency swept over some students. Was there truly only 2 hours allotted? This duration was an hour less than the typical dissection session. The judges were not surprised by the students' reactions, as this was not the first time such an evaluation had been conducted. Historically, students often resorted to dismemberment. The distinguishing factor lay in who could execute the task with creativity and skill. Their gazes flitted about. Even though they were already aware that Gu Jun was a fool less gold, they were nonetheless intrigued to see how he would fare. Observing Gu Jun standing motionless by the dissection table, several judges whispered to one another, speculating that he appeared utterly dazed. It was likely he struggled to grasp the intricacies of human dissection, which was understandable. They decided to assess his dexterity, pondering whether he could be trained in the future, as his resolve was commendable. Shortly after Professor Chin's prompt, a group of students was the first to take action, comprising individuals from various schools. They were somewhat of a motley crew, unfamiliar with one another, and thus unencumbered by hesitation. Their strategy was straightforward. They intended to follow the anatomical procedures for the human thorax, as the shapes appeared quite similar. They proceeded to mark a midline incision on the specimen, and when they could not locate the upper border of the sternum or the xiphoid process, they sought the corresponding positions. After completing the necessary markings, they plunged the scalpel into the specimen, only to be met with astonishment. The blade would not cut. The layer of putrid skin was extraordinarily tough, ensnaring the scalpel like a traveler caught in a mire. Simultaneously, other students attempting to dissect the skin encountered the same predicament. Meanwhile, some opted to approach the task from several cross-sections, such as Sun Yuheng from Qingda. However, they soon faced yet another challenge. Not only was the flesh resistant to their incisions, but venturing deeper also led them to bone, which obstructed their efforts, leaving them uncertain as to where to initiate their disconnections. The bones served as immense stones obstructing the passage, and without their removal, entry into the thoracic wall and cavity was impossible. However, how could they be moved? Among the 10 groups of students, only Gu Jun's team remained inactive. Gu Jun instructed Wang Ruoxiang and Kai Zixuan to assist in shifting this section of the thorax, altering its position several times before finally returning it to a supine posture. He was fairly certain that this was the very object depicted in the fragmented schematic. The outer layer was composed entirely of rigid keratin, devoid of any organic structures. Gu Jun seized a large dissection knife, gripping it in an unorthodox manner, and forcefully gouged a piece of keratin from the specimen's dermal layer. The judges observed his actions, wondering if indeed he was about to perform dismemberment. He was not. Wang Ruoxiang examined the piece he had passed to her and found no signs of superficial fascia, blood vessels, or similar structures, only a mass resembling dead skin. "This is not human," Kai Zixuan exclaimed, "and it doesn't seem to belong to any mammal either." "Is there such a thing?" "Never mind that," Gu Jun replied. "The vascular structures are unclear, but this entity does possess nerves, and I know their location. I believe this outer layer serves as a protective membrane. It is skin and muscle, encasing the bones inside." As he spoke, he referenced the incomplete schematic and outlined several areas on the specimen. He instructed his companions, "Remove all the keratin from these specified areas. Do not be gentle. Dig in vigorously until the bones are exposed." Kai Zixuan was somewhat perplexed, but nodded in agreement. "I'll follow your lead." "All right," Wang Ruoxiang acknowledged, though she thought perhaps a butcher from the market might be better suited for such a task. Nevertheless, both complied with Gu Jun's directives and began to wield their large dissection knives with fervor, slicing, digging, peeling, and scraping, leaving the dissection table in utter disarray. What were they doing? The surrounding contestants watched in confusion. The audience of teachers and students also failed to comprehend, questioning the apparent disregard for dissection principles. However, the judges were taken aback for different reasons. Professor Qin raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the unexpected prowess of this affluent student. Chapter 31. Behind the bony plate next to each dissection table stood a tall, shadowless lamp equipped with a camera. Previously, the venue's large screen had been cycling through images from the 10 dissection tables, allowing everyone to see clearly. Now, the camera focused intently on the trio of Gu Jun. What were they doing? The crowd was utterly baffled, suspecting they might be causing chaos. The trio's eyes stung from the acrid scent of formalin, tears welling up. Yet they persevered in removing the keratin, revealing what appeared to be rib-like bones along the thoracic side. They meticulously excavated the intercostal tissues, also making an incision corresponding to the sternal position. By the time they completed their task, tears flowed freely from all three. Gu Jun quickly retrieved a rib cutter from the instrument tray, inserting it into the intercostal opening, aligning it with a rib, and exerting great force in an attempt to sever it. Despite straining with all his might, his face reddened. He found himself unable to cut through. Let me give it a try." Wang Ruoxiang stated that Gu Jun handed her the rib cutter, urging her to exert the strength of a karate black belt. However, despite her tightly pursed lips and utmost effort, the anticipated crisp sound of the cut did not resonate. She lamented, "This creature must have been nourished on calcium tablets." "Shall I give it a try?" Kai Zixuan suggested timidly. "No, it's futile. It cannot be severed." Gu Jun took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, removed the rib cutter, and retrieved a bow saw. He aimed the blade at the bone and began to saw vigorously, producing a cacophony of bone-sawing sounds that echoed ominously. The sound was so jarring that it drew the attention of many onlookers, creating a sensation of unease in the air. The bow saw, typically employed for cutting through skulls, was now wielded by Gu Jun to slice through the rib-like bones on the side of the chest. His mask concealed half of his face, and his hair obscured some of it, rendering him both chilling and frenzied. Due to Gu Jun's astonishing performance in the first round, many student competitors were observing him, akin to how one might inadvertently glance at the exam paper of a perennial top scorer. Yet now, they witnessed this individual frantically circling on the paper. Some competitors had halted their tasks, while members of the Tsinghua University team, including Sun Yuheng, were utterly bewildered. Instead of approaching from the fracture surface, he opts to saw through the chest side. How can he ensure the internal organs remain unharmed? This is utterly barbaric. Yet, what went unnoticed by many was the change in the judges' expressions, which had morphed into that of ravenous dogs eyeing a sumptuous feast. Class leader, Zishuan. Don't just stand there. You should saw as well. Oh, all right, I'll saw this side. Gu Jun, I have no space left. Let us take turns. After an extended period of sawing, the three finally succeeded in severing the ribs from both sides of the specimen's chest. Gu Jun then set down the bow saw and grasped a hook, a 21-inch long stainless steel oval-headed hook, typically used for skin traction. He now wielded it, as if it were a crowbar, inserting the hook's head into the incision at the sternum's handle, hooking the edge of the plate bone, and forcefully prying it. With a dreadful tearing sound, the plate bone, already severed from its connection to the sternum's cortex, along with half of the cut rib, was forcefully lifted by Gu Jun with a resounding crack. The teachers and students gazed at the bizarre scene displayed on the large screen, and the auditorium fell into an instant silence, broken only by a student murmuring, "No way. This actually works?" It appeared that indeed, this was a feasible method, perhaps the only correct one. Many competitors stood in stunned silence, their dissection knives trembling in their hands. The judges exchanged incredulous glances, pondering whether this young man had previously performed dissections of such nature, given his apparent expertise, surpassing even some staff members in skill. Although they were witnessing this astonishing spectacle up close, Wang Ruoxiang and Kai Zishuan had no time for astonishment. Under Gu Jun's direction, they employed dissection scissors to sever the band-like tissues connecting the rhomboid plate bone to the chest wall, completing the separation of the entire plate bone, which Gu Jun then placed in reverse on the dissection table. As the camera focused, it became evident to all that within the bone lay a membranous layer, revealing red strands resembling nerves. So this is how one opens the chest. The other competitors hastily emulated this technique, aggressively removing the cortex. "Impressive," exclaimed Kai Zishuan. Wang Ruoxiang found herself at a loss for words, unable to criticize, for she was genuinely convinced. "Just luck," Gu Jun remarked, as it was also his first glimpse of the interior of the ribcage. The incomplete structural diagram was far from meticulous, particularly lacking details of the organs within the thoracic cavity. He glanced at the specimen's exposed chest wall, now unobstructed by the rib, and then at the system panel in his mind. Current dissection completion, 5. Remaining time, 232,746. Has half an hour truly passed? Gu Jun felt a bit disoriented. At this pace, completing the task in 2 hours seemed impossible, though it might be achievable within a day. Perhaps he could request to continue the dissection after the assessment. He swiftly resumed, picking up the scalpel. Wang and Kai nodded in agreement, while Sun Yuheng and the other competitors hurriedly excavated the ribcage. Gu Jun and his companions proceeded with their next steps, meticulously clearing the remnants of the 12 pairs of ribs, then unveiling the chest wall to dissect a layer of muscle akin to the transversus thoracis, revealing more nerves and, at last, veins. With the rib removed, the internal structure resembled that of a human, allowing them to execute their tasks with relative ease, showcasing their skills. Meanwhile, the judges were nearly beside themselves with excitement. A mix of frustration and amusement, yet ultimately filled with exhilaration. "Is this lad a fool's gold? Do you even know what that means? Look at his steady hand, truly. He embodies the essence of an 8-year program at Dongda." They laughed. "Professor Qin, we have genuinely struck gold this time." The colleagues rejoiced, and Professor Qin, increasingly delighted, found it difficult to maintain a facade of seriousness. Forget the notion of fool's gold. Gu Jun wielded his scalpel, scissors, and tweezers with an ease that belied his age and experience. This young prodigy, despite his questionable lifestyle, displayed exceptional willpower and medical prowess. Perhaps he could indeed be sent to a special task force? Oblivious to the surrounding reactions, Gu Jun and his companions remained focused on the dissection table. After exploring the pleural cavity, they prepared to extract the lung. It was then they discovered that this creature's anatomy while reminiscent of a human's, was ultimately distinct. Humans possess a left and right lung, but this being had only a right lung, with a much larger heart occupying the left side. The characteristics of this right lung and heart left them in a state of renewed astonishment. These lung tissues seem, Wang Ruoxiang mused, her solid medical knowledge allowing her to recognize the peculiarities, though the words she was about to utter felt absurd even to her. Gu Jun furrowed his brow as he gazed at the right lung, about to articulate his thoughts when, without warning, a fleeting vision flickered before his eyes. He shook his head vigorously, yet a fragmented, chaotic image of an underground chamber continued to loom hazily before him. Chapter 32. The gloomy basement. On the dilapidated walls hung an oddly shaped kerosene lamp, its shade stained with old blood, casting a dim light, tinged with a sinister hue. The basement was modest in size, with a low ceiling, cluttered with various debris that had warped the decaying wooden floor, as though a mere step could shatter the boards beneath. In the center of the basement stood a long wooden table, where the flickering candlelight revealed a murky surface, marred by countless impurities that had seeped into every wooden grain. At the center of the table lay what appeared to be the corpse of an anomalous creature, an overwhelming stench pervading the air, while a shadowy figure seemed to hover nearby. Gu Jun wished to discern more clearly, but the spectral images grew increasingly elusive, and he remained ensnared in the vision of the dissection table, situated within the confines of a gymnasium. The lung's tissues bore resemblance to avian air sacs. Wang Ruoxiang, astonished, widened her eyes in disbelief. "How peculiar," she remarked. Kai Zixuan, his eyes slightly swollen and red, echoed the collective sentiment of the students and faculty. The large screen displayed the dissection table's condition. The exterior of this lung was adorned with 6 inflated membranous sacs, all interconnected with the bronchi, their walls festooned with capillaries, suggesting a once vibrant existence. Gu Jun observed the air sacs, a surge of wonder swelling within him at such an intricate design. Humanity has long prided itself as the pinnacle of creation, and indeed, the human body is remarkably intricate, yet far from perfect, possessing numerous flaws. Some organ structures are even inferior to those of other earthly species. The lung is one such example. Human lungs function as bidirectional organs, utilizing the same pathway for air intake and expulsion, while also facilitating gas exchange and storage. This inefficiency results in the dilution of incoming air by residual oxygen-depleted air within the lungs, leading to suboptimal performance. Furthermore, the walls of the alveoli are fragile, prone to conditions such as emphysema. In contrast, avian lungs operate differently, comprising anterior air sacs, lungs, and posterior air sacs, each serving distinct functions. The lungs are solely responsible for the passage of air, while the air sacs are designated for gas storage without engaging in gas exchange. This allows fresh air to circulate through the lungs at a consistent rate, ensuring that every inhalation and exhalation is enriched with oxygen, exemplifying the efficiency of avian respiration. Consequently, birds can sustain prolonged flights and reach altitudes beyond human capability, while humans might argue that different species possess varying needs. The dissection table before him revealed a humanoid creature with a bird-like lung. "Let us examine it," Gu Jun resolved, focusing intently as he grasped the scalpel with a pen-like grip, bending over to sever the pleura, nerves, and blood vessels connected to the lung, along with the tubes attaching the air sacs to the surrounding structures, perhaps even the root and ligaments of the lung, an array of tissues awaiting exploration. Due to the incompleteness of the anatomical diagram, each of his movements must be executed with utmost caution, ensuring that no single vessel is damaged. This necessity arises not only from the scrutiny of Professor Qin and his colleagues, but also from the demands of the task's completion. Once Gu Jun successfully extracts the lung in pristine condition, he will proceed to dissect it alongside Wang Ruoxiang and Kai Zixuan. The observers will gain clearer insights. And the more they gaze upon the lung, the more they marvel at its intricate and magnificent vascular design. This organism appears capable of ascending to greater heights and plunging to deeper depths. Kai Zixuan remarked on the remarkable efficiency of this lung's operation. "I desire this lung," Wang Ruoxiang expressed. It would surely excel in a competition like the voice. Yet, her longing soon shifted toward the heart of this creature. After the trio completed the dissection of the lung, they turned their attention to the mediastinum, followed by the pericardium. Gu Jun then meticulously severed the major vessels within the pericardium to extract the heart. This heart was notably larger than that of a human, and although now lifeless and inert, it undoubtedly pulsated with vigor when alive. Their continued observation and dissection of the heart brought forth further astonishment. The human heart, too, is not without its imperfections, particularly Each region of a heart with a rather absurd defect is supplied by a single artery. For instance, both the right atrium and right ventricle receive blood solely from the right coronary artery. Should this artery become obstructed, both chambers would suffer from hypoxia, leading to myocardial infarction and, consequently, heart failure. Regardless of whether humans were crafted by a divine creator or evolved through nature, such a flawed design warrants criticism. It is noteworthy that one need not be an anomaly. Many mammals of the same planet, such as dogs, possess a heart with multiple arteries providing various pathways for blood supply. If one artery becomes blocked, others can compensate. Thus, while dog lungs may not be exemplary, their hearts certainly are. Each of the 4 heart chambers is supplied by 4 distinct coronary arteries. Wang Ruoxiang counted aloud, exhaling softly. This should ensure longevity. The audience of teachers and students murmured in awe, expressing their admiration. However, Professor Qin and his colleagues bore serious expressions. To them, these extraordinary organs were not subjects of commendation. Professor Gu, could this possibly be a pathological condition in humans? Su Hai inquired, perplexed. With Zhang Haoran and He Yuhan sharing his confusion, questioning whether this could be classified as a disease. Students, I do not know, Professor Gu replied earnestly, a hint of bewilderment crossing his aged visage. What had he been researching all these years? Meanwhile, Gu Jun remained engrossed in his task, methodically dissecting each coronary artery from the heart. With every artery he separated, the weight of the heart seemed to increase, and he gradually began to resonate with the sentiments expressed in the incomplete anatomical diagram, both in awe of this organism's structure and apprehensive regarding his own. The lung exhibited no flaws, nor did the heart. Could it be that other organs were equally perfect? Particularly, what about its brain? The reason humans dominate over other species, subduing tigers and lions, lies in their intellect. What level of intelligence does this creature possess? If the human body possesses no advantages, and the brain also lacks superiority, then the intricate emotional entanglements within the subconscious arise. Suddenly, Gu Jun felt a heavy ache in his head as phantoms of light flickered before his eyes. He found himself once again in that dim, confining basement, a murmur of strange, esoteric language reaching his ears. Although still somewhat indistinct, this time he perceived more clearly. Upon a grimy, elongated wooden table lay a humanoid corpse, its skin dark and limbs elongated, the chest already dissected, with the ribcage discarded to the side. The dim glow of a kerosene lamp and candles illuminated the gruesome scene. Beside the table rested a rusted iron plate, upon which a heart lay, its dark red blood spilling over the edge and dripping onto the floor. Gu Jun vaguely saw a figure standing at the table's edge, holding what appeared to be a pen, bent over a stack of yellowed parchment, sketching something upon it, an obsolete structural diagram. Yet in this vision, it appeared pristine and complete. The figure compared the diagram with the corpse on the table, annotating and making notes. As he wrote, he murmured incomprehensible phrases, his face obscured, his words unintelligible. Yet Gu Jun could sense his astonishment, fear, and confusion. The more notes he penned, the more rigid his posture became, his tone increasingly somber. As he repeated his phrases in a slow, deliberate manner, as if nearing death. When he murmured the 4th repetition, he inscribed the 4th note upon the diagram. Gu Jun's heart ached, and suddenly he felt he could grasp the meaning behind the last 4 lines of that esoteric note. Are they superior to us? 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 Chapter 33, The List of the Victors. Are they superior to us? From this phrase, Gu Jun felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment as the figure remained hunched over the table for an extended period. He yearned to discern the person's face, to ascertain whether they were human, but the vision grew increasingly hazy. Abruptly, the kerosene lamp extinguished for reasons unknown, severing the illusion entirely. In the final image, Gu Jun seemed to witness the corpse on the table abruptly lunging towards the figure. Ah! Gu Jun gasped, nearly dropping the scalpel in his hand. Each time such a vision appeared, he felt an immense drain on his spirit. What's wrong? Wang Ruoxiang noticed his unusual demeanor. Gu Jun steadied himself, glancing at her and Kai Zixuan. Do you not think that from this chest structure, this creature resembles an enhanced version of humanity? Before they could respond, he loudly inquired, Professor Qin, what is the intelligence of this anomaly? Has its physical structure surpassed that of humans, leading the author of the diagram to pose such a seemingly desperate question? How did that secret department acquire these specimens of the aberrant? The question posed by Gu Jun rendered the entire venue silent. Both teachers and students paused, pondering its significance, all eager for an answer. Gu, I commend your inquisitiveness, Professor Qin stated solemnly, but I cannot divulge that information here. You will have the opportunity to learn in due time. Although Professor Qin refrained from explicitly stating it, the astute audience discerned the underlying meaning. Such extraordinary intellect was indeed formidable. This revelation cast a shadow over them, as thoughts of the strange banyan disease and the notion of exotic species loomed ominously, suggesting that the world was fraught with unseen fissures, teetering on the brink of chaos. Noticing that the contestants had halted their efforts, Professor Qin urged, "Students, there are only 15 minutes remaining. Please, make the most of the time left." Upon hearing this, the participants hastily resumed their dissection, and Gu Jun collected his scattered thoughts, diligently collaborating with his two assistants to complete the assessment. 15 minutes passed swiftly, and the venue was filled with the sound indicating the conclusion of the assessment. Regardless of their satisfaction with their performances, the contestants were compelled to cease their work. "Thank you all for your hard work," Professor Qin remarked. "You have all performed admirably." His words were not mere encouragement. The swift and precise manner in which Gu Jun's group had managed the skeletal dissection inadvertently enabled other groups to follow suit, leading them rapidly into the thoracic cavity, leaving no team to resort to dismemberment. Consequently, after deliberation, the judges resolved to select several individuals demonstrating exceptional skill. Less than 10 minutes later, the final list of winners appeared on the large screen, revealing 9 students in total. Gu Jun, Wang Ruoxiang, and Kai Zixuan's names were prominently featured at the top, with all 3 emerging triumphant. Additionally, one from Dong University, Ma Jiehua, a clinical 6th-year student under Professor Yu, was recognized. He was a senior familiar to all 3. From Qin University, there were Sun Yuheng and Yang Ming. From Jihua Medical University, a female student named Zhou Yi. From Dongyang Medical University, Cheng Yifeng, and another female student from Dongzhou University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Jiang Bangxia. The outcome surprised many, as initially, Professor Qin had mentioned selecting only 2 or 3 individuals. Observing the judges' delighted expressions, it was evident that they had indeed reaped a bountiful harvest. This competition marked a resounding victory for Dong University, yet the atmosphere remained solemn, with Dong University students refraining from mocking their counterparts at Qin University. Under the host's guidance, the entire assembly of teachers and students offered a resounding round of applause for all participating students, particularly the 9 victors standing before them. Professor Gu, along with Su Hai and He Yuhan, applauded especially fervently. The students who faltered in the second round felt a tinge of disappointment, particularly several from the Dong University and Qin University teams. They respected Gu Jun and held no grievances against Wang Ruoxiang, but Kai Zixuan, that prematurely balding young man, seemed to owe his success solely to Gu Jun's influence. Yet, as Kai Zixuan poignantly reflected, sometimes fate arranges matters with striking clarity. Students, Professor Qin surveyed the 9 victorious individuals. For now, return and gather your thoughts. Prepare yourselves for tomorrow morning, when we shall reconvene. Amidst the collective nods of agreement, Gu Jun inquired, "Professor Qin, may I continue to dissect that peculiar specimen? I yearn to delve deeper into the understanding of this extraordinary organism. The current completion rate of my task stands at a mere 35%, while the requirements for the dissection are quite meticulous." Gu Jun had become the darling of the judges, and he had artfully framed his request in an optimistic manner. As anticipated, Professor Qin did not oppose this notion. Rather, he nodded in approval. "Certainly, anyone who wishes to continue the dissection may do so. Those specimens belong to you." Consequently, all 9 participants opted to remain and proceed with the dissection, motivated by a desire to avoid the appearance of laziness and a genuine curiosity to unravel the mysteries of this anomaly. As the morning drew to a close, Professor Qin and his colleagues had other matters to attend to and departed. Meanwhile, the remaining students and faculty continued with the routine medical skills competition, overseen by another group of staff members serving as judges. Gu Jun watched as Professor Qin and his team receded into the distance, his mind swirling with apprehensions. "I have been selected, yet uncertainties loom ahead," he pondered. The foremost uncertainty revolved around his parents. If their situation were known to the national authorities, there would be little he could do. His lineage was immutable. Should he proactively report this matter? The consequences of such an action were utterly unpredictable. If his parents were deemed wrongdoers by the authorities, yet had managed to remain beneath their radar, would he inadvertently expose them? At this moment, Gu Jun remained oblivious to the nature of his heritage, nor was he aware of his parents' fate, alive or deceased, virtuous or villainous. Thus, he resolved to adapt to the situation as it unfolded, feigning ignorance for the time being. If this ruse allowed him to gain entry into the enigmatic circle, he could then endeavor to uncover the true nature of the Lixin Company, perhaps illuminating a path forward. The second uncertainty pertained to his brainstem tumor. He contemplated whether the authorities might uncover this detail, as only a singular medical record from the affiliated hospital could divulge such information. He needed to devise a strategy, for a comprehensive medical examination would be mandatory prior to joining the department. His brainstem tumor had yet to vanish, and imaging results would undoubtedly reveal its presence. This fact could not be concealed. Nevertheless, Gu Jun initially followed the others backstage to the gymnasium to continue his dissection work. The earlier sight of the peculiar banyan tree in its iron cage was now absent, leaving only a lingering odor as testament to its prior presence. For the next 6 hours, from 11 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, Gu Jun entered a state of relentless focus. He tirelessly circled the dissection table, meticulously examining each organ structure of the specimen, down to the separation of individual blood vessels. Gradually, the completion rate of his task increased, progressing from 35 to 50, then to 85, and ultimately reaching 99. As he meticulously dissected another vein from the posterior thoracic wall, Gu Jun was greeted by a melodious chime in his mind. With notification prompts emerging in succession: current dissection completion, 100. Difficult Ta now at the second level, 100, 030000 proficiency. There are task rewards awaiting collection. 3 pages of a complete treatment work diary. However, Gu Jun hesitated to click and claim his reward, pondering whether the previous incomplete map would manifest in his mind again this time. With a decisive snap, Gu Jun set down the vascular forceps on the dissection table, removed his gloves and mask, and said to Wang Ruoxiang and Kai Zixuan, "You two can proceed with the dissection. I must take my leave." Kai Zixuan, feeling a bit lightheaded from exhaustion after having consumed only a few buns that morning, responded, "We? It's you who should dissect, not us." Wang Ruoxiang had already settled onto a small stool to rest, but now stood up and said, "Gu Jun, Teacher Gu just mentioned that everyone should go out together for a meal later. Go ahead and leave together. Just send me the address on WeChat, and I will join you." Gu Jun hurriedly washed his hands at the sink before striding away. Now that Gu Jun was affiliated with the secret department, his status had changed. A staff member accompanied him as he exited the gymnasium, and a special vehicle awaited to take him back to the Dongzhou University Medical College. His 2 confiscated mobile phones were returned to him during the inspection, and he checked them immediately, relieved to find they had not been tampered with. On the way, the staff cautioned him against disclosing any information regarding the events within the venue, warning that not only would his position be revoked, but he would also be held accountable. "I will keep it confidential," Gu Jun assured earnestly, genuinely having no intention of leaking information. As he gazed out the car window, the sun shone brightly in the sky, and the bustling cityscape receded behind him. The streets were alive with a mother pushing a stroller, teenagers riding shared bicycles, grandmothers leading their grandchildren, and elderly men walking their dogs. Gu Jun thought to himself, "I, too, wish that the occurrences within the venue remained forever a secret." Chapter 34. The euthanasia of nude mice and mobile phones. Upon his return to the Dongzhou University campus, Gu Jun alighted from the vehicle and watched it drive away. After walking for a short distance without noticing anyone tailing him, he made his way to the Animal Research Center, heading straight to the nude mouse room. He had contemplated the situation repeatedly. The brainstem tumor could not remain concealed, and it would be better to confess voluntarily, even in advanced stages. The life expectancy of individuals with tumors varied significantly. There were rare cases where one could live for another 2 or 3 years. Given the country's urgent need for personnel and his stable condition, the department would likely continue to employ him. Moreover, in the context of that mysterious world, his condition, when compared to exotic diseases and other ailments, hardly constituted an insurmountable deadlock. Furthermore, in such a perilous line of work, could the department guarantee that everyone would still be alive for another 2 or 3 years, even without a terminal illness? Gu Jun felt that such assurances could not be taken for granted. If there were a labor contract, it would undoubtedly contain a clause regarding voluntary acceptance of risks. Therefore, there was no need to conceal the brainstem tumor, but the experimental use of exotic medications could not be disclosed. He could not explain why those nude mice must not be kept. Gu Jun entered the buffer room of the nude mouse facility, having conducted ultraviolet sterilization, and donned a full-body protective suit before proceeding to the mouse cage racks in the back room. He retrieved several cages of his nude mice and brought them to the experimental table in the front room. The tumors of the medicated tumor-bearing nude mice remained unchanged, while the untreated tumor-bearing nude mouse was already on the brink of death. As he gazed upon all 15 nude mice, he silently expressed his gratitude. "Dear companions, thank you for your invaluable contributions to medicine. May you be reborn as humans." He seized the dying mouse, pressing its head down with the thumb and index finger of his left hand while gripping its tail base with his other hand, and with a forceful tug. A crisp snap echoed as the spinal cord and brain were severed, resulting in an instantaneous and painless demise. This was the cervical dislocation method of euthanasia. Snap 1, snap 2, snap 3. Soon, all 15 nude mice lay lifeless on the experimental table, their bodies sprawled in disarray, devoid of any sign of life. "Thank you," Gu Jun murmured as he placed them into a yellow medical waste bag, along with a small amount of the anomalous drug powder stored here. Before exiting the nude mouse facility and leaving the research center, on his way back to the dormitory, Gu Jun made a phone call to his senior, Zhang Lin. Although his senior did not participate in the recent competition, Professor Qin had mentioned that it would not be the only one held, and Zhang Lin would likely join in future events, possibly even becoming part of the department. The call connected. "Hello, senior. Jun, what brings you to me?" It had been some time since they last communicated. Zhang Lin had been preoccupied with his graduate research, and Gu Jun's invitations for meals had gone unanswered. "My experiment has concluded." Gu Jun sighed deeply, a genuine expression of emotion. "Oh, what were the results?" Zhang Lin feigned interest, his tone evident of disinterest. "Old Chinese medicine. Veteran military doctors, folk remedies, ancestral secrets. These are merely synonyms for scams. I've been too busy to check on your progress." "I understand," Gu Jun replied. "They are all dead. So soon?" "It seems your drug is quite toxic," Zhang Lin remarked, seemingly unfazed, with an air of annoyance. "Jun, allow me to say this. Traditional Chinese medicine has its merits, but it is by no means a panacea. The reputation of traditional Chinese medicine has been tarnished by those so-called old doctors. Don't be misled next time." "You make a valid point, senior. Traditional Chinese medicine must also evolve with modernization. After all, Western medicine has not abandoned the concept of bodily fluids, has it?" The conversation shifted to the topic of traditional Chinese medicine, leaving the discussion of the drug experiment behind. Upon returning to the dormitory, Gu Jun concluded his call with Zhang Lin. He immediately rushed to Kai Zishuan's rice cooker, filled it with water, and dumped an entire bag containing the 15 nude mouse carcasses into the pot, followed by a haphazard assortment of seasonings, boiling them together. This was certainly not for the purpose of making soup, but rather to obliterate their composition, or more accurately, to destroy the evidence. With a sigh of relief, Gu Jun wiped his forehead and proceeded to his next task, Li Lerui's mobile phone. Due to the significant backgrounds of Li Lerui and the others, regardless of whether national authorities are pursuing this mobile device, Gu Jun has resolved to voluntarily surrender it. He intends to confess his deep-sea exploration in Longcan and the perils he encountered, a matter that cannot be concealed. The device itself is not the crux of the issue. Rather, it is the video captured at the end that holds paramount importance. Should it fall into the hands of national authorities, would they imprison him upon witnessing his utterance of that peculiar phrase in an obscure language? Would they subject him to cerebral dissection? For the sake of his own safety, he must dispose of this mobile phone. Gu Jun inserted an old SIM card into the device, powered it on, and transferred the video along with Li Lerui's contact information onto the card before removing it. He deleted the video, formatted the phone, and filled its memory with an assortment of films he would never ordinarily watch, repeating this process multiple times to complicate any potential data recovery, all while ensuring the storage chip remained physically intact. He then disassembled the phone and, wielding a hammer, struck the motherboard with deliberate force, ensuring the damage was both uniform and chaotic. It was not only the storage chip that required destruction, but other components as well, to create the illusion that the device had been irreparably harmed in an accident. As he struck away, his thoughts meandered to his own origins. Regardless of what organization Lishing Company might be or the roles his parents played within it, the government would eventually take a stance. There were only a few possible attitudes: if his parents' faction was deemed virtuous, or if they were actually malevolent but perceived as benevolent by outsiders, the state might retain him. Conversely, if his parents' faction was considered nefarious, or if they were indeed virtuous but misjudged as malevolent, he might still be retained. However, if his parents' faction was deemed villainous, the state could regard him as undesirable, leading to his abandonment, or worse, imprisonment for interrogation or extortion. Contemplating this, he calculated a 2/3 chance of continued employment, which seemed worth the risk of confession. Yet, if the worst were to transpire, he could not bear the consequences. After thoroughly damaging the components of the motherboard, particularly the storage chip, he reassembled the phone and forcefully smashed it against the ground several times, causing it to warp slightly. When he pressed the power button again, it remained unresponsive. With a sigh, Gu Jun discarded the ruined device and sat down at his desk, holding the SIM card in his hands. This was all that remained. and it must be safeguarded. The rice cooker in the corner emitted a rhythmic bubbling sound, releasing the fragrant aroma of broth. Although he understood the reality behind it, he found the scent somewhat repulsive, yet undeniably enticing. A naked mole rat cost 120 yuan, and this pot of soup was worth at least 1,800 yuan. Resisting the urge to inhale deeply, he opened the system panel in his mind. Tai Ran hand rarity can be cultivated level 3 current level, second 100 0300000 proficiency. Completing a challenging task only yielded 1,000 proficiency points. And since he had only just begun the second level, the progression would become increasingly arduous. By this reckoning, completing 100 difficult tasks would likely elevate him to the third level. Uncertain of how the abyssal task would unfold, Gu Jun closed the ability list and opened the task list, clicking to claim the task reward. In that instant, a peculiar sensation surged within his mind, as if radiant light was flooding in. As the brilliance gradually coalesced, 3 pages of a medical work diary materialized, hovering above his consciousness. He focused his thoughts on the leftmost page, which was crafted from a parchment-like material, densely inscribed with esoteric script, approximately 30 lines in length. The same was true for the middle and rightmost pages. What could this possibly signify? Gu Jun felt a twinge of impatience, struggling to discern whether the 3 pages of the diary were connected or disjointed. Yet, he noted some distinctions. Although the handwriting across the 3 pages was consistent, it diverged from that of the incomplete diagram. It appeared neither hasty nor careless, but rather meticulous, with varying ink depths suggesting it had been penned in a safe, solitary environment. Wait, there are some words I can comprehend. Gu Jun furrowed his brow, as he had gleaned a modicum of understanding of the esoteric script. Deciphering a few concepts from the fragmented diagram: bone, muscle, chest, nerve, along with 2 sentences that had imprinted themselves in his mind due to the illusions he had encountered, and he vaguely grasped their meaning. The dark fruit grows from the ancient abyss. The deathly worms shall endure alongside heaven and earth. Some of these esoteric concepts appeared within the 3 pages of the diary, and as Gu Jun meticulously compared them, he soon discovered a line of script at the end of the 3rd page where they were most densely utilized, allowing him to partially discern its meaning. Gu Jun softly murmured the words. Chapter 35. The method to trigger illusions together. We die, the fruit of the nerves of our abyssal death. Gu Jun repeated this softly, feeling an indescribable desolation within the phrase despite not fully comprehending its entirety. As a medical student, he understood that mentioning death in the medical work diary truly signified death, devoid of metaphor. Moreover, this line was situated at the conclusion of the 3 pages, possibly indicating the ultimate outcome of the treatment, a collective demise. Together we die. Together we die. Gu Jun murmured the phrase several times, tasting a profound horror. Although the handwriting in these 3 pages appeared steady, it exuded a somberness even heavier than that of the incomplete diagram. The diagram still bore traces of panic and hesitation, of pain and struggle, whereas this diary had evidently accepted despair, merely awaiting death in silence. What ailment was being treated in this diary? Gu Jun pondered, wondering if it was related to the aberrant disease or perhaps to those peculiar entities. After contemplating for a while and examining the other segments of the diary without uncovering any pertinent information, he eventually closed the diary and the system panel. He felt an unsettling sense that there was a critical detail within that underground illusion which he had overlooked. Gu Jun tapped his heavy head, recognizing that this sensation was not new. He had experienced it during that laboratory illusion as well. What exactly are these illusions? And is there a discernible pattern to their occurrence? Gu Jun once again pondered this matter. The dream of Guyong village must not be the same as an illusion. The initial appearance of the illusion occurred at the bottom of Longkin Sea, did it not? However, that instance was different, as he could recall not a single vivid detail afterward. His memories were limited to 3 occurrences: the laboratory illusion, the corpse pool illusion, and the basement dissection table illusion. What common thread binds these 3 manifestations? The identical locations. Gu Jun first seized upon this notion. He triggered the decrepit laboratory illusion in the laboratory, the corpse pool illusion in the body storage room, and the basement dissection table illusion beside the dissection table. Shared locations may indeed be one of the conditions. Yet there must be other factors at play. Why, when I personally conducted the dissection, did the basement illusion not manifest during the autopsy of the atypical Banyan disease patient? Gu Jun began to discern a clearer understanding. Merely standing beside the dissection table and performing the autopsy was insufficient. A more direct connection to the illusion was necessary. The association with the laboratory illusion might stem from the phrase regarding the dark fruit. In truth, he had encountered that phrase long before at the bottom of Longkin Sea. Upon triggering it in the laboratory, it transported him into the illusion. The connection to the corpse pool illusion was certainly the remains of the atypical Banyan disease patients. He could now ascertain that the bodies submerged in the pool were all in the stages of decay from the disease. Bound apart by iron chains to prevent them from merging, they were likely deceased, yet still exhibited reflexive movements. The link to the basement was, naturally, that fragmented map. And the dissection involved the same type of organism. Words, the imagery of the corpses, the map, all resided within the mind, embedded in the subconscious, consciousness, and memory. Indeed, Gu Jun's thoughts grew increasingly lucid. The first criterion was to be situated in a location with a similar function, or possessing a critical arrangement like dissection table facing dissection table. The second was to have a direct connection in one's mind. The third was to experience a similar scenario previously, conducting experiments, transporting corpses, performing dissections. The emergence of those three illusions concurrently satisfied all three conditions. This may not encompass the entirety of the rules, yet it seems feasible to attempt to actively trigger them in this manner. The content of those 3 diary pages flashed through Gu Jun's mind. They likely depicted a physician's earnest efforts to treat patients, ultimately culminating in the heart-wrenching sight of watching one patient after another succumb to death. Now armed with a direct connection in his mind, he sought the same location in a comparable scenario. As he contemplated this, a thought surged within him. Could witnessing a recently deceased patient in the hospital suffice? Gu Jun's heart raced, and this idea took root, proving impossible to suppress. Those illusions could yield him greater information, facilitating a deeper understanding of it all. Perhaps they held an important function that he had yet to uncover. If he could seize control, he ought to endeavor to do so. It was worth a try. Gu Jun pondered to himself as he glanced at his phone. It was nearly 7 in the evening. No new messages had been posted in the WeChat group by Professor Gu and the others, indicating that the skills competition had yet to conclude all of today's events, and they had not yet vacated the gymnasium. He proceeded to turn off the rice cooker and poured the entire pot of broth into the balcony's drainage system, subsequently disposing of the boiled mouse carcasses back into the medical waste bag. He donned his student ID and slipped on his lab coat once more, clutching the bag of mouse remains as he exited the dormitory, leaving the rice cooker for Zishuan to clean. Upon reaching the exterior of the dormitory building, Gu Jun discarded the garbage bag into a yellow medical waste bin. These mouse carcasses would be collected and incinerated, leaving no trace behind. While the most prudent course of action would have been to consume the remains himself, he found that he could not bring himself to do so. He swiftly rode his bicycle to the East University-affiliated hospital located on the west side of the campus, striding into the outpatient and inpatient complex. It was dinner time, and the first-floor outpatient hall was relatively devoid of patients, with few doctors and nurses present, lending an air of quietude to the space. Gu Jun wandered through the outpatient hall but found nothing of interest, so he ventured into the bustling emergency department, which remained lively even at night, yet still discovered nothing. In the hospital, life and death were a daily occurrence, with patients passing away in various departments, but he could not expect to encounter someone immediately. However, there was still one place, the morgue. According to Gu Jun's understanding, when a patient passed away, the body would typically remain in the ward for 1 to 2 hours, allowing family members time for farewells. The morgue staff would then transport the body to the morgue and arrange for its transfer to the funeral home, which could take from the same day to several days. Bodies that were contentious and required autopsies were sent directly to the Forensic Identification Center, also known as the Forensic Building, rather than being placed in the morgue. This was why the morgues in hospitals, whether within the main building or in separate facilities, often lacked substantial security measures, typically guarded by 1 or 2 male security personnel and a few staff members involved in body transport. After all, no one would casually wander into such places. The East University-affiliated hospital did not have a separate morgue. Instead, it was located in the basement of the comprehensive building, adjacent to the parking lot, allowing transport vehicles direct access to the entrance. Gu Jun took the elevator down to the basement, donned a mask, adjusted his lab coat, and approached the morgue door with an air of nonchalance. A security guard stationed at the entrance glanced up, observing the young doctor as he entered. The guard was somewhat puzzled, as typically only family members of the deceased, body transport personnel, and funeral home staff entered the morgue. Doctors were not usually seen in such places. He muttered to himself about inviting trouble and lowered his gaze back to his phone, engrossed in a short video. Chapter 36. The people in the church. The morgue entrance was scarcely larger than 2 movable stretchers, and as Gu Jun stepped inside, a chilling atmosphere enveloped him immediately. Gu Jun glanced around. This was his first time stepping foot in this place. It was hardly spacious, with dim lighting emanating from the ceiling. On either side stood large stainless steel body refrigerators, each containing 10 tightly closed compartments, leaving one to wonder if they housed any corpses within. In front lay a few utility cabinets, several movable stretcher beds, and a few blue medical screens, with nothing else in sight. Although mortuaries are often depicted as eerie and terrifying in various horror films, the reality of this small space was rather unremarkable. Yet, from the moment Gu Jun crossed the threshold, a heavy sense of foreboding settled upon him. As he approached the left side refrigerator, the weight of his apprehension intensified, mingled with a flicker of agitation. A warning flashed in his mind. Could he endure the unknown illusions he was about to provoke? He was acutely aware that each time such illusions manifested, he experienced sharp neural pain, leaving him with a profound sense of mental exhaustion. Cautiously, Gu Jun halted his steps and opened the system panel to check his status. His heart rate and blood pressure were both rising, indicating that triggering illusions indeed affected his body. His heart rate was at 100 beats per minute, still within the normal range, yet teetering on the edge of danger. He remained vigilant of his indicators as he continued forward. With each step, his heart rate escalated. 1 step, 115 beats. 2 steps, 130 beats. 3 steps, 145 beats. He took a deep breath, feeling his heart race as if he were engaged in intense physical exertion. The numbers were edging closer to peril. His heart pounded wildly, and a sense of déjà vu overwhelmed him, as if he had been here before. This was not the first time. 3.5 steps later, his heart rate hit 150 beats. The mortuary cabinet loomed before him. The sense of déjà vu had not yet transformed into an illusion. Yet Gu Jun possessed a distinct certainty about what he needed to do. Based on the previous increase in heart rate, he surmised that the illusion would trigger at around 160 to 180 beats, which posed a risk. Perhaps it would resemble paroxysmal supraventricular tachycardia. However, his heart bore no underlying afflictions. Even if it occasionally raced, he believed he could withstand it for several hours. Slowly, Gu Jun raised his right hand and pressed his palm against the cold stainless steel surface of the cabinet. Instantly, a wave of chills surged through his skin, penetrating the superficial and deep fascia, piercing his bones. Heart rate, 185 beats. His heart felt as if it would leap from his chest, accompanied by an excruciating constriction that made breathing laborious. The scene before him began to blur and shift, everything seeming to fade away while simultaneously drawing near. His deductions proved accurate. By fulfilling those 3 conditions concurrently, he could elicit the corresponding illusions. The chaotic lights and shadows gradually stabilized, becoming increasingly clear. Gu Jun beheld a magnificent cathedral, towering amidst an unknown cityscape. This cathedral bore no resemblance to any architectural style he was familiar with. It was constructed of immense stone blocks, with each column and stained glass window exquisitely ornate and bizarre. The spires pierced the heavens, while dark birds flew in flocks overhead. How could this be a cathedral? It was beyond his expectations, and so magnificently grand. He once believed that those 3 pages of diary would lead him to a hospital, a morgue, or a place serving a similar purpose. Why? What connection lay within? Enduring the excruciating pain in his head and heart, Gu Jun's consciousness gradually drifted towards the cathedral. Through a haze, he traversed the lofty steps, past those exquisite statues, and approached the towering entrance, eventually finding himself within the church, where a chilling scene awaited him. Beneath the soaring vaulted ceiling, hundreds, if not thousands, of figures knelt in the vast expanse of the church, all bowing towards the divine throne at the front. Among those figures, some were grotesquely contorted, others headless, and some reduced to mere skeletons. Regardless of their state, they pressed their bodies deeply against the ground, motionless, their faces obscured, yet emanating an aura of devoutness, absurdity, and madness. This was not a morgue, yet Gu Jun suddenly comprehended the resting place of the departed. He was abruptly reminded of the words of the emaciated man from Lycian Corporation. Death? No, you do not understand. The man's tone, savoring the word death, seemed to imply a different understanding of the concept. He recalled the peculiar banyan tree with its myriad faces. Had they truly perished? Gu Jun's heart convulsed violently again. Unable to withstand the onslaught of these phantoms, his hand withdrew from the surface of the morgue drawer, and the illusions dissipated like smoke. Trembling, he gasped for breath, attempting to turn but faltered forward, his palm pressing once more against the surface. Yet this time, there was no icy sensation, nor any apparitions to be seen. The 3 pages of the diary in his mind seemed to have lost their luster. It appeared that the instances triggering the illusions were not infinite. For the moment, those 3 pages would not suffice. Next time, He must be prepared with a quick-acting heart remedy before attempting to trigger again. Clutching his heart, Gu Jun leaned against the morgue drawer for a considerable time, allowing his heart rate to gradually subside. He was utterly exhausted, yet could not shake off the earlier visions. Where had that place been? What were those people worshipping? What sort of cathedral was that? After contemplating for a while, with no clarity emerging, he reminded himself that this was indeed a morgue. Once he had caught his breath, he turned to leave. Could it be that behind Lishan Corporation and the Banyan disease, there was a connection to the cathedral? As Gu Jun walked, he pondered further. Where there was a cathedral, there were sects and deities. A thought arose within him. Was Lishan Corporation a clandestine society? Were his parents members? The more he contemplated, the colder he felt. For secret societies often placed great importance on familial lineage. Had he, even before his birth, already belonged to Lishan? Doctor, huh? Are you a doctor? At that moment, the security guard at the door loudly interrupted Gu Jun's reverie. What are you doing here? You're in the wrong place. Gu Jun said little, quickening his pace as he exited, making his way out of the underground parking lot and into the fresh air outside the comprehensive building. He gazed into the pitch-black night sky, which was enveloped in a profound silence. The stars seemingly vanished into oblivion. The vision of that church had transformed into an inescapable nightmare. As he stared at the heavens, it felt as though he too was kneeling beneath its arching vault. Alongside his parents and others, Gu Jun exhaled deeply, deciding to put such thoughts aside for the moment. He took out his phone to check the time. It was nearly 8 o'clock. At last, new messages appeared in the WeChat group, with Professor Gu, Wang Ruoxiang, and Kai Zixuan all mentioning the dining venue. Received? I'll be there shortly, Gu Jun typed in response. After walking a short distance, he arrived at the street adjacent to the hospital's main entrance, hailed a taxi, and set off towards the restaurant for the gathering. Chapter 37. Farewell and Beginnings. When Gu Jun arrived at the elegant private room of Wei Xiang Lu for the gathering, it was already past 8:30. However, Professor Gu and 5 classmates were waiting for him. The professor proclaimed him the champion of the day, stating that without his presence, the dishes would not be served. He sat down, and after a while, the soup and dishes began to arrive, filling the room with delightful aromas. Ah Jun, here. Have a chicken leg, Professor Gu said, using the serving chopsticks to place a piece of poached chicken into Gu Jun's bowl. The professor had finally called him Ah Jun again, rather than Gu Jun or Little Gu. Kai Zixuan and the others smiled at him. No one at the table was in a position to contest this chicken leg with Gu Jun. Wang Ruoxiang chimed in. Eat more, the poached chicken here is incredibly tender. Thank you, Gu Jun replied, taking a hearty bite. He was truly hungry, and after a few chews, he found the chicken remarkably tender and delicious. Delicious, he praised, feeling a warmth spread within him as the shadows of his worries began to dissipate. When the teachers had given up on him, it was Professor Gu who continued to guide him, and now he was being given another chance. Thank you, Professor, Gu Jun said again, extending his chopsticks to serve the professor a generous piece of chicken. All right, Professor Gu responded, his face beaming with satisfaction. As long as you show growth. That is enough. He then looked around at each student's face, exclaiming, what transpired today was remarkable, and witnessing your performances truly brings me joy. Among the common skill events, Su Hai, Zhang Haoran, and He Yuhan all excelled, paving their way forward. However, the competition is not yet over. Some events will continue in the next couple of days. Professor Qin also mentioned that everyone should be mentally prepared, for the world may become quite unfamiliar. Professor Gu then stood up and served each student a dish, and everyone felt the teacher's heartfelt wishes. Regardless of where one practices, especially in clinical medicine, being a doctor is incredibly demanding, Professor Gu advised earnestly. There is little personal time, immense pressure, and often a lack of understanding from patients' families. Yet, you must either choose not to be a doctor, or if you do, you must endure these hardships. Being a doctor means you must not shy away from dirt or fatigue. You need not see yourself as a savior, but you must always act with integrity. Ah Jun, Ruoxiang, Zixuan, especially you three, the days ahead may prove to be quite arduous. Professor Gu's words may seem like cliches, and the crowd might often dismiss them as mere platitudes. Yet, in this moment, they resonate deeply. Having experienced the events of today, the remnants of their fervor still simmer within. I am not afraid of hardship. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen to study medicine, Wang Ruoxiang remarked with a slight shrug. I simply enjoy it. Her peers acknowledged that she was not boasting, given her appearance, if she did not possess such a disposition or genuine passion for medicine. She would not have embarked on this arduous journey, which is undeniably tough and demanding. Ah, to think there are people who genuinely love medicine. Such a variety of individuals exist, someone mused. Professor Gu, rest assured, Kai Zixuan said, his eyes shimmering with tears. As Shakespeare once said, "Love all, trust a few, do wrong to none." Wasn't that a quote from Lu Sun? Wang Ruoxiang interjected, prompting laughter to fill the room. Kai Zixuan, amused, conceded, "That is indeed not correct." However, Lu Sun did express a sentiment quite similar. "Enough," Professor Gu interjected, raising a hand to silence further literary debates. "Regardless of how bitter life may be, as long as we don the white coat, we must fulfill our responsibilities diligently. Jun, Ruoxiang, Zixuan, you will face considerable challenges ahead." "Teacher, you just mentioned this." Gu Jun interposed, eliciting more laughter from the group, who echoed, "Indeed, you have already said this. It will be exceptionally difficult." "You are quite cheeky," Professor Gu chuckled, patting Gu Jun on the shoulder. Turning to Wang Ruoxiang and Kai Zixuan, he continued, "Starting tomorrow, I can no longer watch over the three of you. You must take care of yourselves and assist one another when possible." The trio nodded earnestly, exchanging glances that conveyed an understanding that needed no further elaboration. "Do your best," Su Hai sincerely urged, "and tackle that pesky disease head-on." However, He Yuhan cautioned, "Don't listen to him. Prioritize your safety. If it's time to leave, then leave." Zhang Haoran remained optimistic, stating, "If I can join that department in the future, take me with you." Gu Jun remained mostly silent, while Wang Ruoxiang occasionally chimed in with lighthearted remarks. Even the usually talkative Kai Zixuan merely echoed agreement. The goodwill of their friends touched their hearts, yet they struggled to express their gratitude. The evening meal carried an undercurrent of bittersweet farewell, as everyone had a busy day ahead. When they had nearly finished dining, Professor Gu settled the bill. Upon exiting Weixianglu, they boarded a few hailed taxis together, returning to Dongda. Once back at the dormitory, Gu Jun took a shower and climbed into bed, ready to conclude this long day. Yet, myriad thoughts swirled in his mind, despite his exhaustion. He found it difficult to drift into slumber. In contrast, Kai Zixuan across the room quickly succumbed to sleep, barely a minute passing before soft snores emerged, completely oblivious to the situation with the treasured rice cooker. Staring at the ceiling, Gu Jun's weary eyelids gradually closed. He lost track of time before finally succumbing to a restless sleep. The following morning, he was jolted awake by Kai Zixuan's startled exclamation. "Someone has used my rice cooker. What happened? Who broke in?" "Cease your clamor. You are to join the medical department, not the intelligence division," Gu Jun murmured as he turned over, still yearning for slumber. "It's my cooking. I prepared something. It's nothing serious. Just wash up." "Oh," Kai Zixuan scratched his balding head, eyeing the greasy pot. "What on earth did you cook? Why so much oil?" Though Gu Jun wished to linger in bed, he soon arose, for the staff had mentioned that a vehicle would arrive at 7:30 that morning. He tidied himself and brought along Li Lurui's phone, while the card was stashed in a very concealed crevice of the dormitory building. Upon their arrival at the dormitory's rear entrance, Wang Ruoxiang was already waiting there. It wasn't long before Senior Ma Jiehua appeared as well. As the clock struck 7:30, a black 8-seater vehicle arrived punctually. The four boarded the car, which set off, taking them to a mysterious destination. However, it was not the military base they had envisioned, nor any forbidden territory, but rather an old office building on the city outskirts, several stories high and rather unremarkable in appearance. Clearly, this was merely a rendezvous point, not the actual headquarters of the department. In the lobby of the office building, the four met with Sun Yuhing from Qing University and the other 9 who had emerged victorious the previous day. None chose to withdraw. Then, they spotted a familiar face. Professor Qin approached, accompanied by several other judges from the previous day, informing them that today would primarily consist of a series of evaluations and health checks. These procedures were not to be conducted by Professor Qin and his colleagues, but rather by personnel from a specialized department. The group held no particular thoughts, yet Gu Jun felt a weight in his chest, his worries now materializing. "Just cooperate well with the evaluators," Professor Qin advised. "It's merely a routine procedure. Do not feel pressured." "Gu, please come with me." A sense of foreboding washed over Gu Jun as he followed Professor Qin to a secluded corner. The other students assumed that Professor Qin had singled him out for special attention. However, Gu Jun noticed a difference in the professor's gaze compared to the previous day. "Gu, just answer the questions honestly during the evaluation. The state knows more than you might think. Do you understand?" Chapter 38. The evaluation room. Upon hearing Professor Qin's words, Gu Jun had already steeled himself for the implications. The real question loomed: what did the state know? He understood that, in comparison to the evaluators, it was Professor Qin who truly valued him. Just as he contemplated probing for more information, Professor Qin interjected, "I cannot disclose more. You may go." With that, he departed alongside the other judges. Gu Jun sighed softly and returned to the group. Their gazes were tinged with envy. presuming that he had received some significant instruction from the professor. Nothing important, right? Wang Ruoxiang, perceptive and newly acquainted with him, noticed a subtle change in his demeanor. Nothing at all. Gu Jun simply shook his head. Soon after, the 9 were promptly led by staff into an elevator, ascending to a corridor on the second floor, where a small sign on an office door read, "Evaluation Room." Before they could even settle into the waiting chairs in the corridor, the staff ushered Gu Jun in first for the evaluation. With little time to ponder, Gu Jun stepped forward and pushed open the office door, entering as the others watched him close it behind. The room was small, devoid of windows. Upon entering, Gu Jun immediately noticed a chair in front of him, beyond which sat the judge's table with 3 individuals behind it. 2 men and 1 woman, all of middle age, wore expressions that were devoid of emotion, exhibiting a coldness distinct from that of the mortuary workers, their gazes seemingly capable of penetrating all facades. A camera was positioned in the corner, and a television screen hung on the wall, while an unlit ceiling lamp dangled above the chair. "Good day, esteemed teachers," Gu Jun greeted the trio. There were no nameplates on the table, leaving him uncertain of how to address them. "Please, take a seat," the man in the center replied. His face bore the marks of age, devoid of collagen, with deep tear troughs and nasolabial folds. The woman to his right wore glasses, her elongated face framed by small eyes. To the left sat a man with an unremarkable square face, the sort one would overlook on the street. Each held a pen, with stacks of documents before them, likely his records and evaluation questionnaires. As Gu Jun settled into the chair, the camera lens and the lamp seemed to train their focus on him, inducing an immediate sense of invisible pressure. The man in the center shifted his nasolabial folds and inquired, "What can you tell us about your parents?" A wave of frustration washed over Gu Jun. Surely, his background was common knowledge. Yet, with the burden of uncertainty now lessened, he exhaled, feeling the weight of his secrets. "My parents were researchers who perished in a maritime disaster. However, I have long suspected that their demise was not as straightforward as it seemed. Their employer, Lysing Research Corporation, possesses an air of mystery that has prompted me to investigate them on several occasions, albeit without any fruitful results." He had anticipated this scenario. When it came to revealing the truth, he resolved to withhold no details, lest he inadvertently imply a deeper understanding of the situation. He continued, "Recently, a man has been following me, and I suspect he is affiliated with Lysing. I am uncertain of his intentions. I hope you can assist me in unraveling these uncertainties." The 3 evaluators remained fixed on him, their gazes unwavering as they scribbled notes on their documents. "What do you know about Lysing Corporation?" the man inquired again. "Nothing definitive," Gu Jun replied candidly, "but I now perceive it as a clandestine organization." "What leads you to this conclusion?" "It's merely an intuition, a hunch," Gu Jun articulated. They remained silent, continuing to write. The long-faced woman then asked, "You have advanced brainstem cancer. Why do you wish to participate in this competition?" "I aspire to enter this realm," Gu Jun responded, his tone growing increasingly composed. "I believe my parents' matters are intertwined with this circle." "Why do you think so?" The woman pressed further. "While diving in Longcan, I overheard Li Lurue and others discussing peculiar news regarding the circle and Longcan's anomalies. Subsequently, an unusual underwater vortex indeed manifested. My parents disappeared there. A few days ago, upon witnessing the grotesque remains of those afflicted by the peculiar disease, I became convinced of the existence of a clandestine circle in this world. This competition appeared to be the most opportune means for my entry." Gu Jun's statement was largely truthful, albeit with a slight rearrangement of events, rendering his delivery remarkably natural. "What did you see at the bottom of Longcan?" the man in the middle inquired. Gu Jun anticipated this question and recited his rehearsed response. It was chaotic. The outside was engulfed in darkness, with tumultuous waves of seawater crashing about. Subsequently, many fish fled in terror. He proactively retrieved Li Lurue's phone from his pocket and stated, "This is Li Lurue's phone, which I received in a package sent from the Maldives a few days ago. Initially, I was uncertain of its significance, but after yesterday's competition, I believe they were taken away by a secret governmental department. They must have sent the phone before their abduction. You may hold on to the phone for now. After the evaluations conclude, someone will come to retrieve it," the man remarked. Gu Jun nodded and returned the worn device to his pocket. "Do you truly believe we would still consider your application upon learning of your condition?" the woman asked. "Yes, for I am in relatively good health. Perhaps I still have a few years to live," Gu Jun quipped self-deprecatingly. "Can the department assure us that we will all survive for another 2 or 3 years?" The trio remained silent, their expressions betraying not a hint of emotion, as they continued to document the proceedings. "Why are you so familiar with that chest specimen?" the man asked again. Gu Jun momentarily faltered, taken aback by a question he had not anticipated. Realizing he had displayed a moment of confusion, he feigned ignorance. Familiar? What do you mean? I am a medical student. I examined its surface thoroughly and found it covered in dead skin, with a bony structure obstructing the chest wall, connected to the ribs. I intended to remove that bone first to access the chest wall. His explanation was entirely plausible, devoid of the need for anatomical diagrams. The man continued to document, and the woman interjected. What are your thoughts on the peculiar disease and the banyan tree? Please describe it in a few words. Gu Jun recalled his impression of the banyan tree, which possessed an eerie beauty. Perhaps he should candidly express it as repulsive? Or perhaps not. He had already raised numerous suspicions, and if this question too was met with ambiguity, his credibility might evaporate. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, leading him to resolve to speak the truth. Terrifying, bizarre, yet exquisite and resplendent. The three evaluators remained impassive. At that moment, the woman grasped a remote and pressed several buttons, illuminating the empty lamp above them with a blinding light, forcing Gu Jun to squint uncomfortably. Classmate Gu, please direct your gaze towards the screen, the woman instructed. Squinting, he looked toward the screen, where a series of bizarre images began to play in haunting silence. Severed human fingers, swarms of worms, a lighthouse by the sea under the cover of night, and desolate forests deep in the mountains. With each passing image, an overwhelming sense of peculiar oppression gripped his heart. For a full 10 minutes, Gu Jun found himself ensnared in a multitude of disparate images, the sensation of oppression evolving into a stifling weight upon his chest. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the man to his left, who had remained silent until now, devoid of any emotion. Gu, I will pose a series of questions, to which you must respond with one of three possible answers: yes, in between, or no. You are required to answer within 5 seconds, whether you respond or not. I shall proceed to the next question thereafter. Upon hearing this, Gu Jun comprehended the purpose of the exercise, a psychological evaluation, a personality test. Previously, in pursuit of romantic interests, he had acquired an inkling of medical psychology. The three-choice format was reminiscent of the Cattell's 16 personality factors questionnaire, wherein his answers would be scored, subsequently determining his personality type. A sudden realization struck Gu Jun. This was the crux of the assessment. His background and afflictions were secondary. The state possessed numerous means to utilize him securely. However, if his psyche and personality were deemed unsuitable for such work, that would be an insurmountable barrier. Do demons exist in this world? The man on the left inquired, initiating the first question. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Gu Jun remained silent. Chapter 39. Personality Assessment. Do demons exist in this world? What kind of demons? Metaphorical demons or religious ones? Gu Jun recognized that his interpretation was integral to the assessment, as personality theory posits that the questionnaire method can reflect the consciousness and self-attribution motivation systems of the respondent. The thoughts that arose in his mind upon hearing the question would dictate his response, inherently revealing his personality traits. At that moment, he contemplated the religious connotation of demons, which caused him to pause slightly. With the current scientific understanding, could such entities exist? Just months prior, he would have answered in the negative. Yet as the 5th second approached, he replied, yes. As soon as Gu Jun answered, the three evaluators continued to jot down notes on their documents. He was uncertain of the standard answers, yet typically, a response aligning with the standard would yield 2 points, an opposing answer would score 0, and a middle ground would garner 1 point. The man with the square face to the left posed another question. Do you wish to ascend to heaven after your death? Yes. Does the drowning of a stray dog in the sea sadden you? Yes. Is the death of a stranger more saddening than that of a dog? This was indeed a peculiar question. Different scenarios would elicit varying responses. Gu Jun momentarily pondered. What if that person were a murderer, and that dog was his loyal companion? Why did he instinctively consider such a scenario rather than contrasting a virtuous individual with a vicious dog? Did he subconsciously perceive dogs as more likely to be good? Was this indicative of his psychological inclinations? Gu Jun could only respond, in between. Do you enjoy passion? In between. Do you view madness as repulsive? Yes, no, in between. Regardless of Gu Jun's responses, whether he furrowed his brow in contemplation or spoke impulsively, the three evaluators maintained their impassive expressions. The man with a square face exhibiting no fluctuations in his tone. As a physician, would you save a wicked individual? Gu Jun paused once more. This posed a moral quandary. The standard answer would be to save, for it is the physician's duty to preserve life, while the judgment of a person's character falls to the judge. Yet, reality is seldom so uncomplicated. There may arise scenarios where he would hesitate to intervene. Gu Jun replied, somewhere in between. Do you believe that the past is entirely real? Another peculiar inquiry. Gu Jun pondered extensively, even considering the dual-slit experiment in quantum mechanics, somewhere in between. Is knowledge the greatest power? Gu Jun remained silent for a brief moment. No? Do you yearn for power? Yes. Are you concerned with the essence of life? The culmination of science, the truths of the universe? Yes. Would you disregard everything to uncover these answers? Gu Jun fell silent again. Disregard everything? Such a weighty term. However, if knowing all the answers were possible, he responded, somewhere in between. He could forsake himself, yet he did not wish to harm others. Do you believe in familial bonds? Yes. Do you believe in friendship? Yes. Do you believe in love? Gu Jun hesitated. Love? This concept was far more intricate. He perceived all love as conditional. Yet could conditionality truly constitute love? He replied, somewhere in between. Do you think there exists a higher truth beyond humanity? Gu Jun paused. Humanity is so minuscule. How could it possibly comprehend the highest truth? Yes, he stated. Can such truth transcend familial, friendly, and romantic love? At some point, a heavy cloud of uncertainty had amassed in Gu Jun's mind. He exhaled softly, somewhere in between. The man with the square face marked something on the document. One question after another echoed within the evaluation room, and Gu Jun continuously responded within 5 seconds. The further along he progressed, the more a sense of cognitive inertia surged within him. He became acutely aware of his own thought patterns, feeling somewhat estranged from the clarity he had presumed he possessed. He increasingly understood the peculiar nature of this personality assessment. It was as commonplace as the Cattell 16 Personality Factor Questionnaire, which measures traits like sociability, intelligence, stability, skepticism, and creativity, or the iSync Personality Questionnaire, which evaluates 3 dimensions of personality alongside a validity scale, and the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, among others. However, the scale he was currently undergoing seemed to gauge his understanding of humanity, the other, materiality, spirituality, morality, and ethical dichotomies, thereby assessing his personality type. He wondered what personalities might exist within the secretive department. This exchange persisted for over half an hour, with Gu Jun responding to perhaps more than 300 questions. Do you consider yourself important? Somewhere in between. Upon Gu Jun's completion of his response, the man with a square face slightly nodded, indicating the conclusion of the questionnaire. However, the assessment was far from over. The square-faced man continued, Gu, I will utter a word, and you must swiftly articulate a sentence using that word within 2 seconds. Gu Jun nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was the projective test segment, designed to unveil the patterns of his subconscious. Thus, it commenced. The square-faced man declared, Great. This is a magnificent piece of work, Gu Jun replied, only to realize afterward that he had described a work instead of a great person, rendering his expression inadequate. The man spoke again. Gu Jun pondered for a moment. That woman is indescribably beautiful. Did this reveal his subconscious sexual impulses? No, he corrected himself. This was a conscious thought. The square-faced man evidently noted this as well. 2 seconds is an exceedingly brief interval, shorter than the typical 3 seconds allotted in word association tests, making it rare for individuals to respond after conscious deliberation, even if such contemplation is involuntary. Responding with conscious thought, however, fails to unveil the subconscious. Gu, please respond immediately within 1 second after hearing the prompt, the square-faced man insisted. The deeply furrowed man and the long-faced woman exchanged glances, marking the first occasion Gu Jun observed such a wealth of expression from them. What they sought was the subconscious. The subconscious. Gu Jun silently admonished himself, do not appear so rigid, lest they reconsider your prior evaluations. Death, the square-faced man stated. To be or not to be? That is the question, Gu Jun blurted out, regrettably falling into conscious thought and becoming distracted by Kai Zixuan's Shakespearean influence. Once again, the square-faced man refrained from recording his response. Instead, he retrieved a stack of blank paper and a ballpoint pen and approached Gu Jun, saying, Let us proceed with the drawing method. I will display a series of images on the screen. You must continuously gaze at the screen, articulating what you see while drawing without pause or thought. All right. Gu Jun accepted the paper and pen, fully aware that even if his drawings were merely chaotic scribbles, a psychologist would be capable of analyzing his subconscious activity. He harbored no doubt about this secret department's expertise in such matters. Taking a deep breath, he watched as the square-faced man pressed the remote, illuminating the television screen on the wall. The first image depicted a darkened sky, shrouded in ominous clouds. The sky clouds, Gu Jun murmured, while his hand began to sketch erratically on the paper. As his conscious attention was consumed by the act of describing the image, his right hand was swiftly commandeered by his subconscious. The images continued to unfold on the screen. A blood-stained guillotine, heaps of corpses, aged gradually. The man with the square face gazed at the paper in Gu Jun's hand, his brows slightly furrowing. The man with deep wrinkles and the woman with an elongated face both stood up, watching intently. "Gu, it's enough. Please stop," they said. Suddenly, the screen in front went dark, and Gu Jun, coming to his senses, realized that after all this time, his right hand felt remarkably fatigued. He noticed a change in the expression of the square-faced man, and a sinking feeling overcame him. "What have I drawn?" He glanced at the paper and saw a line of frenzied scribbles made with a blue ballpoint pen, forming a script of an alien language. A line he could comprehend in this strange script. Sinister, bizarre, twisted. The dark fruit grows from the ancient abyss. The worms of death shall endure with heaven and earth for eternity. Chapter 40. Mental stability. Gu Jun stared at the chaotic script on the paper. The air he inhaled suddenly solidifying in his lungs. "What is this, Gu?" the square-faced man inquired, his expression inscrutable. Gu Jun's mind raced. Does the state have any understanding of this alien script? Do the three evaluators grasp the meaning of this line? For now, let us assume they do. The reason I could write this may lie elsewhere. He hesitated. "I'm not sure. It seems to be something from my parents' documents. I have a vague recollection." "Please elaborate on this matter," the man urged. "My parents have always kept their work from me, forbidding me from entering their study at home. However, once I sneaked in and saw some documents with this strange writing on the desk. I thought it was text. I played in the study for a while until they caught me, and my father scolded me fiercely, making me stand against the wall as punishment. So, it left a deep impression on me. Was the past truly real?" Gu Jun mused aloud, recounting these fabricated memories, yet feeling as if they were genuine recollections bubbling to the surface. Could the documents mentioned by the man from Lixing Company indeed be connected to this alien script? The square-faced man continued to scrutinize Gu Jun, while the other two evaluators also observed him closely, examining every subtle expression. Yet Gu Jun felt this was indeed the truth, and thus his demeanor bore no trace of deception. He inquired further, "Could you enlighten me on what this means?" "A small test." The square-faced man said nothing, taking the paper and pen from Gu Jun's hand as he turned to leave. The man with deep wrinkles interjected, "Gu, your evaluation is complete. You may exit." Their expressions were notably devoid of emotion, clearly having encountered a challenging enigma. "Thank you, esteemed teachers." With deep-seated doubts, Gu Jun rose and departed. As he pushed open the door to the evaluation room, a staff member stationed at the entrance glanced at him and said, "Gu, please follow me. Conversing is prohibited." Nearly an hour had passed, and the other 8 individuals waiting in chairs cast their gazes upon him, all having been instructed not to speak, merely watching as Gu Jun walked by. After a considerable interval, the staff finally allowed Wang Ruoxiang to enter for her evaluation as the second candidate. On the other side, after Gu Jun was led out of the review room into the corridor, he was approached by another group of 2 individuals regarding the matter of Li Luo's phone. Gu Jun discerned that the 2 were likely of a police nature. He handed over the phone to them and answered a few questions concerning the package he received at Longcan. He recounted the situation at Longcan with utmost honesty. The package was delivered to the dormitory by the mailroom, and upon opening it, he discovered the faulty phone, which he had neither repaired nor attempted to. He had been carrying it with him ever since. "Are Li Luo and the others well?" Gu Jun inquired. He surmised that the phone was sent by Lin Xiaodang, as Li Luo was injured at the time and required surgery. While Wu Dong lacked the audacity to do such a thing, it was only Lin Xiaodang, in her rebellious youth, who seemed most likely to have sent it. However, they had never exchanged phone numbers, and given their lack of familiarity, he chose not to mention her. "We are not authorized to answer any of your questions." The police responded tersely. Gu Jun speculated that the 3 individuals were being held by a clandestine department, and their personal safety was likely not at risk. The image of them confined in a small, dark room made him chuckle, picturing Li Luo bouncing around, Wu Dong in a state of panic, and Lin Xiaodang in a fit of irritation. "You shouldn't have dived so deep," he mused. Yet, had they not done so, he would never have seen that video. Perhaps he should be grateful to them? Once the 2 officers finished their inquiries, they departed. The outcome of the review remained uncertain. But Gu Jun was escorted by the staff to continue with the medical examination. He quickly realized that the examination encompassed more than just the routine tests. It also included numerous assessments, such as neuropsychological evaluations to assess human brain functions, encompassing perception, motor skills, speech, attention, memory, and abstract thinking abilities, among others. He underwent a comprehensive set of tests. There were categorical tests to evaluate the subject's summarizing and reasoning skills, tactile operation tests to assess their tactile perception, motor skills, and hand coordination, and connection tests to gauge spatial perception and cognitive flexibility, all designed by the secret department. For instance, in the tactile operation test, the conventional method involves the subject being blindfolded and tasked with placing various shaped blocks into corresponding wooden slots based solely on their tactile perception, executed with their dominant hand, non-dominant hand, and both hands across 3 trials. Finally, they would recount the shapes and positions of the blocks. However, his test was more demanding. He was blindfolded before a heap of building blocks, required to assemble certain blocks into various shapes while another set was already formed. The examiner would then scramble them and instruct him to place them into the appropriate wooden slots, ultimately asking him to recount the details of the assembled shapes. This approach heightened the demands on perception and made memory errors more likely, yet Gu Jun endeavored to complete the tasks to the best of his ability. The rigors of this secret department were indeed stringent. The more tests Gu Jun underwent, the more he felt that the selection process involved far more than merely assessing medical talent. He even underwent an evaluation for mental disorders, fortunately resulting in a diagnosis that he was free of any mental illness. As a medical professional, Gu Jun could ascertain his overall good health from these assessments. Aside from the brainstem tumor afflicting him, it was likely regarding his brainstem tumor. He was also scheduled for a cranial enhancement MRI to conduct a more meticulous examination of his cerebral condition. Gu Jun did not glimpse any of the results from these tests. He moved from one procedure to the next without pause. It was not until 5 in the afternoon that the staff informed him that all examinations were complete, a process that had stretched over 10 hours. Subsequently, Gu Jun was escorted back to the first floor of the building, where he entered a waiting room. Upon pushing the door open, he was taken aback to find Wang Ruoxiang, Kai Zixuan, and the other 6 members present, engaging in casual conversation and perusing magazines. Upon inquiring, Gu Jun discovered that everyone else had already completed their evaluations and physical examinations. He had been the first to commence his assessment, yet was the last to conclude his medical checkup. Now that they were permitted to converse, Gu Jun broached the subject of the number of questions in the personality test. Kai Zixuan estimated, over 100 questions, I believe. Senior brother Ma Jiahua concurred, stating it was around 100 questions. Wang Ruoxiang pondered for a moment and remarked, I think I answered around 200 questions. I answered over 300 questions, Gu Jun realized. Understanding that his evaluation and physical examination encompassed an unusually extensive array of items, thus requiring considerable time. Indeed, when he inquired further, he noted that none of the others had undergone a mental health assessment. Why did I have one? Gu Jun furrowed his brow, contemplating whether he appeared to be suffering from a mental disorder. At least now I know you are not, Wang Ruoxiang reassured him. The group predominantly discussed the personality tests. Eager to learn their results, several girls, along with Kai Zixuan, were particularly enthusiastic, akin to those concerned about astrological fortunes. As the second hand of the clock on the wall revolved in circles, another hour passed. By 6 in the evening, the door of the waiting room was abruptly pushed open. Professor Qin and several other evaluators entered in succession, prompting everyone to rise. Gu Jun observed Professor Qin's calm demeanor, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Students, the results of the evaluations are now available, Professor Qin announced, creating a palpable tension in the waiting room, reminiscent of the torment experienced during examination results. Everyone has passed. A faint smile graced Professor Qin's aged visage. This proclamation dispelled the clouds of worry, transforming anguish into joy. Sun Yuheng and Yang Ming also smiled, while Kai Zixuan remarked, fate, indeed. Gu Jun maintained a facade of tranquility, yet internally he exulted in relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. Being accepted was indeed a commendable beginning. You will officially become interns in the medical department of the Eastern Province branch of the Celestial Bureau. The Celestial Bureau? This was the first time the group had heard of this clandestine department, presumably named for its implication of undisclosed knowledge. Professor Qin continued, starting tomorrow, you will undergo a month of intensive training at the headquarters of the Eastern Province branch. A dedicated vehicle will return you shortly. Please gather your belongings and inform your families, as you will not have access to communication networks during the training period. Remember, confidentiality is paramount. Now, let us proceed. Amidst the earnest discussions, Professor Qin once again called for Gu Jun, saying, Gu Jun, please stay for a moment. Subsequently, everyone else exited, leaving only Professor Qin and Gu Jun in the waiting room. Professor Qin scrutinized Gu Jun and sighed softly, saying, the condition of your brainstem tumor remains stable. The review committee believes you are still fit for work. From now on, you must undergo a brain examination every month. Should your condition deteriorate, you will need to cease work immediately. I understand, Gu Jun replied, noting the professor's lamentation over his precarious fate. It appeared that the Bureau of Celestial Mechanics had no effective remedies for his ailment, nor did it possess any miraculous medications. Observing that Professor Qin seemed disinclined to discuss his parents, Gu Jun hastily inquired, "Professor Qin, what about my parents? Regarding Lishan Company and your parents. The information is beyond your current level of access," Professor Qin replied with gravity, making it clear that there was no room for negotiation. "Do not inquire further, nor discuss it with others. You may review such materials only when your clearance level permits. I can only state that the review committee believes your knowledge is limited, and your character remains independent, not affecting your service to the Bureau. However, you will undergo more frequent evaluations than others, and the path to advancement will present greater challenges." Gu Jun nodded silently, having anticipated this outcome. The numerous evaluations he faced indicated the three reviewers had concerns, and his subconscious activities might even have led them to question his mental stability. If they harbored such doubts, Lishan Company was unlikely to be a reputable entity. Yet, the Bureau chose to retain him, perhaps believing they could manage him well, or because his evaluation results were satisfactory, or for reasons yet unknown to him. "Professor Qin, can we access our own evaluation results?" Gu Jun posed another question, eager to learn about his personality type. "Your evaluation results are classified documents of the review committee," Professor Qin reiterated seriously. "Only high-level personnel may request access. I can, but you cannot. Each department within the Bureau operates independently, cooperating without interfering with one another. The evaluators belong to the review committee, while those who question you regarding the Lonkin matter are from the investigation department, and we belong to the medical department. Do you understand?" "I understand." Gu Jun nodded again, recalling something that made his brow furrow slightly. "What about those mortuary workers?" He could not forget their chilling presence. "They are also from the medical department." Professor Qin's demeanor softened as he reassured, "Young man, do not dwell on such matters. Just adhere to the department's arrangements for now." "All right, I will," Gu Jun replied. "Go now," Professor Qin said, and Gu Jun exited the waiting room. Departing the dilapidated office building with Wang Ruoxiang and the others, boarding the bus back to their respective schools. After leaving the waiting room, Professor Qin proceeded to the third floor's temporary archive room, retrieving the evaluation results for the 9 new students before entering the adjacent reading room. Accompanying him were 5 esteemed judges from previous competitions, all senior figures from the medical department, endowed with sufficient authority to scrutinize the transcripts of these new students. However, the higher-level confidential information remained inaccessible, for this was not a complete dossier. Among the 9 new students, 6 were male: Gu Jun, Kai Zixuan, Ma Jiehua, Sun Yuheng, Yang Ming, and Cheng Yifeng. The remaining 3 were female: Wang Ruoxiang, Zhou Yi, and Jiang Bangxia. The consultation room was simple yet elegant, with Professor Qin and his colleagues seated around a long conference table, sipping fragrant tea while perusing the 9 stacks of documents before them. Professor Qin occupied the seat of honor, his aged visage imbued with gravity as he meticulously examined each item on the files. Among the 9, Ma Jiehua, Yang Ming, Cheng Yifeng, and Zhou Yi, despite emerging as elite talents from the competition, were deemed rather mediocre within the confines of the Celestial Bureau. Their performances in various psychological assessments and physical evaluations revealed no extraordinary gifts, rendering them suitable only as ordinary soldiers. Sun Yuheng, on the other hand, exhibited confidence, self-discipline, and extroversion, displaying commendable aptitude across the board, suggesting potential for significant development, perhaps even the making of a future attending physician. Jiang Bangxia, the sole representative from a traditional Chinese medicine family, was also the only candidate hailing from a Chinese medicine institution. Such talents were rare, and she possessed the considerable advantage of exceptional memory, high excitability, and a vivacious spirit, indicating promising prospects for thorough cultivation. Wang Ruoxiang, regarded as the second most promising candidate, came from a middle-class background, lacking significant setbacks but exhibiting independence, perseverance, and high intelligence, coupled with remarkable imagination and insight. Such individuals often possess unconventional thought processes. However, her imaginative and romantic tendencies necessitated rigorous training to stabilize her thinking. Otherwise, circumstances could easily veer toward unfavorable outcomes. "What are your thoughts on Kai Zixuan?" Professor Qin inquired. Sipping his tea, Kai Zixuan's sociability and amiability stood out, complemented by commendable intelligence and a sense of responsibility. Although his innate talent appeared modest, individuals like him were indispensable as the adhesive within a team, and even if he did not rise to greatness, he would prove valuable in any setting. The other judges readily concurred, praising him while teasing. He is a bit older, though, and quite bald. I want him. I appreciate such kindness. Ah, Lao Zheng. Every time there is a new student, which one do you not like? Which one do you not wish to have? As for Jiang Bangxia, I shall pass. I know nothing of traditional medicine, chuckled Professor Qin, who smiled at the banter. They needed to finalize assignments prior to the training of the interns, as different positions demanded distinct training content. Nevertheless, the candidate attracting the most fervent competition was not Kai Zixuan. Professor Qin set aside Kai Zixuan's file and shifted his attention to another. The top left corner of the first page displaying a photograph of a young and handsome male. Gu Jun, murmured Professor Qin, his aged eyes narrowing slightly as he reached for his teacup, struggling to grasp it due to a slight tremor. Any personnel from the Bureau of Heavenly Secrets witnessing such evaluative data would undoubtedly experience a blend of exhilaration and trepidation. The other 5 judges had also begun to scrutinize Gu Jun's dossier, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The performance showcased on the field, coupled with these remarkable statistics, was truly extraordinary. Chapter 42, Excessive Intuitive Insight Evaluation Report from the Eastern Province Branch of the Bureau of Heavenly Secrets. Subject: Candidate for internship in the medical department. Gu Jun. Date: August 14, 2020. Location: External Evaluation Building, Dongzhou City. Evaluators: Huang Jianping, Meng Shuo, Feng Zimei. Professor Qin finally grasped his teacup, taking a sip. Yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the report, his wispy white hair seemingly aglow. In his decades of service, such a dossier was indeed a rare find. The evaluative framework comprises various tiers, with specific projects tailored according to individual circumstances. Interns utilize a scheme designed for higher-ranking personnel. Yet Ma Jiehua and Yang Ming were assessed merely at a lower tier. Sun Yuheng and Wang Ruoxiang fell within the same range, albeit with slight variations in intensity. In contrast, Gu Jun underwent evaluation at a higher level, with targeted projects surpassing those of his peers cumulatively. Even under these circumstances, Gu Jun presented astonishing results, nearly encapsulating all the merits of his fellow candidates. His memory mirrored that of Jiang Bangxia, while his intelligence ranked among the finest. His composure was on par with Sun Yuheng, and his imagination, perception, and abstract reasoning were comparable to Wang Ruoxiang's. However, considering that Gu Jun was evaluated under a more rigorous framework, his exhibited talents were in fact the highest in the entire cohort. Although he ranked lower in agreeableness compared to Kai Zixuan and displayed a slightly elevated level of skepticism, his anxiety was minimal and his stability was commendable, showcasing a maturity and calm demeanor. Yet, Gu Jun's intuitive insight was exceptionally high, a rarity among the national pool of candidates. Should any individual be assessed with such intuitive insight, it would serve as a clarion call for caution among personnel of any level. Professor Qin found the tea somewhat scalding. Much like Gu Jun's unique trait, intuitive insight is a fundamental personality characteristic specifically designated by the Bureau of Heavenly Secrets, and it holds significant importance. Numerous secondary personality factors are evaluated based on this insight, which also influences a critical metric used to assess each employee of the Bureau. Upon their formal employment, these new recruits will routinely undergo evaluations, allowing the review department to ascertain their psychological fitness for duty. Today, Gu Jun underwent a psychological assessment, and the outcome indicated normal mental health, which surprised the evaluators. Evaluator comments: anyone exhibiting such subconscious activities as the subject would not maintain their mental health at this level. Huang Jianping: it is inferred that there may exist abnormal memories within the subject's subconscious. The correlation of this with his high intuitive insight remains unclear. Meng Shuo: there is a need to increase the frequency of mental assessments for the subject. I recommend evaluations every 3 weeks. The trait of spiritual intelligence can be perceived as a unique sensitivity, an ability to communicate and perceive the universe and all its entities. A heightened level of spiritual intelligence is indeed beneficial, leading to a more profound experience of phenomena and a deeper contemplation of existence. Esteemed artists, writers, and creators often exhibit elevated spiritual intelligence, enabling them to transcend the confines of reason and logic, expressing their inner thoughts and subconscious insights with an innate essence, thus birthing exquisite works of art. What constitutes greatness? Gu Jun responds with the assertion of a remarkable creation. However, the operations of the Bureau of Cosmic Intelligence possess their own peculiarities. While high spiritual intelligence is advantageous, it can also pose challenges. The positive aspect lies in the necessity of spiritual insight for all monumental creations. The negative aspect emerges from the abandonment of rationality and logic, which can lead one down the path of madness. Take, for instance, the banyan tree. a sight that evokes a psychological impact on humanity. The task of confronting, studying, and understanding such phenomena can be particularly daunting. Individuals with elevated spiritual intelligence are more susceptible to psychological issues, and instances of mental instability are not uncommon. Professor Chin gazed thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, as other evaluators expressed their contemplations, yet their attention remained fixated on the evaluation documents before them, akin to a form of indulgence. The Bureau is not unfamiliar with new recruits possessing high spiritual intelligence, yet this trait often coincides with heightened imagination and sensitivity, which in turn correlates with diminished stability. These characteristics are inherently contradictory, much like one cannot describe a person as both exceptionally handsome and unattractive, or as having a full head of hair while being bald. For instance, among the new recruits, Wang Ruoxiang exhibits significant spiritual intelligence, with both the subconscious and conscious realms leaning towards the imaginative. Such individuals may appear composed, yet they can also exhibit erratic behavior. Conversely, Sun Yuheng and Kai Zixuan demonstrate varying degrees of spiritual intelligence, with Sun Yuheng representing a balanced example, grounded and steady, yet not particularly reflective. However, this framework appears ineffective in Gu Jun's case. He embodies a paradox, a blend of striking handsomeness and unattractiveness. His high subconscious spiritual intelligence reflects his true self. His conscious stability represents his ego, and his superego, caught in a state of confusion between the two, finds him standing at a crossroads. He displays a noble moral conscience, while simultaneously harboring profound doubts about all human emotions and principles. It is precisely for this reason that the review committee deems Gu Jun to be both a guiding presence and in need of guidance. His mental state remains stable, yet he must undergo careful evaluation and management. Evaluator's opinion. The subject exhibits a degree of independence and personality, possibly to an excessive extent, making it challenging to engage in cognitive work with him. Huang Jianping. Evaluator's opinion. The subject possesses inherent potential for organizational desire, demonstrates personality independence, and maintains sound mental health. Thus, he is recommended for acceptance. Meng Shuo. Evaluator's opinion. The subject displayed some concealment during the interrogation process, likely related to his background. However, no evident malice was detected. It is recommended that he receive additional care and guidance to keep his thoughts within safe boundaries. Gu Jun, this new student, resembles an exceptionally sharp surgical scalpel, remarkably effective in its purpose, yet capable of inflicting harm if handled carelessly. I want Gu Jun. Old Jung finally broke the silence of the reading room. Our research team needs talents like him. The other judge, seated opposite Old Jung, grew anxious, exclaiming, "Old Jung, you must be joking. You want to confine a talent like Gu Jun to the laboratory every day? He is destined to fight on the front lines of our clinical endeavors. You can have Ma Jiahua and Yang Ming, but Gu Jun is off limits," Old Xiao retorted. "Old Xiao, without our laboratory, do you think your clinical work would yield any results?" Old Jing shot back, his eyes widening with indignation. "Without us, you'd be left with nothing." Old Xiao, taken aback, nearly slammed the table in frustration. "Do you not grasp the current situation? We are in desperate need of personnel, especially in surgery." Another judge scoffed. "Why all the fuss? In the end, this talent is destined for the mobile task force anyway." Upon hearing the mention of the mobile task force, both Old Jung and Old Xiao's anger dissipated. "That is not necessarily true," Old Jung muttered. "Besides, we should utilize him for a while first." "Professor Chin, how do you plan to arrange Gu Jun?" Old Xiao inquired, his gaze ingratiating as he looked towards Professor Chin. Everyone's interest was piqued. Although they could not view Gu Jun's complete profile, the report they had seen indicated that not just the research and clinical teams, but also the anatomy, psychology, and even the miscellaneous teams were eager to have this student. It is worth noting that Gu Jun not only possesses an outstanding personality, but his medical examination results also showcase his exceptional physical attributes, particularly his hands, strong, agile, and precise. Such a talent is suited for any department. It all hinges on how Professor Chin chooses to allocate him. Professor Chin once again lifted his cup, his gaze finally diverting from the stack of reports. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed a conundrum." However, this dilemma had occupied Professor Chin's thoughts since the conclusion of yesterday's competition. The more he learned about the situation, the more challenging the arrangement became. The others remained unaware of Gu Jun's terminal illness, but Professor Chin had to factor this into his considerations. If Gu Jun exerted himself daily, could his body withstand the strain? How long could he endure? From this perspective, placing him in the laboratory seemed more appropriate. Yet, the pressing need for personnel in the clinical and anatomical departments was undeniable. Ignoring the urgency of the situation would be imprudent. Professor Chin slowly sipped his tea and, addressing the eager crowd, conveyed his decision.